I am Louis XIV. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, The Victory of Pagans and Rebellion, Part 2. The priests of the Toledo Inquisition shouted in their hearts, "Not good." Their hunting activities with Carlos II were not unnoticed. Priests and monks in the monastery should do their own work, but since the priests of the Inquisition have always claimed to be God's judges, they certainly would not condescend to do some menial work, so there are many hired servants and workers in the monastery of Santo Domingo. They have always been careful, but there are always times when they are careless. However, those sneaky rats or pure unlucky ghosts are either caught by them or sent back by those dignitaries who do not want to be involved at this time. Even if they take a step back, as the Inquisition, is there any problem in interrogating one or two people who may work for the devil or even be possessed by the devil? Spain is not France. The art of torture that flourished and became perfect during the period of the two kings has been passed down to this day. During every celebration, there are always burning torches in the square, and the cages on the churches and city walls are always full and never missing. The problem is that today's events were clearly planned and organized. The mercenaries who attacked the monastery, the converts who went straight to the underground mausoleum, and the evidence that had been dealt with but suddenly reappeared here. The priests of the Inquisition gritted their teeth and retreated to the entrance of the underground palace regardless of everything. Their idea was simple. In order to avoid accidents, there was only one entrance and exit to the interrogation center. As long as they sealed it, burned it, and then sealed the door with molten lead, they could buy time to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Of course, Milady couldn't have thought of this problem. She brought all the wizards who worked for her and Louis XIV. After today, Toledo would inevitably fall into chaos. After the situation calmed down, the people in power would definitely comb the entire city carefully. If they left people here, would they be afraid that Toledo's standing cage would not be full enough? In this case, the priests of the Inquisition were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. First, they were outnumbered. No matter how badly they colluded, the Black Wizards would not be able to get along with the priests of the Inquisition who had been hunting them for hundreds of years. Of course, they would follow the king back to the palace. Second, it had been more than 100 years. As most of the Spanish Black Wizards were driven to the Netherlands and Flanders, the monks and priests of Toledo began to slack off. They might not be as pious and powerful as the monks bought by Elias. But it was not surprising. If they were not so weak and cowardly that they might be abandoned by the Spanish royal family and the Archbishop of Toledo at any time, how could they have come up with such a cruel and shameless method to flatter Carlos II? The man-eating tiger must be beaten to death, but the first sinner who threw human flesh to it to let it know how delicious human flesh is should be sentenced to death. Milady was wearing a black cloak, floating in the air, and the firelight passed by the panicked faces. They should have expected that today's incident would not be so easy to get over. Someone was behind the scenes directing and pushing, and it would not be easy to stop. The witch raised her hand, and a dazzling golden red flame burst out from her hand. The Jews outside the monastery and the hundreds of refugees they bribed saw it. They rushed out without hesitation, shouting as they ran, "Murder! Murder! The devil is killing!" Don't think that the Archbishop and Patino, the Duke and the Queen Mother will sleep peacefully before the Feast of All Saints. The people of Toledo will do the same. On the contrary, the night before the Feast of All Saints is their busiest time. All Saints' Day, like most Christian festivals, is a mixture of similar festivals from other religions. November 1st was originally the festival of Pomona, the ancient Roman goddess of vegetation. People roasted nuts and apples on this day to celebrate her. October 31st was a festival for the ancient Celts to worship the dead and thank the autumn. On this day, the Celtic god of death, Samhain, would call all the deceased back to the world. In order to avoid the nuisance of evil spirits, people had to dress up as ghosts and put out food to appease their resentment. On November 2nd, Christians would give each other bread made of raisins. This bread was called the soul cake, which could guarantee that those who ate it would go to heaven. Whether they could go to heaven or not was another matter. Anyway, the housewife at home would always be busy for a while. There were also the processions, the clothes that the whole family had to wear during the High Mass. Even if they were not new, they had to be washed and starched. The money or things that were prepared to be donated to the monastery and the church, at least enough food for 1 or 2 days, because there would probably be no time to cook. The valuables at home were hidden, because some people would steal things during the processions when everyone was going to Mass, and those who felt they needed it had to prepare some small coins and utensils so that they could collect some ashes from the embers under the stake to make medicine. In short, for civilians, the night before the Feast of All Saints was always sleepless. It was not too late now, but at 11 or 12 o'clock, when the battle broke out in front of the monastery, many people were already looking from high places and far away. When they heard that someone had been killed, many people came running with hammers, knives, axes or flails. They ran a few steps before they met the refugees bribed by Milady. They would not easily believe what outsiders said, but at this time, Bella's lover appeared. He was crying, beating his chest, stamping his feet, and crying heart-wrenchingly. There were quite a few people who recognized him here. After all, he sold a lot of his property for the girl he loved. People were impressed and liked this loyal young man. When they heard that he found the holy box that Bella never left on a priest, they immediately rushed over with him. When they rushed over, the mercenaries had already controlled the gate, and dozens of corpses had been moved out. When Milady chose to keep the few corpses, she had made sufficient preparations. These were all kept as intact as possible or had distinct features. At first, only 1 or 2 people were recognized. Later, more people heard about this incident, and those who had lost their relatives and friends for no reason immediately ran over. It was hard to say whether these people wanted a yes answer or no answer. Milady only knew that there were people who kept making sharp roars and crying as if from the heart, not from the throat. She had seen those corpses. They were all so young and beautiful. If they hadn't encountered these evil spirits, they should have had an extremely bright future. Even if they didn't, any future would be better than rotting with maggots under 6 feet. The priests of the monastery of St. Domingo were very careful when they first started doing this, but as time went on, they became careless. Those young people had no defense against the priests and monks they were familiar with, and they could spend a lot of money to hire thieves and call it reducing unnecessary gossip. They never thought they would be discovered, and they were completely defenseless, with no room for cover-up or excuses. After the initial grief and disbelief, the people who came to claim their relatives would of course ask who found them and where they were found. After all, these children had such clear signs of torture and torment on their bodies. Later, they didn't need to ask, because the entire Santo Domingo monastery was already filled with angry people. They searched everywhere. In addition to the evidence left by Milady, they really found a lot of scattered evidence: a cross, a belt, a pair of rings, all kinds of inconspicuous little things, perhaps accidentally thrown somewhere, or left by the villains to savor and play with. At this time, people had already lost their minds. Even some people whose relatives and friends had disappeared for decades regarded them as the culprits. At this time, it was impossible to use the accumulated power of the Inquisition to intimidate and oppress the people. The soldiers and servants of the monastery had been swept and torn apart by the anger of the people. The monks and priests of the Inquisition were forced to retreat to the bell tower. Looking down, they saw a bright sea of fire. There might be thousands of people holding torches here. Has the raven returned? A priest asked tremblingly. Even without the ravens, His Majesty the King and the others should know what's happening. We just need to wait a little longer. They're already building ladders. Once the king's reinforcements arrive, these rabble will all run away. They've also brought out the torture instruments. As soon as these words came out, those who were once so arrogant and thought they could control the fate of others like gods began to tremble. How could they? How could they? No, 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 they absolutely wouldn't dare. Shut up. Otherwise I'll throw you down. I'm sure these untouchables down there will be very happy to receive such a gift. The reprimanded priest shut his mouth with a look of worry, while the priest who reprimanded him forced himself to suppress the panic in his heart. Those foreign wizards could obviously capture them, or even kill them, but they let them go at the last moment. Who are these people, where do they come from, and what are they going to do? Is this all right? Asked the leader of the Jews. Milady shook her head. One monastery is not enough for the ministers and the archbishop to mobilize 1,500 people outside your block. Then where else should we attack? The Jewish leader asked calmly. If it were an impatient person, he would definitely blame or urge Milady, but he knew that at this point, the initiative was no longer in their hands. It's not you. Milady looked in the direction of the old palace. It's someone else. Queen Antonia knelt in front of the statue of Saint Joseph. Although she should serve Sister Saint Teresa, the patron saint of Spain, She was going to do something that might be harmful to Spain today, and perhaps Saint Teresa could not bless her. Your Majesty, His Majesty the King asks you to go to his suite. The maid outside the door said, her words full of hesitation and worry. Tell them I'll go right away, Antonia said. She looked at Saint Joseph, descendant of David, spouse of the Virgin Mary, foster father of Jesus, foster son of God. Although the Roman Church has never canonized him for many reasons, many people in Austria regard him as their patron saint. He is the caretaker and guardian of women and children, and the last comfort of the dying. The little queen closed her eyes. If anything happened, this would be her last prayer. She would regard it as her last sacrament. She stood up, left her suite, and walked towards the king's suite, which was less than 100 feet away. She kept recalling the scene when the famous lady appeared in front of her again. That night, there was suddenly a person behind the drawn bed curtain. If Antonia had not been accustomed to being frightened, she might have fainted immediately. A hand pressed on her lips. The scent of roses was like an invisible sweet candy, going straight from her nose to her chest. It stayed on Antonia's face for a long time before slowly dissipating. Please forgive my rash request for an audience, Milady said, but your Majesty, you have too many ears and eyes around you. The little queen looked at her for a while in the thin light coming through the gap. It's you. You are not an ordinary prostitute or mercenary. Yes, I am not. Antonia paused slightly. Perhaps I should also say, you are neither Spanish, nor Austrian, nor British. Milady changed her posture, and Antonia noticed that she was pressing down on the sheets wrapped around her body, making it impossible for her to quickly break free from the flexible shackles. How dare you? Antonia asked in a low voice. If I scream, then you will really end your own life. Milady said, Your Majesty, I made a deal with some people a few hours ago. It was a very good deal. I exchanged a soul that should have gone to hell for 1,000 innocent lives. Now, let me ask you, do you want to make a deal with me? Antonia smiled coldly. Although she was still a child, before leaving Austria, Leopold I and the ministers taught her everything they could. Louis XIV of France, Antonia's father, and the biggest enemy of the Habsburgs, I will not believe a word you say. Why do you say that? I have never lied to you. Antonia paused. In terms of shamelessness and sophistry, how could she possibly defeat Milady who had crawled out of prison? I have never hurt you, Your Majesty, I have only saved you, and every word I said to you is true. I have saved you and your mate from a disaster, but, Milady said, as long as Carlos II is still alive, your crisis will never be resolved. The world is unpredictable, and no one knows what will happen tomorrow. Well said, Your Majesty, maybe you will be accidentally killed by Carlos II tomorrow. He won't, the people around him won't allow such a thing to happen. Milady stared at her for a while, then said softly, Do you know why people are afraid of lunatics? She didn't wait for the queen to answer, because you can never predict the behavior of a lunatic. And you, your greatest value has disappeared, even if it is ridiculous, you admitted that. And the Spanish nobles also witnessed with their own eyes that you were sent to the delivery room with a swollen belly and gave birth to a son. This child will link the two Habsburg families in Spain and Austria. You may become a trouble, because you are the most credible and reliable witness and the most irrefutable evidence of this crime. The pale face of the little queen made Milady feel a little pity, but she continued with a heart of stone, the Spaniards may prefer you to die in an accident, and then Carlos II, who they cannot control. As for Austria, apart from that child, Queen Mother Maria is still the sister of Leopold I. The friendly relations between the two countries can continue. Maybe when the child grows up, your father will marry his little daughter to him. It is entirely possible. The age difference between the two is only 4 years. Will Leopold I do this? Will the Spaniards do this? Antonia did not need to ask herself or anyone else, and the answer she got was only one. Carlos II treated her like it, without any respect or love. Could it be that her good aunt, Queen Mother Maria, Duke Don Juan, Archbishop of Toledo, Patiño and others who often appeared in the court could not see or hear these? Of course not, they knew everything, but they felt that such a girl who was sacrificed by her father and country did not need to care at all. The letters she wrote to her father, Leopold I, fell on deaf ears. The only oral message she left was a reprimand. Leopold I's messenger sternly warned her that as an Austrian princess and a Spanish queen, she should serve her husband more respectfully, win his love and trust, instead of always thinking about escaping from him as quickly as possible. Antonia knew that Leopold I was very disappointed with her. He probably hoped that he could completely control the heart of his fiancée like the Grand Princess or Grand Duchess of France, so that he could become Austria's arm not only in the palace but also in the court. But why didn't he see how Louis XIV was a father and uncle? How could a child who didn't even care about and love his own father be lucky enough to be loved by others? Suddenly, her cheeks felt slightly cold, and she realized that Milady was gently wiping away her tears. Crying makes people feel good, but it can't solve anything, Milady said. You are the strongest child I have ever met. Even if you hate the French, shouldn't you cheer up and listen to the conditions promised to you by our king? If you are not satisfied, there is still room for bargaining. Antonia turned her head. I am already the Queen of Spain. Even if the King of France owns France, the Netherlands, Flanders and other places, can he bring her another crown? You just said that things change, Your Majesty, Milady said jokingly. Maybe you will still be a queen. An additional 1,000 words are completed. Chapter 427, The Victory of Pagans and Rebellion, Part 2. As soon as Queen Antonia entered the room, she was slapped in the face. She knelt down on the ground skillfully, and the maid behind her also crawled down, literally crawling. People who are often beaten know that when facing a thug who cannot resist, this kind of surrender posture is the least likely to be injured. The human skull is quite hard, and the spine is less likely to be fatally injured than the soft chest and abdomen. The most important thing is that if you are beaten black and blue, it will be very disadvantageous to the next plan. Carlos II sneered harshly, leaned over and wanted to grab the little queen's hair, drag her up and beat her hard. He was also very skilled in this. Antonia had held her breath and prepared to take a few hits, but she only felt a slight pain in a few places at the root of her hair, and something roughly brushed her bun. She quickly glanced over and saw Carlos II looking at his hand a little blankly. The maid behind Carlos II saw it clearly. Carlos II's eyes and hands could not cooperate at all. He tried several more times but failed. He could only kick Antonia in frustration. He and the servants scattered in other places in the room did not notice that Antonia looked at the maid holding the wine jug when she raised her head. Pour me some more wine. Carlos II returned to the table. His epilepsy, amblyopia and paralysis were all cured by the wizard's potion, but this did not mean that the chronic disease that had plagued the Habsburgs for hundreds of years would not come back, or in other words, the black wizards used a method like drinking poison to quench thirst to make him heal on the surface, but the root of the rot was not removed, but invaded his spinal cord and brain. This made Carlos II often do unimaginable and incomprehensible behaviors. This situation was not obvious when he visited Versailles, but it became even worse after returning to Toledo, so that the Queen Mother and Duke Don Juan had to move the palace and court to Toledo instead of letting Carlos II return to Madrid. Madrid had too many enemies. Don't dawdle. Carlos II urged again, if you're like my wife, either without ears or without brains, I will dig them out. The maid trembled, hurriedly lowered the mouth of the pot, and the golden and viscous wine poured from the silver pot into the golden cup. Carlos II took it impatiently and swallowed it in big gulps. When Lady Milady and Queen Antonia met for the first time, they were reminded that the hop wine they used to confuse Carlos II's mind was no longer effective. Hops were slightly toxic and would cause hallucinations, but if you drank too much, you would become accustomed to it, and then it would not work much. At Milady's suggestion, the queen changed to another mixture of datura and myrtle juice. Ironically, if it was just the queen alone, or just her and the Austrian ladies in waiting, they would not be able to do this anyway. Even Charles I, who was sent to the guillotine, had many people who pitied and sympathized with him. What was most surprising and shocking was that Carlos II could actually make those around him who should be the most loyal and close to him hate and fear him. Force, humiliation, beatings, threats, and if these were not enough, there was death, which was enough to make those people, no matter where they came from, tacitly become the queen's accomplices. They were supposed to be the queen's jailers and enemies. The people around Carlos II, from the Queen Mother to Padeneau, all made a mistake, that is, they did not take these people of low status seriously. José had also strongly requested Juan Padeneau, his uncle, to intervene in this matter. Although it cannot be said that the king and the common people are guilty at this time, at least Carlos II can be restrained. However, Padeneau also has his concerns, and he thinks that Carlos II is about to die, so why bother making trouble? As for those around Carlos, whether they are the attendants of the wolfhounds or the black wizards as his arms, They have also lost their conscience and reason, and do not think that those weak and incompetent mortals can do anything. They have missed many opportunities, and tonight may be the last one. Come to my side." Carlos II drank another full glass of wine, and waved his hand drunkenly, as if calling a dog, "My queen." Queen Antonia stood up from the ground, walked meekly in front of Carlos II, and knelt down again. This angle made Carlos II feel comfortable. He recently felt that the bones of his back and chest began to be wrong. The latter was concave and the former was convex, and he couldn't ride a horse. "I think you should be punished a little," he said. Antonia was not stupid enough to ask the reason. "If it makes you happy," she said softly. "Of course it makes me happy." Carlos II raised his eyes, revealing a large gray area. "I always feel that you betrayed me, Queen, although I have no evidence." Antonia's breathing paused for a moment, and Mrs. Milady guessed it again. She said that even if Carlos II had no memory of that night, wolves want to eat meat and dogs want to eat shit. "Do you still need to show any evidence?" What a rude lady, Antonia thought. Fortunately, she lowered her head and didn't let Carlos II see the corner of her mouth raised. "This is absolutely not the case." She pretended to be panicked and shouted, "I can't even get out of my suite." She took 2 steps on her knees with rapid breathing, and hugged Carlos II's feet to resist nausea. "If someone said something to you, Your Majesty, please believe me, I did it just to please you." Carlos II paused and tried to open his eyes. His chaotic mind seemed to be a little clearer. He said that the Queen betrayed him, which was pure intimidation, but the Queen's words seemed. Maybe she really did something behind his back? He swayed his body to stand up and kick the Queen with a fierce force. "What did you do?" Queen Antonia can be said to have done something, or she can be said to have done nothing. She just asked the Austrian ambassador to find a black wizard for her and prepare to hold a black mass to win the king's favor. After hearing about this from the Queen and the maid, Carlos II and the black wizards around him laughed sarcastically, but there was something that moved them. That is, the Queen had prepared a large number of sacrifices and materials for this black mass. Since the Queen Mother, the Archbishop and others knew about the Santo Domingo Monastery, they cleaned it up very well. If it were not for the fact that the Inquisition had no torture instruments, they would have taken away and burned them. Although they did not blame the king who had given up, everyone around the king was warned, including those wizards who were unrepentant and the servants who were accomplices to the evil. Without the object of pleasure, Carlos II became difficult to serve, and they had to try their best to draw the king's attention to the Austrian woman. It seemed that she could no longer bear it, so she came up with such a ridiculous idea. As for those black wizards, they also wanted to return to their old business. In addition to flattering the king, they also wanted to obtain various fresh and precious materials from blood to souls from this kind of business. For example, wizards in Gaolo also make puppets, and mortal doctors also use human ashes and internal organs as medicine. Whether the blood and flesh assets of black wizards are sufficient in quantity, good in quality, and diverse in variety, even directly affects the effectiveness and strength of their spells. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are their lives. Although they have accumulated a lot before, will there be a miser who thinks that there are too many gold coins in his bag? When they heard the Queen's maid confess that the Queen pawned many jewels, hired many people, and tied up no less than 20 pilgrims during the Feast of All Saints, their eyes shone. Carlos II has not been able to touch live, hot flesh for almost a month. He subconsciously rubbed his fingers. The Queen Mother and the Archbishop had severely warned him before, but who is he? He is the king. The only ruler of Spain. The father and master of all people. He fed them, and of course he can slaughter them. "I think you can use a more direct method to please me," Carlos II said. The night was dark and the air was cold. "It's raining." A black wizard said so. They accompanied Carlos II to the place the Queen said. They went quietly in the night without disturbing anyone, mainly the Queen Mother. Since Carlos II, no one thought that the Queen dared to lie to the king. Besides, even if there was no such thing, Carlos II would only make trouble for the Queen. They could have a free night without having to accompany the moody king. Carlos II intended to bring the Queen with him, but the Queen Mother's lady-in-waiting suddenly came to summon the Queen, saying that the Austrian envoy suddenly visited and asked to see the Queen. The Queen had to go to the Queen Mother. Carlos II was only surprised that the lady-in-waiting had a strange face to him, but he was excited about the new toys falling from the sky, and this idea flashed by. Pilgrim. What a good prey. Why didn't he think of it? Toledo has always been a holy place for Christians, Jews and Moors. Of course, now there are only Christians, but those who have the financial resources and strength to make a pilgrimage are not the kind of skinny, dark-skinned, uninteresting poor people. They always have some wealth, some have servants, and are in good health. Even if their appearance is not beautiful, it is at least decent. In this era, rough food and frequent illnesses will cause poor people to have ugly faces. Poor people lack education and are forced to make a living. It is difficult for them to take into account the luxury of morality. Therefore, it is not without reason to judge a person's soul by appearance at this time. But once this standard is extended to people like Carlos II, it is a disaster. People like this were the object of Carlos II's jealousy. They could not compare with Carlos II in terms of status, wealth, or power, but they had the healthy body and clear mind that Carlos II dreamed of. Carlos II couldn't help but bite his teeth in the carriage. In the stage when his hazy consciousness just woke up, he, the Queen Mother, the ministers, and even Duke Don Juan were all hopeful and full of joy. He saw himself in the mirror every day and felt that even if he could not call himself Apollo like Louis XIV, he was at least an Ares, god of war. It was because of this mentality that he boldly and confidently went to Paris to propose to the Grand Princess of France. Carlos II felt that he was completely condescending to the Grand Princess. Logically, the Grand Princess of Louis XIV was a match for him in status. Unfortunately, he missed this opportunity because of his poor health in those years. The Grand Princess is only the daughter of the Duke, and judging from Louis XIV's physical condition and the situation of his heirs, she probably can't become a princess. Moreover, France implements the Salic succession law. Unless the Bourbon line is extinct, her husband has no chance of inheriting the French throne. However, the Grand Princess's dowry should be able to make up for this. Carlos II didn't expect that he would be rejected. The trip to Paris did not bring him glory, but shame. Carlos II bit his nails nervously. He would not forget it. As long as he found an opportunity, he found an opportunity. He cursed the King of France. It was a pity that those useless guys failed at the last moment. He was furious, but he could do nothing about it. However, the black mass mentioned by the Queen today gave him inspiration again. If the devil would agree to a woman's boring request to gain her husband's favor, then wouldn't it make him more excited to seize the soul of a king? Faster! 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 He shouted. Almost at the same time, he felt a shock under him. The horse galloped. The king opened the window. The rain whipped his face like a whip. He stuck out his tongue, closed his eyes, and licked it greedily. A black wizard on horseback accidentally glanced and saw a river of fire heading towards the palace. Is the procession starting now? He muttered and turned his head. Riding in the dark night and rain, if you are not focused enough, you will break your neck. Milady was mixed in the crowd of people going to the palace to petition. Her people had been carefully and secretly controlling the direction and order, ensuring that people's emotions were always maintained in enthusiasm and would not be scared off by the night, rain, the royal family and the authority of the church. The old palace stood on the hill. People sobbed and carried the bodies of the victims. They climbed thousands of feet with difficulty all the way to the front of the palace. The old palace was a square castle with square-pointed towers at the four corners. When the people saw a royal flag being lowered from the window of one of the towers and saw the familiar Habsburg double-headed eagle, they all excitedly shouted "Long live the king," but they were soon disappointed because it was the Queen Mother who showed her face from the window. People clamored angrily, demanding that the king come out to talk to them, listen to their grievances and sufferings, and judge those evil and corrupt priests. The Queen Mother disappeared, but the next one who appeared was not the king, but the archbishop. People were quiet for a moment, and then they heard a voice, "We want the king." And then the atmosphere began to boil again like a pot with firewood added. The archbishop retracted his head from the window. His expression was so ugly. "Where's your majesty? I only know that he is not on the palace." The Queen Mother said dryly. Chapter 428, This is our king. Part 1. If the Archbishop of Toledo, the Queen Mother, Duke Don Juan and others had not realized that there must be someone behind these things, they would have been the rulers for so many years in vain. They also ordered people to closely monitor the king, but Carlos II's identity was originally a big trouble. When he decided to run away, those people could not stop him, and there were many black wizards around him. When the Archbishop of Toledo thought that the most critical person had disappeared at such a delicate moment, He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he was helpless. He could only rack his brains to search for the place where the king might go, and let people carefully interrogate the servants and maids around the king, but the people who stayed in the palace were certainly not Carlos II's confidants, which meant that he was doomed to get nothing. Alice, if they were not still entangled with the Roman Church about the eldest son of Carlos II, the Roman Church knew all about these activities. They had a greedy appetite, and Spain was not as good as before. It would undoubtedly become a difficult task to persuade those Red Princes, not to mention that the current innocent Czar was more inclined to the French Bourbon than the Austrian Habsburg in some matters, which made things even more complicated. For a moment, everyone in the room wanted Carlos II to die, even his mother was no exception. To the Queen Mother, this child had died long before the arrival of the Black Wizard, and now he was just a demon occupying the body of Carlos II. If it doesn't work, the Archbishop said, let's take the eldest prince out. The reason why he didn't mention the Crown Prince was that before they reached an agreement with the Roman Church, they really didn't dare to take the risk of offering a bastard to the throne. The Queen Mother was the only one who moved her lips. The eldest prince was still very young. It was raining and windy outside, the temperature was very low, and there were angry people. It was ridiculous to let a baby who was still in swaddling clothes comfort them and take on the responsibility. Bring him here, the Queen Mother said. They would not let Carlos II get close to the prince, and of course they would not let Queen Antonia get close to the prince. The prince was raised by the Queen Mother. The maids were ordered to go down. After the prince was brought in, the Queen Mother touched his face. Maybe because he was still young, or maybe because his mother was not a Habsburg princess, the child looked normal. However, the Queen Mother rarely got close to him like this, because when she saw him, she couldn't help but think of the crazy Carlos II. The Archbishop personally picked up the eldest prince and walked out. The Queen Mother shook her head. She had done everything she could. With the support of the maids, she slowly walked to her suite. In the corridor, a flash of lightning suddenly pierced the night sky, tearing the dark outside the window. The maids and ladies in waiting shouted in panic, and the Queen Mother's heart could not help but beat wildly. She pressed her chest and suddenly remembered the young and immature Wang who had a tragic fate. The Habsburg woman. Let the Queen come to my suite, the Queen Mother showed rare mercy. The wind and rain are too strong tonight. If the situation outside eventually got out of control, they might be trapped in the castle or have to escape. At that time, it might not be too late for the Queen to come to her side. The lady in waiting she selected had always had sympathy for Queen Antonia, and of course she was willing to accept this order. She lifted her skirt, hurriedly turned back, ran up another staircase, and reported the good news to the Queen. As soon as she entered the Queen's suite, she saw that the maids in the room had already put on the black cloaks for the festival procession. She was a little surprised, because the festival procession was still several hours away, and they should have a good rest now, but she changed her mind and thought that maybe the Queen was worried that there would be too many things to do tonight, and she and her maids might not have time to dress up, or that when Carlos II was found, he would see the Queen sleeping comfortably and might be angry with her. Has the Queen not rested yet? She asked in a low voice. Her Majesty has decided not to sleep tonight, the Queen's maid replied in a low voice. For Spain, the Queen Mother, and His Majesty the King, she will recite the rosary 50 times to bless them. The Queen Mother's lady-in-waiting hesitated. In ancient times, monks had the habit of chanting 50 verses every day. Later, the worship of the Virgin Mary became popular, and the monks used this to dedicate to the Virgin Mary. For people, these 50 verses were like a wreath of roses, which made their mouth fragrant and their hearts happy, so they were called a rosary. Later, rose beads for counting appeared. Although each verse was only a few hundred words, a whole rosary was 50 verses. Reciting 50 times in a row would be 250. 10 verses. The Queen was indeed prepared to stay up all night. The lady-in-waiting was hesitant about whether to force the Queen to go to the Queen Mother. Although the Queen Mother also had a quiet prayer room, it would not be good to interrupt the Queen directly. She stood on tiptoe and looked inside under the guidance of the maid. The Queen did not have her own prayer room, so she opened up a small corner in the lounge next to the small reception room. The delicate and timid child was kneeling in front of the statue of the Virgin Mary, holding a rosary. Her small fingers pinched the second big bead, indicating that she had started to recite it for the second time. Then, after the prayers are over, Her Majesty the Queen, please go to the Queen Mother's suite. The lady-in-waiting sighed and said, don't be too late. Today. she said vaguely. "There are too many things to do." The maid knelt deeply to her in gratitude. When she walked into the corridor, another maid caught up with her and handed her a rosary made of pearls and amber. "This is a thank you gift from Her Majesty the Queen, madam," she said emotionally. "Please rest assured, as soon as the prayers are over, we will immediately take the Queen to the Queen Mother." The lady-in-waiting smiled slightly and said nothing more, but when she turned around, she couldn't help thinking, if only the child had not married to Spain, or had not married Carlos II. The Queen's maid watched the lady-in-waiting walk away before returning to the room. As soon as she closed the door, her knees almost gave out and she fell to the ground. Under the black cloaks used for parades, they had changed into travel clothes early. At that time, women in the palace were wearing large, open-chested formal clothes with tights inside, which made it impossible to ride horses, and even walk too fast. So when the Queen Mother and others were in a state of panic amid the anger and shouting of the people, they had already changed into simple, heavy, and dark-colored clothes for going out as agreed. The Queen had 7 Austrian noble ladies and 12 Spanish noble ladies around her. Excluding the lady who gave birth to the eldest prince together with Patino's niece, the 2 noble ladies who were accidentally killed by Carlos II, and the 6 maids who begged their families to help them escape, the Queen now had 9 trustworthy maids. Logically, even if they were not hostile to each other, they were at least indifferent and distant. After all, according to tradition, the maids around the Queen were now reserved for the royal wives, especially the Spanish ladies. But with Carlos II like this, even the most ambitious women would stay away. The Spanish ladies who stayed with the Queen, now there were only 3, would not have any attachment to their families. If their families loved them enough and valued them, they would have managed to get rid of them long ago. So when the Queen asked them if they were willing to leave Spain with her if possible, they were willing to take the risk. But no one expected that the Queen Mother's momentary compassion almost exposed their plan. If the lady-in-waiting came a step later, she would find that the Queen's room was empty and there was no one. By the time she started to shout, the Queen might not have escaped from the palace. "Go hang a cross on the door." The Queen stood up and ordered calmly, and then bolted the door. This couldn't stop people, but at least it could delay a little time. On one side, a maid had already pushed open a secret door disguised as a bookshelf. The bookshelf was something that Carlos II would never pay attention to. Behind it was a small dark room. The maids all knew that the famous ladies who usually served the king on their behalf were hidden inside. But today, when they walked down, they saw a new secret passage. This secret passage still exuded the moist smell of soil. They trembled and followed a phosphorescent lamp held by the Queen. It seemed like they had been walking for a century. Suddenly, bright light and fresh air rushed in. Chapter 429 This is Our King? Part 2. The light came from a kerosene lantern. Carlos II was very concerned and angry about Louis XIV's unwillingness to marry the princess to him, but he was not stingy with the good things from France. This kerosene lantern was different from ordinary torches and candles, and would not go out in the wind and rain. However, the visitor twisted the wick very small, so that even in the dark, it would not be too obvious from a distance. Queen Antonia and the maids who were willing to leave with her were always about 10 people. Although Lady Milady told her that someone would meet and guide them, no one they were unfamiliar with came to the room, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. They knew very well that if Carlos II could not come back, then their best outcome would be lifelong imprisonment. If Carlos II could come back, they would also not be able to continue to endure the days of fear and anxiety. If the Queen Mother's maid returned, she would be surprised to see that the Queen's suite had become so clean. Most of the jewelry and clothes, expensive furnishings and utensils, such as candlesticks, glasses and dressing boxes, and colorful and beautifully patterned carpets and curtains, as long as they were not embroidered or decorated with double-headed eagle patterns, were pawned. Part of the money was used to hire those bold beauties to serve the king, part was used for bribes and buying, and part was exchanged for reliable bills of exchange, some of which were hidden on the Queen and several maids she trusted. All these could not escape the help of Lady Milady, but when the time came, Queen Antonia could not help but feel uneasy. She tried to suppress her fear, pulled up her hood, and walked through the narrow passage with her maid. When she saw the light, she certainly expected that the other party was the hidden chess piece set by Milady, but when she saw the face of the man, she was so scared that she almost screamed, because this man was none other than an officer that Minister of the Navy Patino valued and trusted the most. But she could not scream out. The officer whispered "Excuse me" and pressed her face with a palm. The little queen was still a child, and her face was not big enough to be completely covered. Before she could react, a maid beside her rushed forward without thinking, pulled out a hairpin, and stabbed the officer's arm. Hairpins are not new. When noble ladies still wore headscarves, they used hairpins to fix headscarves on their buns. Later, starting from the French court, both men and women began to wear hats with gorgeous decorations and wide brims. These hats also needed to be fixed with hairpins. Hairpins were longer, thicker, and sharper than those used to fix headscarves, otherwise they could not fix hats that were heavier than headscarves. But for ladies, this kind of hairpin is a convenient and hidden weapon. The officer retracted his hand and stepped back quickly, then took something out of his pocket and held it high. Although there were continuous raindrops hitting the queen's eyes, she still recognized the pin that once belonged to her at this moment. It was the one she gave to Lady Milady when she first met the latter. How could you? The queen couldn't help asking. She knew this person a little bit. Carlos II had boasted to her about how this young man defeated an armed British merchant caravan. You know, the Spanish Invincible Armada was like the setting sun, and it was already a great achievement to have such an achievement. The officer said nothing, but waved his hand, motioning them to follow him. It was late at night, and it was raining again. The torches on the outer wall were extinguished, but the gentleman walked calmly and without hesitation. The queen and the maids followed him anxiously, sometimes passing through empty rooms, sometimes through dusty corridors, and sometimes through a gloomy and dark hall. They actually only walked a short distance and spent very little time, but the girls were almost exhausted. But the result was fortunate. It seemed that they only turned a corner and saw the convoy, like a thick shadow under the cobalt blue sky. They stopped in the street behind the palace. This street was used to supply the kitchens of the palace with goods and water, so the stone grid road surface has always been well maintained. From here, you can go directly to the suburbs of Toledo. Queen Antonia looked out from the northwest tower of the old palace more than once, imagining how she could escape from this hell. As soon as they boarded the carriage, the queen's maid cheered in a low voice. She saw that there was a fur cloak on the seat, thick carpet under her feet, and the seat was bulging with velvet and goose feathers. The carriage was inconspicuous from the outside, but it was surprisingly comfortable inside. When they sat down, they found a basket filled with wine and food. The coachman had put on a hat that was wider than that of an ordinary person. Without any instructions, the officer who escorted them here counted the number of people and waved his hand. The carriages started one after another in the rain. The horses' hooves stepped on the small stones, and the depressions splashed a little water. The three Spanish ladies were arranged in a carriage. Although they had shared hardships with the Austrian ladies, at this time, such an arrangement was obviously more in line with their wishes. The three girls reached out their hands and shook them at the same time, their eyes full of tension and hope. That man. Yes, it's Sonia's brother. One of them said that she recognized him at a glance. Sonia was tortured to death by Carlos II. People said that her brother would stab Carlos II in the chest sooner or later, and for this reason, Patino transferred him back to Madrid, but the few months he had served as a servant in the court were enough for him to know the old palace well. Sonia's brother watched the caravan go away. This caravan was not his work. He did not have enough money or such connections. In addition to the sturdy and comfortable carriages, the horses used in these carriages were all mixed colors, but they were all excellent race horses, that is, Andalusian horses bred by Carthusian priests. This kind of purebred horse is called a hot-blooded horse. That is not a hot-blooded horse. It has a gentle temperament and is intelligent. Even if it is mixed colors, it costs a lot of money. But to travel on such a rainy night, you may have to run day and night to get rid of possible pursuers. These horses are indispensable. If his sister could also ride in such a carriage to escape from the palace, how nice it would be, the officer sighed in his heart. While he was fighting for Carlos II, Carlos II was hurting and humiliating his most beloved people. He naively thought that after losing his parents and his brother had to go to war for several years, the Spanish palace and the Queen's maid should be the safest place and the safest position. Facts have proved that he was wrong. So when Lady Milady found him, he unexpectedly and quite straightforwardly agreed. When the Archbishop of Toledo came out in his vestments, holding the baby wrapped in the double-headed eagle flag, the people who looked up at the tower were silent. The Archbishop said in his loud and clear voice, after all, he was used to preaching to thousands of people, that the grievances they complained about were known to His Majesty the King, But in addition to those priests who blasphemed the gods, there were also some evil people who smelled the ominous smell and fled when they could not see them. But don't worry or be disappointed. His Majesty has already caught up with the people with his attendants. Soon, at dawn, he will return with the heinous criminals. After the Mass of the Feast of All Saints, they will judge and punish these abominable sinners in the square. All sins will be thoroughly purified in the flames, and those unfortunate souls will ascend to heaven without regrets. To say that there is no obvious flaw in the Archbishop's words, or that the people at that time did not have the qualifications and ability to receive a systematic education, even in Toledo, most of the people with logical reasoning ability were nobles and priests. The Archbishop's comfort obviously played the role it should have. Although some people were still very sad, they had calmed down. Only the relatives of the deceased were still reluctantly hesitating in pain. Madame Milady was in the crowd. She was wearing a brown headscarf and looked inconspicuous. This was within her expectations. Louis XIV once said that the masses were like a group of blindfolded donkeys, without the ability to judge and analyze, and were easily incited or coerced. Especially since they were all mortals, and if they had no savings, most of them did not, then 3 meals a day and a place to stay were the most important things in their minds. 1 or 2 hours might not be a problem, but if it lasted any longer, it would directly affect their work the next day. If they did not see the results, or thought they saw the results, they would scatter like birds and beasts. No matter how important the secret was, it would be difficult to stir up the waves in their hearts. So, when the Archbishop thought that the matter had come to an end and was about to persuade people to return home as soon as possible to prepare for the Feast of All Saints the next day, Bella's lover came out. He raised his head and exposed his face to the light of the torch. "I saw Your Majesty's son," he said. "What about Bella? Her parents also want to see their daughter. Ah, God, maybe this is why they lost their trace for no reason? Bishop, do you know where we found Bella's reliquary?" The Archbishop didn't know. He didn't even remember Bella, but he knew that the Inquisition had sewed up the mouths and eyes of many people in order to cover up their crimes, perhaps Carlos I's, but... "Do you really know nothing about this?" Bella's lover continued to shout. His face was covered with bright and fine dots, not sure whether it was because of the rain or the sweat, making him look like he was in tears. "That is the residence of God on earth. This is the biggest problem. The relationship between the Inquisition and the Roman Church is extremely complicated. Not to mention that it is difficult to explain. Even if it can be explained, can the Archbishop tell these mortals and poor people clearly? Absolutely impossible." "You said that Your Majesty went to hunt down those sinners," Bella's lover said coldly, "but I heard that the monastery of Santo Domingo is Your Majesty's second palace. He often goes there to do penance and chant scriptures. He spends more time there than anywhere else." The Archbishop's face darkened. Bella's lover couldn't see it but knew that from now on, he might not be able to stay in Toledo or the whole of Spain, but he just felt extremely happy. "You are talking nonsense, sir," the Archbishop said. "Are you slandering our king? We just need a definite answer." Bella's lover shouted. The Archbishop could only ignore the man, but he had already given a wink to a servant, asking him to get rid of the man. Whether he is or not, he will appear on the execution ground tomorrow, and the charge is of course treason. But when the attendant led the servants to run down, they saw only a dense crowd of people. They squirmed and took the young man in the innermost part of the crowd. The attendant of the Archbishop looked at the cold faces and did not even dare to intimidate and insult as usual. After several unsuccessful dry requests, he returned to the Archbishop in vain. He said timidly, "They said they would wait here for His Majesty the King to come back." The adults in the room all showed annoyance. The people who went to look for the king had not returned yet. They were not worried about anything else, but they were worried that Carlos II would be so absurd that he would not come back on the Feast of All Saints. Then they would have to face a large group of people full of doubts and anger. At this moment, someone suddenly coughed lightly. The Archbishop looked up and saw that it was Alberoni. "Maybe I can try," he said. "I will go and persuade them to leave." When the Archbishop of Toledo saw the child, his expression softened. "Don't go," he said. "It's too dangerous. Most people would be frightened to the point of numbness when facing a few fierce thugs, let alone thousands of people. They are just some ordinary people." Alberoni said, "Please let me try, teacher. We can't let them gather here all the time. Long waiting, useless waiting, will only make the anger rise more fiercely." "How are you going to convince them?" Duke Don Juan asked. "They don't seem to believe us very much." He looked around, and I always feel that there are our enemies pushing them. There must be, said the Queen Mother, otherwise this group of mobs would have dispersed long ago. The Archbishop also thought this was very likely, but Alberoni insisted on going. He said that even if these people were unwilling to listen to him, he was just a child and it would not be a problem for him to get away safely. Perhaps he could also observe carefully to see who was instigating and motivating the civilians. What finally made the Archbishop give in was a sudden change. The civilians placed the dead bodies found in the Santo Domingo monastery and the priests who failed to escape in front of the old palace. Even if Carlos II came back, it would be a problem. In front of everyone, Carlos II, and the priests and monks of the Inquisition who were stupid enough not to escape. No one could predict how the situation would change and develop. Alberoni obediently accepted the mission given by his teacher, as well as a sable cloak. Carlos II's torture greatly damaged his body. In this damp and cold weather, his cough never stopped. "I'll go with you," José Patino, who had been silent, said. Everyone was not surprised. The two of them were originally a good pair of friends. If José had not been driven away by Carlos II, Alberoni might not have been in prison for so long that no one knew. "No need," Alberoni smiled, "maybe I will be back soon." "How are you going to convince them?" José asked. "As long as they leave here, it will be fine," Alberoni said. "I will tell them that the criminals may have fled to the arena." "Ah," said the Queen Mother. The arena refers to the ancient Roman arena in Toledo. Like many traces left by the ancient Romans, only the outer walls and the circular seats are still intact. The other buildings inside have collapsed or are crumbling. However, the arena and the old palace where they are located are at the east and west ends of Toledo. When these people run there, I am afraid it will be difficult for them to have the time and strength to run back. If they find out that this is a lie, it's just a child talking nonsense, Alberoni said. They should be angry at themselves for believing me so easily. "I'll go with you," said José. Alberoni glanced at him. "If you insist." Alberoni's behavior is still quite risky. After all, there are too many people gathered in front of the old palace. As long as there are one or two people who don't understand the situation or are controlled by anger and sadness, his situation will be very dangerous. "We can let others go," said the Archbishop. "No," Alberoni said, "unless it's you, or Lord Patino, or Duke Don Juan. They might trust a little servant around the king, but how could they trust a stranger?" This sentence is also true. Alberoni and José often appeared in the same place during the years when they were close to Carlos II. People are very familiar with him. Mrs. Milady reached out and touched the water drops dripping from the brim of her hat. The rain was not heavy, but at this time, the rain was no longer so pleasant. The Archbishop's guess was correct. If there were no organizers and maintainers, these people would have dispersed long ago. However, Milady and her dozen subordinates, as well as some clever and eloquent Jews with inconspicuous appearance, shuttled back and forth among the crowd, encouraging the relatives of the victims to hold on until the last moment, while distributing wine and bread as friends of the latter, promising a small compensation, etc. to maintain the current situation. Of course, they also talked nonsense to stimulate their empathy and sympathy. There were also some cunning spies who praised them and said that when the king returned, he would personally meet them and reward them. This guess was not excessive. In people's memory, there were also people who were born in civilians but made a fortune or even became masters because of their meritorious service in hunting witches. People drank heavily to resist the pervasive cold and imagined with longing. When Alberoni and José were hung from the wall, they did not notice until the servants lit torches. In the light of the torches, two young men walked among them, and one of them was quickly recognized by the people. "That is the king's servant and friend." Some people whispered. "I will take you to see His Majesty," the young servant said. "He is in the arena." Between the firelight and the rain, his eyes met Milady's. Chapter 430 This is Our King? Part 2. Alberoni's appearance frightened a man. He was a strong young man standing next to Milady. He was a spy Milady had planted in Toledo and also a wizard. Standing next to the lady, he also meant to protect her. Because they were too close, the moment when Alberoni and Milady touched each other also fell into his eyes. What frightened him was how did you bribe him? He couldn't help but whispered. "The disciple of the Archbishop of Toledo," Milady said with a smile. "I don't have such ability." Alberoni. He was indeed the disciple of the Archbishop of Toledo, and he loved his benefactor who was like a father to him. He was born in a humble family, just the son of a gardener. Although he was recommended and supported by his employer because of his intelligence and sharpness, he studied in the Jesuit school in Italy, but he was promoted by the Archbishop of Toledo, who came to Rome to meet the Pope at that time. Otherwise, with his status and family wealth, even if he just wanted to get the Holy Canon, he would have to spend more than 10 years, and then he would have to waste another 10 years in some remote village or town. If he was ruthless, he could raise a sum of money to bribe people through intimidation and blackmail, and change to another rich and noble place to take office, but if he couldn't, then he would only have to guard a church or even a chapel where he was and die. The support of the Archbishop of Toledo was like a spider thread hanging from heaven, pulling him from the mortal world to the clouds. A gardener's son suddenly became a court attendant and a partner of the king. Some people dare not even imagine such a thing. When they first came to Carlos II, Alberoni and Jose had the same idea, to become the king's most trusted good friend. They even fought ridiculously for this. However, these two clever children soon discovered that Carlos II was not as brilliant, wise, and kind as Louis XIV of France. But it didn't matter. Kings like Louis XIV were rare, and Louis XIV was not without flaws. A mediocre king, as long as he had loyal and capable ministers and generals around him, could also make Spain return to the glorious course. But after returning from Paris, Carlos II seemed to have completely thrown away his disguise. Just like in the terrible legend, the beast tore off the human skin wrapped around his body and exposed his fangs. Jose is different from Alberoni. He is the son of a nobleman and the nephew of the Minister of the Navy, Patino. He has the courage to argue with the king and accuse him in front of Mr. Patino. The king can do nothing with him and drives him away. Alberoni is unwilling to disappoint the Archbishop's trust. Secondly, he still holds a little hope, maybe with the passage of time, coupled with tactful persuasion, or the Queen gives birth to the king's heir, everything will be fine. There is no need to say more about what happened afterwards. We all know that Alberoni was not simply imprisoned in a dark and narrow prison. Sometimes he was taken to watch the execution, and sometimes he was forced to give the prisoner a merciful end like the Queen. But more often, he stayed in his room, listening to the sounds outside as if it were self-punishment. Guess what he could hear? Desperate howls, mournful cries, weak groans, painful curses and mournful pleas. But what Alberoni could not stand the most was prayers. Prayers from the old, the young, and the girls, especially the latter. In order to cater to the preferences of Carlos II, those pure and delicate girls like calla lilies were tortured in all kinds of ways. In a trance, they thought they had committed a sin and went to hell. As long as they had a little strength, they would pray to God, the Virgin Mary, the Son of God and the saints intermittently and chaotically, asking them to reach out and save them. No. 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 Whenever he heard such prayers, Alberoni couldn't help but want to scream, want to shake the cell door until it banged and collapsed. No, you have been deceived. Even in hell, there would not be such punishment, such evil hearts, and such cruel means. Even if the most terrible beasts were brought here, and the most despicable demons were summoned here, they would be trembling with fear, and would only want to escape. Stop talking. Stop crying. Stop praying. No. Someone will come to rescue you. Because for those at the top of the Toledo power pyramid, to appease a restless person who is too noble to use coercive means, the life and death and suffering of some ordinary people are really nothing. For them, this price is so small that they don't need to care, and can even be regarded as nothing. No one knows whether Alberoni tore his chest on the night he realized this. Just like the Archbishop of Toledo said, he and Jose were still too young. But even the Archbishop could not have imagined that long-term imprisonment would not only destroy Alberoni's body, but also the ideas and ways of thinking he had built up in the church school and with the Archbishop. He was the son of a gardener, and he almost forgot it, but Carlos II reminded him again. He just became the Archbishop's disciple by chance. Otherwise, he would just be a toy used by Carlos II for entertainment. The Archbishop did not know that even if Milady had not appeared and Queen Antonia had not made a choice, Alberoni had already prepared for Carlos II to die. Milady glanced at the young wizard beside her. She never expected these wizards to understand the mystery of power. Some wizards thought that Milady and the French king, who instructed her to do so, were really superfluous. They also had wizards, and the king had allies of the vampires and werewolves. They could fight back. Although Carlos II was surrounded by black wizards and priests of the Inquisition, it was not impossible to find opportunities. But Louis XIV did not just need Carlos II, or the death of one person. What France's enemies wanted was very simple. France's hegemony was now almost unshakable. They could only take a step back and hope that it would remain in its current state and then gradually shrink and fade. In other words, they wanted to use Louis XIV's death to solidify France's glory at this peak moment, and then look for gaps or act according to the situation, and it was not impossible to take advantage of the situation. Louis XIV was for revenge, but also for the next step. He already had a second son, his son with Teresa, the eldest daughter of Philip IV of Spain. As soon as he was born, he was destined to have the right to inherit the Spanish throne, unless Spain could come up with a dowry of 500,000 livres. If Austria had not been burdened with heavy war debts after the Great Battle, Leopold I might have reluctantly paid the money for his son, but first of all, Leopold I had to sell his power, allowing Prussia to be promoted to a kingdom, and domestic iron ore to continue to support it. Secondly, Carlos II and his ministers actually had a legitimate child, which also made Leopold I, who just let his daughter delay for a few years, until he and the Queen, Philip IV's second daughter, gave birth to a son, so that he could compete for the Spanish throne, very angry. He would never pay 500,000 livres for a Habsburg grandson. What's the difference between this and letting Louis XIV's son succeed to the throne? Louis XIV also has 3/4 Habsburg blood. So, if Carlos II died, Queen Antonia, who fled to Rome with the support and help of the King of France, asked for help from Innocent I, and exposed the conspiracy, could not only apply for the annulment of the marriage on the grounds of underage and failure to consummate the marriage, but also asked the Pope to rule that Carlos II's only son was an illegitimate child and had no right to inherit the Spanish throne. In this way, things would return to the starting point. Charles of Bourbon would become the King of Spain. But the Habsburgs had been operating in Spain for a long time, and France and Spain had maintained a hostile relationship for nearly 100 years. A Frenchman entering Spain would likely cause continuous riots and even be sidelined by the Spanish, just like Henry of the Valois dynasty, who had to abandon the throne and run back to France less than a year after he ascended the throne. Louis XIV would never allow such a thing to happen. He must make the Habsburgs have the most embarrassing end in Spain. No means can cover it up. The most ignorant people will be horrified and almost nauseous. Only in this way, the Spaniards will at least not hate and be indignant when a Frenchman walks into the royal palace of Madrid or Toledo. When the people of Toledo trudged towards the arena in the dark and rain, they did not have too many complicated emotions in their hearts. France is the source of chivalry, but the most chivalrous people are not the French, but the Spanish. It has been only 70 years since Don Quixote was written and published. Although people in later generations believe that this book was written to mock and satirize the so-called chivalry, if you read it carefully, neither Don Quixote in the book nor the kind of knight he yearns for is a hypocrite with a mean temperament and mean behavior. On the contrary, he and his knight are people who truly achieve the 8 virtues of chivalry. The Spanish have always advocated bravery and loyalty, and are not afraid of sacrifice. This character and philosophy once made Spain the overlord of Europe. Even though the glory of Spain is now like the afterglow of the setting sun, this light still shines in the hearts of the Spanish. They did not doubt the words of the Archbishop. The king originally had the power and obligation to protect his subjects, especially a city like Toledo that was under the royal family. They were also very happy to see a king who could fight on horseback. Even if someone mentioned that Carlos II rarely rode a horse and mostly rode in a carriage, it was refuted that the current war did not necessarily require the king to wield a war hammer and rush at the enemy. Some people also said that the king was only facing a group of thugs and evil wizards, and he did not need to treat them with caution. He must be surrounded by countless priests holding a huge cross. In order to show his piety, the king might have to walk. Milady's strong liquor brought them boiling blood, sufficient strength and fantasy power. They followed Alberoni's pony and crossed most of Toledo. When they saw the red light above the arena and heard the faint shouts on the wind, some people were eager to raise flails, hammers and pitchforks. They were excited and expected to perform well in front of the king. Several people with light steps had already climbed over the hill and reached the top of the arena. The ancient Roman arena in Toledo was undoubtedly one of the larger buildings of its kind, because it could be used for chariot races. The circumference was more than 1,500 feet, but its shape was the same as other arenas, funnel-shaped. with a field at the bottom of the funnel and the audience seats in the middle and edges. Since it was for the audience to watch the game, not for the players to watch the audience, it was undoubtedly clearer and more convenient to look down from the top than from the bottom up. So they saw it. Chapter 431 The Devil's Doomsday, Part 1. Peake was just an ordinary blacksmith. In Toledo, besides the gold and silver wire craftsmen, the most numerous were blacksmiths. Toledo's foundry workshops were famous throughout Europe. Even 100 years ago, when Spain was still at war with the Ottoman Turks, the Sultan required every Turkish officer to have a Toledo steel sword. So, even if Peake and the citizens around him did not have a prominent surname or status, they had one or more weapons at hand. Peake held a beautiful pointed hammer in his hand, one end of which could chisel open the iron helmet and the other end could dent a breastplate. The two people around him held pitchforks. Unlike what modern people imagine in later generations, the real pitchforks were not completely vertical, and the four sharp forks were slightly bent inward. Some people who were more sophisticated would also cast a small arrowhead on the top, the shape of a devil's tail. Such a pitchfork is the nightmare of the knights on horseback. When the horse is not fast enough, some farmers will rush out from the sight and attack the knight with a pitchfork. Although the pitchfork is sharp, it cannot penetrate the armor, but it can get stuck in the gap of the knight's armor and then pull the knight off the horse. Peake's father also had such a pitchfork. It is said that the British, French, Dutch and Ottomans have died under it, but Peake has always firmly believed that his father is exaggerating. After all, his family has never left Toledo since his great-grandfather's generation, so when he left home, he very rationally chose his usual hammer. And there are knights who use hammers, but there is absolutely no knight who uses a pitchfork. Peake wiped the hammer carefully and put it in his arms. His shoes were soaked by the cold muddy water. If someone hadn't come out and told them that they would be taken to see the king, he might have left. He was thinking about his workshop, and was also worried that the helpers and apprentices were not working seriously. There were also the orders accumulated in his hands. In addition, the hammer would rust if it saw too much rain. There were many people like him, but as they walked through most of Toledo, more and more people gathered around them, and fewer people thought about going home. Milady didn't know what sunk cost was, but she knew that people would always pay special attention to those things that made them pay a lot. The incident happened at dusk. At first, most people just followed the noise and wanted to have fun, but after besieging the monastery of Santo Domingo, they rushed to the gate of the old palace in anger and impulse until midnight. Of course, they might still have room to turn back at that time. After all, they could only get fatigue, darkness and rain at that time. But now, they have spent several hours on this matter, and the dawn is coming. Even if they don't have such ambitions as Peake, they still want to get a result, so as not to become fools who have wasted a night in vain. The Habsburgs sought the Spanish throne through marriage in 1505. Since then, the Habsburgs have ruled Spain for nearly 200 years. Unfortunately, the Habsburgs are worthy of being called the family that conquered Europe with a marriage bed. Their kings did not have the outstanding political talents like the Queen and King of the Trastamara dynasty, nor were they good at ruling, and they were mediocre and incompetent on the battlefield. The only one who can be called a great military hero is Charles V, the descendant of Philip of Habsburg and Juana of Spain. He had wars and conflicts with the French, Ottoman Turks, and Protestants, and won most of the battles. It can be said that the Spanish Empire became the hegemon of Europe under his rule. His and Spain's status at that time was similar to that of Louis XIV in France. Not only that, he also reused Magellan, a navigator who was coldly received in Portugal at that time, and supported him to find the New World. As we all know, Magellan later found South America. Later, Charles V not only inherited Spain and its colonies, Naples, Sardinia, Sicily, and South America, but also inherited his grandfather's Austria, the Netherlands and Luxembourg, the nominal Holy Roman Empire, and Tunisia and Iran in Africa. The first country to be called the sun never sets was not Britain, but Spain. But in stark contrast to Louis XIV, the glory of Charles V did not shine on the common people of Spain. Charles V reigned for 36 years, and he was almost always at war. He first fought with France for hegemony in Europe, and then overwhelmed France had to ally with the Ottoman Turks. Spain and the Ottoman Turks became enemies until 1542, when the Ottoman Turks and France forced Spain to sign a truce agreement. At the same time, Charles V was a devout Catholic who hated the Reformation movement. Unlike other kings who regarded religious beliefs as tools and banners, he really wanted to establish a pure heaven on earth. So, after a series of reprimands and warnings, he went to war with the Protestants in 46, and the battle lasted until 55. After 52, he suffered continuous defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, a major war left Leopold I of Austria with a debt that made him breathless. Charles V took power in 1520, and then fought 4 wars with France, fought with the Ottoman Turks for 20 years, and fought with the Protestants for almost 10 years, and during this period, they were either on par with each other or seamlessly connected. The pressure on the Spanish treasury and the people can be imagined. At this time, some people may say that the continuous flow of gold and silver from America should be able to make up for this gap, but in fact, there are very few kings like Louis XIV who would rather sell their palaces than increase taxes, and Charles V was not such a tolerant king. Most of the gold and silver fell into the hands of nobles, ministers, and priests, and the people only got more power to pay taxes. Moreover, the influx of a large amount of gold and silver also caused the problem of inflation. In other words, the civilians did not benefit from the discovery of the New World. The gold and silver coins in their hands also depreciated rapidly due to the infiltration of foreign precious metals. It was at that time that Peake's great-grandfather had to fall from a goldsmith to a blacksmith. At that time, goldsmiths were undoubtedly a more respected profession. After they moved to Toledo, they completely abandoned their past identities and became members of the Blacksmith Guild. But Peake heard about the glory of the past on his grandfather's knee. What he talked about most was that one of their relatives had received a large reward for exposing a witch and became a nobleman's follower. Maybe now he has become a master. With this thought in mind, he was the first to climb the outer wall of the arena. Looking from the highest point, he could see that there were indeed some people gathered in the circular field in the center. It could be used for chariot racing, so this field must not be small, but what was amazing was that there were enough torches here to illuminate the entire field, and the center was as bright as day. Looking from top to bottom, from darkness to light, Peake effortlessly saw the scene in the venue. When his somewhat slow brain finally reacted, he couldn't help but let out a sharp scream. When the ancient Greeks worshipped Artemis, the moon goddess, they sacrificed foreigners. When the Thracians worshipped Bacchus, the god of wine, they also dismembered strong men as sacrifices. When the ancient Romans worshipped the grain god of spring, they also deliberately chose red-haired people to sacrifice. Today, when black wizards want to choose sacrifices, living people are still the best choice. For these people, whether it is the black wizard, Carlos II, or even the 2 priests who serve him, there is no mercy. It was ridiculous that those people saw the priests' robes and crosses and asked for help as pilgrims. Of course, such a request for help was not responded to. The black wizard also took the opportunity to laugh at them. So they changed their words and said that they were sinners who disguised themselves as pilgrims and took the opportunity to steal. They were not worthy of being sacrificed for a holy event. This is true. When choosing bait, Milady never thought of using those who were truly innocent. This world lacks everything, but there is no shortage of sinners. Disguised as pilgrims to cheat, steal or even rob, at the worst, it can destroy an entire family, and there are not a few gangs in a village. Mainly because in this era, pilgrims are usually the most devout believers or monks. They walk on foot, ride horses or take a carriage on a long journey with crutches, bags on their backs, dogs and hats decorated with shells, the symbol of Saint Jacob. Because these good people went on pilgrimages either to atone their sins or to pray for blessings, along the way, as long as they met believers, they would definitely give them the best help they could, a little food, a bonfire, a room, sometimes a stable, and if the pilgrims were sick, they would call a doctor for them, and sometimes they would have to give them some money and find a place for them to recuperate. The original purpose of many hotels, post stations and shelters was for these pilgrims. And all pilgrims were also assumed to be harmless good people. Farmers would allow them to sleep in the same bed with them, and the lords would give them a place to stay. Even if there were many things like letting wolves into the house, this behavior was still worthy of praise and encouragement. These bandits disguised as pilgrims had such an idea, but they did not dare to deal with the residents of Toledo. Their target was the pilgrims from all over the place who came to Toledo for pilgrimage. They were all outsiders, and as we all know, it was not surprising that anything happened on the long pilgrimage. They stole, robbed, and killed people, leaving no room for complaint. If the pilgrim was young and good-looking, they would sell him to other places as a slave. Of course, A Catholic could not make another Catholic a slave, but the Ottoman Turks didn't care. White slaves were often seen in their courts and mansions. These white slaves were usually castrated. When Milady was looking for bait, they had already harmed hundreds of people. After all, they had been doing this business for several years. It was no surprise that these people could deceive others. Among them were kind old people, amiable housewives, and beautiful young men and girls. Depending on the situation, they disguised themselves as pilgrims or found an abandoned farmhouse to pretend to be a post station inn. Those pilgrims didn't know until the end that they had been traveling with them for several days, or that the locals who warmly entertained them regarded them as a mobile money bag or flesh and blood goods. Their pleas didn't work at all. Or, Carlos II and the people around him were like a group of dogs that had been locked up for a long time and were almost starving. How could they not pounce on the bloody raw meat and bite it? They were even too lazy to look for another place. Perhaps it was also because of the hints of Queen Antonia and the Black Wizard. The arena was indeed a place where few people went, far away from the inner city of Toledo. Even if something happened, it would be difficult to be noticed. And even if it was noticed, what would happen? Carlos II was the master of Spain and of course the only ruler of Toledo. The Black Wizard, who was supposedly hired by the Austrians on behalf of Queen Antonia, had been standing aside and had not joined the revelry. The people around the king were satisfied with his self-awareness and sent 2 wizards to monitor him, but soon the 2 were also attracted by the Black Mass ceremony. Even Black Wizards rarely enjoy such a feast. The Queen's Black Wizard seemed to be law-abiding, but his eyes were always fixed on the candle holder standing next to the king and the brazier in front of him. Louis XIV even brought a bed when he went to war. Carlos II came here for pleasure and would not make himself uncomfortable. There was a carriage carrying his favorite chair, glue-down cushions and pillows. These were specially customized because his deformed body could not sit steadily on an ordinary chair. There were also food, wine, and his favorite torture instruments. The wizard's spell blew away the rain in front of him and above his head. Beside him was a blazing brazier, which was used to ward off the cold, and to heat irons, flouring pears and other iron instruments of torture. It was this brazier and candles. The candles used by the king were of course the best spermaceti candles, which exuded a rich fragrance in the air. The brazier was also filled with strong-smelling incense. The smell of this precious spice, which can often be smelled in the church, covered the fishy smell of blood and internal organs, and also covered the smell of the secret medicine thrown by the wizard. During the Black Mass, the host and participants often had to use medicine and wine to slowly put themselves into a spiritual state, which would last until the end of the ceremony. However, as long as the wizard knew, the gods never showed mercy to humans. All the medicines, sacrifices and rituals were to enhance the power of the praying people. As long as the power of the extraordinary people was enough, they could do many things. People only prayed for killing enemies, restoring health, and reproducing offspring, which they could give. For this reason, no one noticed that there might be a special additive in these secret medicines. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, The Devil's Doomsday, Part 2. This Black Wizard was certainly not hired by the Austrians on behalf of Queen Antonia. He was the experimenter who had escaped from Louis XIV's so-called hospital, but actually a research institute. This experimenter did not live up to the king's trust. He easily gained the trust of his peers. To be honest, if he had not known that Louis XIV had many more powerful wizards than him, he would rather be with these people. How happy it would be. Mortals originally treated wizards like livestock tools, and treated black wizards like soil under their feet. The most fearful thing about black wizards in the inner world is this problem. They have no scruples when they start to fight. Even in the most noble era of wizards, that is, the ancient Greek and Roman periods, wizards called priests and shamans still needed to find opportunities to sacrifice alive. Now it is almost impossible, not even the king can do it. All those who are tortured to death are not sacrifices, but sinners. It's a pity. Mr. Experiment sighed in his heart for the last time, and the spices thrown into the fire changed their smell unconsciously. A dark wizard who was always very alert suddenly raised his head, but before he could make a sound, Mr. Experiment, who had long known that he was another excellent potion master and another cunning fish that slipped through the net, he came from Flanders, had already sent out the sharp blade in his hand. The vines summoned in secret entangled the potion master's body, keeping his body upright. Hot blood flowed from his lower back, taking away his strength and thoughts. He was not without a last resort, but Mr. Experiment, who was closely behind him, had the light of the magic ring flashing on his fingers and waist. Since obtaining Gala, the assets of several major families have become the king's private collection. Of course, the most valuable among them are not gold and gems, but magic items that can be traced back to the ancient Egyptian era. These treasured items stored in the maze that only the owner of the house could open were too easy to deal with a black wizard without background and family. Even if he exhausted his life and magic in the final blow, it was like an ant falling into the mud, and no one noticed it, not even Carlos II, who was only a few steps away from him. In the gradually narrowing vision of the first dead man, he saw someone holding a torch and rushing down from the towering edge of the arena. He remembered something that happened a long time ago. At that time, he was just an apprentice of a black wizard. Like most of the apprentices and disciples of black wizards, he was abducted, but he did not remember his parents, relatives and friends. The only clear memory was the more than 10 years he spent with his teacher. To say that he had a deep relationship with his teacher was simply nonsense. The disciples of black wizards have always been regarded as experimental materials, sacrifices or prepared bodies for their teachers, and they also have to serve as assistants and laborers who work hard without complaint. But this was the first time he saw through his teacher's lies. The teacher said that they were born superior to mortals. The teacher said that mortals feared them like rabbits feared jackals. The teacher said that they hid their identities and disappeared in order not to be disturbed. When he almost believed it, they were discovered. They were in a village, pretending to be a doctor and his apprentice, for an ancient Roman mausoleum near the village, and for the living population of the village. The village was full of ordinary people and foolish women, but there was a steward who had the honor of serving a priest of the Inquisition. Although the time was short, he had seen a real wizard with his own eyes. When he saw their appearance, he became suspicious and secretly looked through their luggage when they left to explore the mausoleum. They were already careful enough, but the steward did not need any conclusive evidence. In the village, the steward's words were authoritative. When they were still in the mausoleum, the villagers gathered together. Just like now, they held torches and rushed into the half-abandoned mausoleum. The torches formed a line in the darkness and then spread into a red tide. The tide rushed towards them. If there were only 1 or 2 people, or even 10 people, his teacher, a dark wizard who was also notorious in the other world, could easily kill them. However, his teacher was calm at first. His potion and curse melted the first person who rushed to him, and summoned a few clumsy clay dolls. He had proudly told his disciples before that if they really encountered such a situation, they only needed to destroy the first few people, and those stupid mortals would be scared and turn around and run away. His words were right and wrong. The villagers did feel panic. When they saw the bravest few people melted like candles under high heat, fear would make people retreat most of the time, but sometimes it would also make people burst out with fierce courage. Death did not leave much time for the first victim. Before he could recall the teacher's screams on the stake, he completely lost the power to think. As his head slowly drooped, the dark wizards also saw the crowd rushing towards them. Carlos II's first reaction was to shout guards. But he immediately realized that he didn't bring the usual guards with him tonight in order to have fun. Most of the people around him were black wizards and priests from the Inquisition. But he was in Toledo, the center of Spain. He was the king. How could he be in danger? He had long been tired of the restraints and discipline of the Queen Mother, Duke Don Juan, the Archbishop, and the ministers. After he came back from Paris, this harsh treatment had been slightly relaxed. He didn't realize that he had been abandoned, but because of what happened not long ago, the supervision of him began to become strict again. Those attendants selected from the children of the nobles and close ministers, like Jose, were regarded by the king as his eyes and ears to monitor him. The king made a sharp and strange cry in his chair, "Kill them." Driven by panic and drugs, his eyes were red and his body was trembling. He had no other idea except to kill the civilians who dared to cross the line. Kill them. Even without the king's order, the wizards and priests thought so. They didn't know that the Cathedral of Santo Domingo had fallen, and they thought that they were discovered by chance. They were not afraid to kill people, nor were they afraid of taking responsibility. Even if these people didn't know that this was their king, when they sealed all their mouths and eliminated all traces, they would be bandits who dared to attack the king. The long-term toying and torturing of innocent people gave these extraordinary people an illusion that mortals were fragile, stupid and incompetent. They, as well as Carlos II, had forgotten that the people they had dealt with in the past were all shackled, without water or food, and stayed in a dark prison for many days. When they finally saw people, it was often a weak girl or boy facing a dozen strong, or with special talents, adult men. Sometimes there were several jailers who were good at torture. At that time, the torturer had to be a big man with bulging muscles. Queen Antonia couldn't strangle poor Bella. For tortures like limb torture, wheel torture, wooden horse, etc., they all required enough strength to turn the capstan, break bones, and move heavy objects. So, as the teacher of the potion master encountered, whether it was wizards or priests, their attacks did successfully hit the first person who rushed to them, but compared with the hundreds of people here, these dozens of people were like foam on the eggnog, which disappeared with a slight flip. Even if they died extremely miserably, except for the altar in the center, other places could only rely on the weak light produced by the shaking torches to see things. As a result, the deterrents they wanted did not enter the hearts of too many people. Their behavior was like adding fuel to the fire, confirming that these people here were really wizards or corrupt priests. People shouted one after another. Some shouted, "Here." Some shouted, "Damn the devil." Some shouted, "My friend, brother, brother-in-law, and uncle, are dead." Because they did not see the bloody scene directly, the people who heard it instead had infinite anger and courage. They roared and turned over the rows of seats, holding their weapons and rushed towards those people in robes. They did not even need to identify them. Commoners rarely wore robes. Even if they did, they would not wear them at this time. What followed was a chaotic fight, or an overwhelming crushing. People grabbed the person in a robe and beat him. The flail was whipped on the head, the pitchfork was stabbed on the body, and the rope was put around the neck. The wizards and priests protected Carlos II and wanted to escape, but why did Milady choose the arena? Because the arena was a perfect trap. People poured into the center from all directions, looking for a gap to escape. If Milady and her wizards were not there, it might be possible. Carlos II seemed to be distracted for a moment. A priest beside him suddenly pressed his throat and fell down. A black wizard glanced down hurriedly and saw the metal tail of the arrow sticking out from his fingers. "It's a short crossbow arrow," he cried out. "We must leave here immediately. If this was a premeditated assassination. If..." "No," another wizard shouted. They had been forced to the broken emperor's throne. This position was reserved for the emperor or the priest. It was a semicircular platform. Because of its commendable quality, it has been preserved until now. The wizards cast spells at the crowd, blocking the boiling mortals about 8 or 9 feet around the platform, but they couldn't leave. Their strength was not enough to take Carlos II with them. Even if they wanted to escape, they would be escaped by the wizards hidden in the dark when they cast spells. There was no way. The black wizard who watched the priest looked at the king. Something that surprised him happened. Before Carlos II could persuade him, he shouted, "I am the king. I am your king. I am Carlos II. Spaniards. You are besieging your own king. Do you want to commit treason?" The silence at that moment even made people feel like they had suddenly become deaf. The people near the platform suddenly stopped and became quiet. Before they realized that they had an illusion or that the criminals were talking nonsense, the people behind them were still clamoring and pushing them. But soon, like the surface of a lake broken by a stone, this sentence spread quickly like ripples, and terrible silence followed. People looked at each other, as if they were in a nightmare. It was a nightmare. Some people had already done it. Not every priest in Toledo was from the Church of Santo Domingo or the monastery. Some of them were deacons and deacons from civilian backgrounds, or people in the choir, and some were helpers working in the church. When they encountered such things, they always had a sense of responsibility that could not be shirked. When people besieged the wizard, they used their agility, sharp eyes, and professional knowledge to confirm that this was an out-and-out black mass altar. Those poor people whose limbs had been broken and their internal organs dug out were naked, but their clothes were still thrown aside, and they had not had time to burn or discard them. The shell, the symbol of St. James, who is the caretaker of the travelers, was still shining on their hats. They also found bitter whips and iron thorns tied to their legs. These showed that the victims here were either devout believers or ascetics. This sin was undoubtedly unforgivable and shirkable. People's disbelief was not because they could not believe that such a crime had happened in Toledo, but because they were unwilling to believe that their king was involved in such a crime. How could it be possible? In their impression, under the best efforts of the Archbishop and the Queen Mother to whitewash, Carlos II was a sick but kind king. After he recovered, his recovery was exaggerated as a gift from God. He was a blessed man, and his piety was impeccable. But such a person appeared at a bloody and smelly black mass. People looked at each other desperately, trying to find a reason for him, but they couldn't say anything. The Spaniards had expected a king like Charles V to reappear in Spain. Even in the most prosperous period of Spain, the common people had never received any benefits, but no one would want their country to be dim and weak like the setting sun. Carlos II's miraculous recovery gave them a reason to cheer up. Although the taxes were still heavy, the work was still hard, and food, clothing, housing and transportation were still so difficult, but people are creatures that can burst out with infinite power when they have hope. Milady stared at the darkness in silence. She and Louis XIV had been planning for a long time, just because they didn't want Charles Bourbon to have to face such a group of people when he inherited the Spanish throne. They wanted to completely destroy the Habsburgs in Spain. She nodded quietly. Looking down at the crowd, Carlos II, who regained his confidence from the obedient silence, took a deep breath and stood up. I am. A bowl of mud came towards him. Tell a joke. A stupid author, slept until midnight and his eyes were dry, so he picked up the disposable eye drops, the kind with sharp cuts after twisting it open, applied the drops, applied the right side, good. Apply the left side. It poked the eye. Chapter 433 The Devil's Doomsday, Part 2. He is not the king. A voice screamed in rage. He is the devil. Devil. That's right. Devil. Devil. Kill the devil. Burn them to death. Drag them down. Devil. Give my daughter back to me. Milady's people shouted the first. Just like a fire ignited by oiled wood, the crowd suddenly erupted after a short silence. I don't know when the rain stopped. The moonlight shone on Carlos II's pale face. In addition to fear, he had anger. How dare they? After knowing that he was the king, they didn't even kneel down respectfully and offer their backs for him to step on. They dared to call him a devil. He was not a person who could control himself. No, it should be said that he was originally an idiot. After he regained his mind, if he was given careful care and gradual education, he could at least become an ordinary person, a mediocre king. Unfortunately, everyone around him, including the Archbishop, the Queen Mother, and his biological mother, had their own thoughts. Even Padeneau, after seeing Louis XIV, began to desire a wise master. It was his fault for being impatient. Alberoni and Jose watched how he turned from a pure and innocent baby into a devil. I'm going back to the palace, Alberoni said. I'll tell them that the king is under siege by the mob. You stay here, Jose said calmly. They will doubt you. You'd better not appear in front of the Archbishop before this matter is resolved. I'll tell them. Alberoni smiled bitterly. I don't think I can go back to the Archbishop. I'm a rebel. Jose looked at his companion and didn't comment on this. Compared with Alberoni, who was just the son of a gardener and had been studying with the Archbishop, he knew more. If things really developed as the enemies of the Habsburgs hoped, the most likely enemy was Louis XIV of France. It was hard to say what would happen to Alberoni in the future. He volunteered to go back to the old palace to report the bad news. He also had some selfish reasons. He wanted to go back to Padeneau as soon as possible to tell him about this. Padeneau. He was never loyal to the king, he was only loyal to Spain. As long as Louis XIV's plan was not to annex Spain, Padeneau might not be unacceptable. As for the others, they were loyal to power and money. The only thorny one might be the Queen Mother. Duke Don Juan would not care. Anyway, he had no right of succession to either the Bourbon or the Habsburg, and could not climb to the throne. You stay here, Jose said again. You have to try to contact those people and try to ensure that the king's life is not threatened. He blinked, and Alberoni immediately understood. They couldn't even watch the Jews die, let alone this group of innocent civilians. They couldn't let them kill Carlos II, otherwise the Queen Mother and others would only feel relieved, and then declare them, or some of them, as traitors, and execute them after being executed. Alberoni had to explain the pros and cons to their leaders and try to get them to negotiate with the royal family, while quickly publicizing Carlos II's crazy behavior, making it unnecessary to keep silent, at the same time, forcing Carlos II to sign an amnesty to forgive any of their disrespectful behavior, which was also to set the tone for this matter. This kind of thing has happened in history. But Carlos II was the first to be put on the rack of shame by his own people for holding black masses and abusing innocent people. Alberoni still remembered the little sympathy he had for Carlos II. He also vaguely heard in the court and around his teacher that although the Black Wizard's medicine cured Carlos II, it also brought many unbearable sequelae, such as deformed offspring, confused thoughts, hunched bodies, etc. Then what about his spirit? Did he become like this uncontrollably? But more than 100 days and nights in prison made him understand that unaffected bystanders can certainly try to understand Carlos II, if he is indeed not a messenger from hell visiting the world. But the victims can never. Carlos II can be forgiven by God, but he must first stand before God. He walked towards the crowd without hesitation. The last chess piece was in place, and Milady breathed a sigh of relief. The Jews in the crowd also did the same. They quickly and secretly separated from the people who besieged the king and almost ran back to their own neighborhoods. They were passing by the galloping horses, only separated by an alley. The cavalry that kept passing by the alley indicated that the archbishop and the queen mother had to give up the eradication of the Jews and rush to save their king. Without these 1,500 soldiers, the thugs hired by the Jews would be able to break through the Spanish defenses. The Jews abandoned all the property in Toledo and left Toledo as quickly as possible, dragging the old and the young. Only when the carriage left the ancient city far behind did the wise man slowly put down his shoulders. Even in his grave, he would not tell his people that his two descendants were not entrusted to another group of Jews, as he said, they had been arranged to go to Marseilles long ago. The Jews of Toledo would not know that he had been bribed to encourage the Jews to become a sword in the hands of the French. If they knew, he would be expelled from the Jewish society, and even his descendants would be no exception. They would drift outside and find it difficult to find a place to settle down. But he only had a little selfishness, and no one could deny that his decision was correct. "Look!" The young man next to him suddenly shouted. He followed the other's gaze and looked over. Toledo was burning. Their king was an accomplice of the devil, which was a heavy blow to the Spaniards who had always believed in it. They did not dare to pour all their anger on Carlos II, but they definitely dared to massacre the devil's followers, that is, all pagans. The rich and xenophobic Jews were definitely the first to bear the brunt. They could be said to have played a perfect time difference, taking advantage of the short period of time between the withdrawal of the army and the people who learned the bad news and rushed into the Jewish district to commit atrocities. If they hesitated for a moment, they would have performed a ridiculous tragedy. However, from now on, as long as he and his descendants are still in France, he will be a puppet in the hands of the French, because the French can lift a fig leaf on him at any time, and he can only do his best for Louis XIV. I just hope that this king can be as wise as he knows, and not have too deep prejudice against the Jews. For these Jews, the matter of Toledo has finally come to an end, but the people of Spain are still continuing their nightmare. When the people who besieged the king in the arena found that they were not wizards and pagans, but the king, they were not without fear in their hearts. If Alberoni had not appeared in time, claiming to rescue the king, but actually teaching them how to use the king as a hostage to negotiate with the royal ministers, they would probably have been defeated one by one like a group of scattered sand. But such means could not be hidden from people like the Archbishop of Toledo and the Minister of the Navy Patino. They saw at a glance that Jose was also an accomplice, and they were so angry that their faces turned pale. Jose faced their glares and reproaches calmly. "I didn't know Alberoni thought so until I left the palace, but I think he was right. Do you know what a treason prisoner has to face?" Patino said, "But I have to lock you up first." He took Jose to a remote small room, which didn't even have windows. He paused before closing the door. "You will regret it, Jose, you have ruined your future." "I don't think so." Jose waited until his uncle walked far away before speaking softly. "What is more terrible than treason? It is blasphemy, the investigation and excommunication that followed. It doesn't matter if no one pushes it, but Louis XIV has already had a second son with the eldest daughter of Philip IV as he wished. Even during the 2 consecutive wars, France did not ask Spain for the Queen's dowry. Isn't it for today? Once Carlos II was excommunicated, the Roman Church could not even stand on the side of the Habsburgs, because the king held a black mass, with thousands of witnesses and countless evidence. Presumably, this news would be spread by the spies planted by the King of France in Spain like wings. For Spain, which has lost its religious eldest daughter, France, and is not the only one, but also has an extremely important position, How could the Roman Church allow such a king who repeatedly slaps them in the face to exist? This is worse than the French king who invited the Pope to Alvernon. At least the former was still the defender of God, but Carlos II completely abandoned his faith. The first thing to do when holding a black mass is to blaspheme the cross, the holy image, and insult and defile God. This is something everyone knows. The Roman Church certainly has no right to execute a king as a heretic, but excommunication is necessary. Otherwise, where is the faith and orthodoxy of the Church? But if a king is excommunicated, it means that all contracts signed under the witness of God will be invalid, his allies can betray their agreements with him, his vassals do not need to fulfill their obligations, his wife can deny her marriage to him, and his children have become illegitimate children. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is deserted by everyone. Otherwise, the humiliation of Canossa would not have happened. The Church is now far less powerful than it was at Canossa Castle, but with Louis XIV eyeing the Spanish throne, he will definitely make this happen. The Queen Mother said she would ask Leopold for help. To be honest, the people present were not very optimistic. If the only prince now was born from Queen Antonia's belly, there might be room for maneuver, but after discovering that Antonia had escaped, the Archbishop in Patino blocked the route to Rome and France without hesitation. Unfortunately, it was too late. Louis XIV's people were obviously taking multiple measures. The Jews escaped, the people rioted, the king was trapped, the queen escaped, and the religious scandal was exposed to the world. With all these things, they couldn't handle it even if they exhausted their minds. José was still a teenager, but he could already see the result. Carlos II has completely lost the support of the people and is about to face the great excommunication of the Church. Queen Antonia will run to Rome to beg Pope Innocent XI to take her in, and at the same time appeal. The marriage contract with Carlos II is invalid, and the Spanish Habsburg royal family attempts to confuse illegitimate children with legitimate children. In this way, the Spanish Habsburgs will completely lose the possibility of inheriting the Spanish throne. The remaining choice seems to be no one except Charles, the second son of Louis XIV. Leopold I will probably not sit idly by. However, there is still a great possibility that Louis XIV will obtain the Spanish throne for his second son. José fell on the cold floor, thinking, this is also a gamble. Alberoni probably doesn't know that if things really come to that point, his cunning teacher may not abandon him, maybe he can go further. As for him, as an ambitious, intelligent and sharp young man, how could he bear to serve under a king like Carlos II, or to serve an illegitimate child in swaddling clothes? He didn't care who was the king of Spain. As long as he was the king of Spain, José was willing to offer his loyalty. Scandal. Scandal. This is an absolute scandal. It is no exaggeration to say that holding a black mass is something that can be done but not talked about in the court. In order to get rid of political enemies, rivals in love, and compete for the favor of superiors, many dignitaries hired wizards and corrupt priests to do this. The Church also turned a blind eye, but, like Carlos II, most of Toledo was a witness, and everyone in Spain knew about it within a week, which is rare. Don Juan was unhappy to negotiate with a group of civilians, but there was no one else to go to except him. The Queen Mother was completely broken down. The Archbishop was going to thoroughly check all the monasteries and churches. They really didn't know if there was a place like the Church of Santo Domingo. Patino had to deal with his colleagues in the court, screen out spies among the people, and prepare the army at the same time. The war was imminent. Fortunately, he brought Carlos II back anyway. Carlos II had completely lost his mind and was covered in filth. Although the people did not dare to beat or kill the king, they dared to throw 1 or 2 pieces of mud from the crowd. These mud balls were made from local materials and exuded a strong smell of blood. When Don Juan smelled this smell, he remembered the evidence presented to him by people. He turned his head and retched a few times. Now there is a way, said the Archbishop of Toledo, to prevent the king from being excommunicated. Chapter 434 Return, Part 1. The bloody smell at the tip of Duke Don Juan's nose suddenly became strong. The reason why they gave up Carlos II was because, as the Black Wizard said, the magic potion that cured a deformed king contained many terrible substances. The blood and internal organs from monsters, demons and humans would gradually make a person lose his mind, but for them, this was not an important matter. There were many kings who lost their minds or were simply idiots in history. Moreover, They had planned to use deception to sign a marriage contract with the Grand Princess of France while Carlos II was still sensible and could still wear the gentle mask. The Grand Princess's dowry was dazzlingly rich, and she was already an adult. As long as Carlos II persisted for a year or two, her dowry could accomplish many major things in Spain: stabilize prices, rebuild the navy, expand the army, etc. The princess had come of age, and Patino had personally met her. Her attractive figure meant that as long as she married him, she would be able to have children. As long as the king had an heir, the plans of France and Austria and Habsburg would fail. Unfortunately, Carlos II somehow found out about this, and his sudden visit backfired. The attitudes of Louis XIV and the princess's father, the Duke of Orleans, were even more resolute than when Carlos II was still a fool. Carlos II was also stimulated by this. Before this incident, he would at most whip the groom or the maid, but he would not let things get to such an unmanageable point. After Duke Don Juan cut off the tongues of those wizards and priests, he left them all to the mob to appease their anger. He said that they deserved it. They were the ones who led the king astray. Those guys wanted to escape. But for some reason, they seemed to be unable to use magic suddenly. The wizards around the Duke were a little uneasy, but the Duke didn't care. Anyway, for a mortal like him, magic was not a good thing. He raised his eyes, and then moved away. Those black wizards said that Carlos II might not live for more than a year. They wanted to have less troubles and also out of pity. After all, he was a king. They thought, let him do whatever he wants. He would die in a few months anyway. Who knows? No, it should be said that they were too careless. Their enemies would not think that a few months was a long time. Look at what they did. But the Archbishop of Toledo was right. They couldn't wait for the second wave of attacks from the enemy to come, and they couldn't wait for the church to excommunicate the King of Spain. Then, let Carlos II die before the Pope made the decision to excommunicate. Although Innocent I was inclined towards the King of France, he would not completely side with Louis XIV. The church has always been neutral, so if Carlos II died, the Pope would not go so far as to excommunicate a dead man. No one in the room continued to speak, and the Archbishop did not say it clearly. To repeat, it was a king after all. The Queen Mother did not speak either, and the Archbishop of Toledo walked out. As an archbishop, like Mazarin in the past, he always had some proud little collections in his hands. Who should send it? Duke Don Juan asked. He was not really asking about the candidate who would send the poison, but who would be the possible scapegoat. If Carlos II could die of old age, it would be fine. If he was found to have been murdered, then they must hand over a credible candidate. The Archbishop did not speak. He provided the drugs, and the others had to participate in it to reach an alliance. Duke Don Juan took out a snuff bottle and handed it to the Archbishop. Potinio took the poison in the snuff bottle and said, I have an officer whose sister died at the hands of your Majesty. This is all. If anyone asks, the officer has a motive to do this. The officer was the one who let Queen Antonia go. When he heard someone knocking on the door in the room, he thought the matter was exposed, but he was also prepared. After standing up from the table, he calmly tidied his clothes before opening the door. When he saw Patino, he was almost certain, and he almost apologized to his master and the general first, but he didn't expect Patino to wave his hand, push him directly into the room, and then close the door with his backhand. Because he was facing away from the light in the room, he couldn't clearly recognize the minister's expression, but Patino's voice was undoubtedly quite depressed. Do you still remember your hatred? How can I forget, said the officer, although I respect you and love you, sir. When the day of the last judgment comes, my sister will sit next to the saint, and I will definitely continue to stay in purgatory and watch my enemy crawl out of hell, so that I can drag them to melt in the magma. Then you have this opportunity now. Patino said, I won't hide it from you. If there is a mistake, you will be executed as a treasonous sinner. Your words scare me, not because of what I will do, but I can't help but guess what kind of crime the devil committed that made you stop sheltering him. You may know it soon, but now, Patino said, take this snuff bottle and drop the liquid in it into the man's ear or nose. Then, will he die? He will die, and your revenge will be taken. Silently, without any sound. No doubt. I can't believe it. You will get what you want soon, sir, but hurry, there is not much time. It must be today, today. I am very willing to do it. After saying this, the officer took the snuff bottle, carefully put it in his pocket, passed Patino, and walked out. It was dawn now. With the tacit consent of the authorities, the officer came to the king's apartment without any obstruction or attention. He pushed the door gently and it opened. The king's bedroom was at the deepest part of the suite, which means that the visitor had to pass through 3 rooms to enter the bedroom. The curtains were drawn and the light in the room was dim, but it did not prevent the officer from crossing the obstacles like a cat and reaching the king's bed. Carlos II's bed was similar to what people saw in later generations. 4 towering bedposts held up the heavy and gorgeous bed curtains. The thickness of the bed curtains was even thicker than the leather armor. The layers of gold and silver embroidery still shone even in the weak light. The room was filled with the smell of myrrh and sandalwood, which was obviously to remove the stench of Carlos II. It was not the sludge that was causing the trouble. From a very early time, Carlos II had this disgusting smell like rotten fish and internal organs. This was what the officer's sister complained to him in the letter. He remembered that he had promised to take her away from the court and the king as soon as he had the chance. He didn't do it. The officer calmed himself and lifted the bed curtain. When his eyes gradually got used to the darkness, he saw Carlos II. He looked at the king very carefully, from his tangled hair to his gray complexion to the big chin that took up half of his face. His eyes were closed, but his mouth was open, and he was panting painfully, not because of injury or anything else. His chest was high like a mountain even when he was lying down, forcing his head to tilt back and strangling his neck. His shrunken arms and calves were exposed, and the ends of his toes were swollen, like 10 berries about to explode. For a person like this, death would be a relief for him. The officer leaned forward and actually smelled a hint of grease from the dirty smell. The king's forehead was indeed shiny. Someone anointed him with holy oil and performed the last sacraments. So, when he died, would he still be able to go to heaven? He had said mass for his sister and bought indulgences, but even so, his sister died without the last sacraments, which always bothered him. The officer smiled in the dark, and he poured the poison in the snuff bottle onto the king's bed sheet, and took out his own poison. Since his sister died, he had managed to buy the poison from a wizard, which was said to make people die in great pain, just like his sister who was covered in bruises. He never had a chance. Patino was very cautious. He was not the king's close servant, and he only had one chance. He almost used the bottle of medicine on himself, but, who knows, fate is unpredictable. When Carlos II woke up, he felt thirsty. He called his servant first, but he could only make a small sound. In anger, he swept everything on the small table beside the bed to the ground, but there was no one. No, he became alert. Something was wrong. There must be a servant sleeping under his bed, ready to serve him at any time. Where is the person? Although he was almost irrational and had no conscience, Carlos II also had the wisdom and intuition of a wild animal. He could feel something strange in the air. He knew something was wrong. Carlos II sat up. Something was flowing out of his nose and ears. He reached out and touched it and smelled it. It was too familiar. Blood, fresh, warm blood. If this blood was on someone else, Carlos II would only be excited, but it was not good for him. He touched his nose, ears, and mouth repeatedly in panic. Now they were all bleeding. He stood up and pulled up his velvet pajamas to wipe his face. He wanted to find a mirror, but then he remembered that he hadn't looked in the mirror for a while. Without a mirror, especially a French mirror, he could still deceive himself and say that he was as handsome and strong as Apollo. But he wanted a mirror now. He thought for a moment and turned the key to the door leading to the Queen's suite. The Queen never had the power to close this door. As soon as he opened the door, he walked in, thinking that the Queen would jump out of bed in shock, as she had done in the past. But as soon as he entered the room, it was dark and cold, without any trace of living people. He knew something was wrong. Carlos II forgot about the mirror. He suddenly pulled down the curtains of the Queen's bed and rushed around, uncovering the furniture in several rooms in succession, as if he could catch the Queen in this way, but no, there was nothing anywhere. Queen. He muttered. He remembered that sometimes the Queen Mother would summon the Queen to spend the night with her. He walked directly to the Queen Mother's room. The Queen Mother had changed into black mourning clothes. Although she always said that her son had died long ago and that the person living in the body now was a devil, even if it was this body, she would still feel uneasy when it died. But what could she do? She was just a woman. The Queen Mother temporarily forgot the joy of her struggle for power with Duke Don Juan, the Archbishop, and Minister Patino, and tried her best to brew a sad mood. Tomorrow, no, today, she can get rid of this trouble. As she was thinking this, she heard a loud crash. One of her ladies in waiting pushed aside the servants and ran in, shouting, "It's your Majesty! Your Highness, it's your Majesty! Your Majesty is coming here!" The Queen Mother couldn't help but be startled, but she quickly calmed herself down. What's the fuss about? A bigger crash came, and the Queen Mother trembled and looked out. A servant flew in. It was not intentional, because he was obviously caught and thrown in. He knocked the door open, then scraped across the ground, overturned the tables and chairs, and rolled straight to the feet of the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother saw Carlos II. He didn't look like he was dying. No, he looked more energetic and stronger than any living person. He stretched out his hand and grabbed another servant who tried to stop him and threw him to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother screamed, but despite her shock, she reacted very quickly. She not only dodged the servant's ball, but also made way for the female official who was paralyzed by fear. She left the female official and the servants behind and went straight into her bedroom. Fortunately, there was a door between her bedroom and the small hall. Carlos II ran to the door. He had long forgotten what he was going to do. His head suddenly hurt. It was a very severe headache, as if someone had used a head crusher. He remembered the machine, having used it many times himself. The machine was like an iron helmet that was put on the head, but the iron ring pressed above the brow bone allowed it to be tightened through the screw at the back. Carlos II was also very creative in using a small hammer to hit the helmet during the torture. Every tiny vibration would make the prisoner feel extremely painful. Now he felt that there was an invisible head crusher on his head, and the iron ring was constantly tightening, and his forehead creaked. His brow bone was broken, and his eyeballs kept bulging under the pressure, and they might burst or bounce out at any time. His vision was blurred, and tears and blood flowed out violently, dyeing his entire distorted face blood red. He couldn't bear the pain, so he hit his head desperately and banged it against the wall, but it was useless. He wanted to seek help, but the people who saw him just wanted to run away or scream. Every scream was like someone holding a small hammer, hitting. Chapter 435 Return, Part 2. It was not known whether it was fortunate or unfortunate that because of the king's death, the people in power in Spain at that time all stayed in the old royal palace. Patino and the archbishop were anxiously waiting for a reply, and Duke Don Juan did not leave either. When they heard the panicked attendants and ladies in waiting to report that Carlos II was not only not dead, but also rushed out of his room like a strong and wild beast and ran to the Queen Mother's room. Duke Don Juan jumped up from his bed immediately. He was dressed neatly. After all, it was said that the medicine provided by the archbishop was quite effective, and they were ready to face the cry of the king is dead at any time. The wine, coffee and bacon at hand fell to the ground. His servants hurriedly picked up the cloak, but he waved his hand, and after thinking quickly for a while, he said, "Bring me my pistol." This pistol was issued by Louis XIV to his musketeers and the best of the guards. Because it was the latest model of revolver flintlock musket, it had never been circulated in large quantities. The source of this pistol was not very reputable, and the price was definitely not affordable. However, as people in later generations said, there are many things that cannot be done because the price paid is not enough. This musket that could fire 7-pointed bullets at once was the favorite of Duke Don Juan. He had tried to use it to shoot wild boar skin and thin armor, and the effect was amazing. However, even he rarely used this gun, not for anything else, but because the bullets of this gun were not the usual round bullets, but long conical bullets, and this bullet was also issued in limited quantities to the original owner. But today he had a feeling that he might have to use it. When the servants brought the gun to him, the Duke shook his head. "You take it," he said. "If there is a situation that none of us want to happen, you have to shoot." He saw that the servants visibly flinched. Those who assassinated the king would be regarded as traitors. Such criminals would be burned, their internal organs would be cut out, and then torn apart by 5 horses. "Don't be afraid," Duke Don Juan said. "They will never dare to let outsiders know that the king did not die peacefully in bed." He hurriedly finished speaking and ran to the Queen Mother's suite with his servants. He met the Archbishop, Patino and others in the corridor. The 3 of them separated as soon as their eyes met, and their expressions were terrible. The layout of all the royal rooms was the same. The closer to the king, the more noble the person. The Queen's suite was next to the King's suite, and the Queen Mother's suite was also on the same corridor as them. The distance of just over 100 feet was a mess. The curtains were torn off, the glass was broken, The candlesticks, vases, and picture frames were all turned into weapons. Most of the ladies and servants had already run away. Only 2 or 3 of the strongest and most loyal servants were still waiting outside the door in fear. Potinio remembered these people at a glance. These people would not survive. Their loyalty became their death warrant. When these people saw them coming, it was as if they saw great hope. The light bursting out of their eyes made people sigh, "Go and save His Highness." They shouted, "He is beating His Highness." Duke Don Juan glanced at the servants around him, and the servants trembled and lowered their heads. It would be a big joke to ask if the Queen Mother knew that Queen Antonia lived in fear every day and might be beaten and tortured by her husband at any time. But so what? Carlos II's fists did not fall on her, and she lived a pampered life. The only trouble was that men did not allow her to get involved in power outside the court. Not only did she turn a blind eye to the scars and cries of Antonia and other noble ladies, she even did not allow people to say those unpleasant things in front of her. If there was an occasion that she had to attend with the Queen, she would ask her ladies-in-waiting to inform the Queen in advance to cover up the bruises and scars so that people would not laugh at the Habsburg princess's poor manners. She never thought that as the most respected woman in the Spanish court, the mother of Carlos II, the Queen Mother, she could at least reach out and protect the Queen a little, even if she could not make Carlos II a qualified husband, or make him a sinner who took pleasure in killing innocent weak people. But for the Queen Mother, she did not think it would be any good for her. On the contrary, if she wanted to protect the Queen and the noblewoman, she would have to face Carlos II. The Queen Mother had to admit that she was afraid of her son. When he was still a deformed and sick child, seeing him was like seeing a punishment from God. Her marriage was entirely for political needs, but for a devout believer, it was simply a sin that could not be redeemed in any way. When she gave birth to Carlos II, she burst into tears on the delivery bed. When Carlos II resurrected in that extremely evil way, she never looked at him directly or stayed alone with him, as if this would prevent her soul from being seized by the devil. And when she saw Antonia, she couldn't help but be jealous of her youth and dignity. On the surface, Carlos II was much better than Philip IV at the time, and because of Carlos II's problems, the Archbishop of Toledo and the ministers headed by Patino were full of pity for her and did not hate this foreign queen too much. Even the playboy Duke Don Juan said that although the little queen was plain-looking, she was gentle, kind, and had a pure character that was worthy of praise, and should be respected inside and outside the court. Regardless of how much sincerity there was in this statement, when it was recognized by most people, it also made the Queen Mother feel bitter. She completely forgot that the Spaniards opposed her because when she was regent for Carlos II, she tried her best to promote policies that were beneficial to Austria rather than Spain, and was hostile to France, which led to the Spanish government going bankrupt twice, a major defeat to France, and the loss of Portugal independence, during her 4 years of regency. Although Antonia was also an Austrian princess, it was too early for her to interfere in politics. Of course, people would not be stingy with their kindness, but the Queen Mother was like a demon, jealous and hateful, and felt relieved when she knew that she was tortured. She also said in her heart that it was just a few beatings, so what? She was also beaten by Philip IV. But the Queen Mother probably didn't expect that all these things, like a spring being stretched tight, after being stretched to the limit, her former cowardice, jealousy and escape now poured down on her like a rainstorm. Queen Antonia, as well as those noble ladies, attendants, and ladies-in-waiting all fled. Facing Carlos II, she could no longer find a suitable shield. Carlos II still broke open the door, grabbed her hair, and dragged out the screaming Queen Mother. He had lost the most basic judgment and could not recognize who was in front of him. He only knew that his head was about to split, and every tiny sound would make him collapse. He just wanted to eliminate the source of this sound. For a person who is accustomed to using violence, when he loses his mind, the only thing he will and can do is undoubtedly destruction. The Queen Mother had never known what it felt like to be beaten by Carlos II. She had been slapped by Philip IV, but Carlos II's fists made her feel like a boat rocking in a storm. She followed him around dizzily, using her cheeks, neck and nose to meet the hammer-like fists. Her head was buzzing, her hands and feet were as soft as boiled noodles, her heart was shouting to run away, but she couldn't even recognize the direction. When the Archbishop ran in, he saw Carlos II holding the Queen Mother's hair and smashing her head against the wall, the table, the bedpost, and the ground. He roared, But he was too late to stop Carlos II from throwing the Queen Mother to the ground and jumping up to step on her stomach. The Queen Mother's body jumped up in a strange and funny way. Only her shoulders and feet moved, and there was no sound. The Archbishop heard Papineau shouting something behind him, but before he could comprehend the meaning, he was knocked out by a mad bull. Literally, it reminded him of the big bulls chasing the crowd in bullfights, each of which weighed more than 2,000 pounds, with a pair of horns that could not be held with outstretched arms, and could knock over a solid wall in one go. He flew out, and then Carlos II pounced on him and pinned him down, biting his ear. When Carlos II began to shake his head, the Archbishop screamed, and his screams made Carlos II's head hurt even more. It hurt so much, it hurt so much. Why didn't anyone come to save him? Why were there so many people shouting? They all deserved to die. They all deserved to be executed. He would burn them, tear them apart, eat them alive. Papineau was only one step behind the Archbishop. He was a soldier, and of course he could see that the king was no longer reasonable. Sure enough, the Queen Mother and the Archbishop became victims. He hurried forward. The remaining reverence for the royal power made him not use the dagger and musket at his waist. Instead, he stretched out his arm and grabbed Carlos II's shoulder and pulled him back. But he felt like he was pulling a bronze bull. Carlos II was hot all over, and the heavy weight exhausted his strength, but he was still helpless. The Archbishop's screams had turned into vague wails. Carlos II was impatient enough for not being able to eliminate the noise that made him suffer. The blood that flowed into his throat aroused the vicious nature flowing in his veins. After losing an ear, the Archbishop ushered in a more intimate contact. Carlos II swallowed the broken meat and cartilage, and began to bite the Archbishop's lips and thick and soft cheeks that spoke for God. Papineau shouted, but to no avail. Duke Don Juan's servants looked at their master in panic, but the Duke did not give any instructions. Papineau and his servants pushed hard on Carlos II, but to no avail. Carlos II and the Archbishop were tightly stuck together, like two balls of dough kneaded together. Seeing that the Archbishop was about to stop shouting, Papineau tried again, then calmed down and pulled out the dagger from his side. He was not crazy enough to stab the dagger directly into the king's back, but used the hilt of the dagger. The Spanish dagger produced in Toledo was also known as the blade breaker and was often used to break the enemy's long sword, so it had a large round guard. He used this round guard to knock on the noble's shoulder, just like people use a stick to knock on a wild dog to make it let go of the prey in its mouth. It seems to work. Duke Don Juan muttered, and he wisely stood at the farthest distance from the vortex, and so did the attendants around him. Carlos II turned his attention away from the Archbishop. Although he had lost his mind, his strange and strong self-esteem did not leave. A voice told him that someone was humiliating and hurting him, humiliating and hurting a king. His head still hurt, but he let go of the Archbishop and turned to see who it was. Papineau subconsciously took a step back. Carlos II now looked not only like a king, but also like a human being. The Habsburg's big jaw destroyed his facial bones, and epilepsy often made the muscles on his face twisted, loose or tight. Under the dual effects, one can imagine how hideous Carlos II's dignity was. This hideous face was now completely covered with blood, with only a pair of small eyeballs shining. He was panting, revealing yellow teeth and purple gums. It was no different from a hound whose head had just been pulled out of a bloody belly. "What kind of medicine is that?" Papineau muttered, and a few seconds later he seemed to suddenly think of something. Could it be that the young man he trusted felt that letting Carlos II die in his sleep was not enough to appease his hatred? Carlos II's appearance also frightened Papineau's two attendants so much that they relaxed their strength. The result was that Carlos II suddenly broke free from their restraints, rushed towards Papineau, grabbed the dagger that the latter was still holding, and stabbed him with a backhand sword. After all, he was not a real beast. He beat the Queen Mother with his fists and used his teeth to deal with the Archbishop because he could not find a weapon for a while, but when he saw Papineau's dagger, he immediately took it away and stabbed his minister and benefactor. With just one strike, the dagger penetrated Papineau's abdomen. Papineau only felt a little chill, the kind that penetrated deep into his bones, and then a warm liquid surged out, moistening his skin, and then there was a sharp pain. More than a decade of military life and long-term training enabled Papineau to react correctly before the pain took over his mind. He stepped back, then rolled on the ground, just avoiding the second stab. He saw with his peripheral vision that his servants were running over to make up for their mistake, but Carlos II might have really become a devil. He raised his hand and knocked down a servant, and with the other hand he pierced the latter's companion. This man was wounded in the chest, and he fell down immediately, obviously not going to survive. Chapter 436 Return, Part 2. Padenot staggered to his feet, pressing his wound, and ran out the door. He saw Duke Don Juan and heard him shouting to take action. The Duke's servant raised a pistol that looked familiar to him, but was hesitant to fire. Padenot knew his concerns. The reason why Duke Don Juan didn't dare to shoot himself was because of his special status. If he killed the king, if someone wanted to take the opportunity to attack him, he would die without a burial place. But his servant, who should be said to be a thing like the master, was obviously not loyal enough. He heard wailing from behind, followed by heavy breathing. Carlos II was behind him. The sickle of the god of death seemed to have strangled his neck. Padenot heard the Duke's second hurried order. But the cowardly young man even closed his eyes, and his fingers trembled but couldn't use any strength. Padenot sighed and regretted not bringing a musket, but just as he turned around desperately, to at least leave Spain with someone who could still speak, there was a roar. Carlos II was much shorter and smaller than Padenot. It was hard to imagine how he could have used this body to cause such terrible consequences. The bullet pushed him back and he fell on his back. The dagger slipped out of his hand. Because the velvet nightgown was crimson and the light in the room was dim, it took a while for Padenot to see that there was a spot on the nightgown that was slowly turning black. Duke Don Juan swallowed his saliva. At first, he could not recognize the young man who had grabbed the gun and fired in time. Later, the face that was somewhat similar to that of an unfortunate girl restored his memory. "What did you do?" Padenot could hardly support himself. He knelt on the ground, supported by the young officer, and leaned on him. "I didn't do anything." The young officer replied calmly, "This is a sinner, isn't he?" Padenot took a deep breath, both because of the pain from the wound and because of his mistake. He really shouldn't have selfish thoughts, nor should he speculate on other people's thoughts without authorization. He couldn't even control his own nephew. "The doctor is here." The Duke of Don Juan, who was of no use, shouted. In fact, there were not only doctors but also wizards. In the past, Padenot's injuries would probably not be cured, but with wizards, perhaps the Archbishop and the Queen Mother had a little hope, but at this time he was too sensitive and didn't dare to call out the term wizard. The wizard and the doctor checked the people in the room. 2 female officials, a servant, and the Queen Mother died. It seemed that they would have to hold 2 grand funerals. The mental blow to the Archbishop was probably more serious than the physical blow. Padenot also survived by chance. What was surprising was that Carlos II was still alive. Not only did he survive, but he also stubbornly persisted for more than 10 days when everyone remained indifferent and silent, without treatment, care, food and water. People had to believe what the Queen Mother said, that there was a devil in this noble body. Because it had been oiled, no one cared about Carlos II. Everyone, whether they had pity or hatred for him before, waited for him to die with an indifferent attitude. Carlos II stubbornly persisted for so many days, it was really boring. Previously, a servant was ordered to watch over and observe him, but later, people could see from the records of Cardinal Alberoni that he, who was still a teenager at the time, was responsible for this matter. Cardinal Alberoni was an amazing figure, not because of his humble origins. Since the Reformation, the Roman Church had seen many people of ordinary origins but extraordinary talents. What made people curious about him was that he had betrayed his teacher, the then Archbishop of Toledo. In the anti-royal, or more accurately, anti-Habsburg riot that started in Toledo and spread throughout Spain, he stood among the mob, not on the side of the king, bishops, and ministers. If it were another person, his fate would be either execution or imprisonment, or at best, he would be sent to an island far away from the secular world by the Archbishop to be a monk for life. However, according to official records and his own memoirs, he returned to the old palace in the days when the Toledo riot had just subsided. At that time, the Queen Mother had gone to see the merciful God. Duke Don Juan also released the news that the king was sick in bed due to grief, and the Archbishop announced that he would do a penance to pray for Spain. There was also the Minister of the Navy, Padenot, who did not hide that he was injured in the riot and needed to recover. Bishop Alberoni wrote in his memoirs quite frankly, at that time, referring to the end of the negotiations, "Some kind people wanted to help me escape, at least leave Spain, so that I would not be sent to the gallows by the king and the bishop, or sent to a monastery, but Jose found me earlier than them. As soon as he saw Jose, Alberoni knew that things might not develop as he thought. Jose was his accomplice. If Jose had been able to walk around freely, his guilt might have been forgiven. Although he felt that he could accept whatever the Archbishop wanted to do to him, because in some ways, he did disappoint the expectations of this prominent person. However, his nervousness soon turned into worry. Jose told him that the Archbishop was unfortunately injured, but this matter could not be made public. He could only stay at home and practice asceticism to dispel curious eyes. Of course, it could not be said that it could be kept secret from too many people, but as long as this scandal would not become the topic of gossip among the common people, it would be fine. The Archbishop's injury was very serious. The ear and cheek were not fatal, but these places were prone to infection. Moreover, the Archbishop's cheek was almost bitten off, and at least 2/3 of his teeth were exposed. Without muscles, he could not chew or suck. Before he recovered, he could only be fed with hot soup and porridge, which was not conducive to his recovery. Duke Don Juan brought the latest medicine he got from the French. The white powder could prevent the Archbishop's wound from festering, but it would take some time for it to get better. At this time, neither the Archbishop, who barely supported himself by writing to express his meaning, nor Patino, nor the intact Duke Don Juan, agreed to let the original religious leader, the Jesuit Nitid, replace the Archbishop. First of all, although Nitid had become a Spanish citizen, he was still an Austrian. Secondly, Nitid was a supporter of Queen Mother Maria, and everyone knew the results of his rule with the Queen Mother. So, Alberoni, who was not yet a priest, was quickly pushed to the position of the Archbishop's spokesperson. The funny thing was that the Archbishop expressed great relief and was willing to trust his former disciple, because Alberoni had proved that he was a compassionate person and was not too enthusiastic about power. After all, the Archbishop had to avoid people's sight for a long time. During this period, it was easy to form a power vacuum or transfer. If he didn't put someone who could make him feel at ease here, the Archbishop would have to insist on wearing a mask to preside over the Mass. Patino also agreed. Duke Don Juan was originally a French faction. He was aware of Alberoni's inclination and wanted to take this favorable ship. The Queen Mother might object, but she was dead. After Alberoni finished the funeral of the Queen Mother, he took over the task of taking care of King Carlos II. This later cardinal had nothing to praise in his writing, but it was this plain narrative that made the people who discovered this letter shudder. He recorded the last days of Carlos II in detail for 11 consecutive days. Before Alberoni returned to the old palace, Carlos II was placed in his bedroom and anointed with holy oil because of his serious illness. Logically, the king's doctors should have been devoted to him until the last moment, but everyone said that His Majesty refused any treatment. He said that his time had come and he should go to see God, and he didn't need anyone to serve him anymore. Since he was so pious, people could only do as he wished. Alberoni wrote that there were many festering sores on the king's body, the largest one on the chest, and some on the shoulders, head and legs. Although these sores did not rot too quickly because it was winter and the room was cold, and mosquitoes were attracted, they began to show a strange liquefaction phenomenon. The skin around the king's sores was shiny and bulging, all of which was accumulated water. After the water was drained, the skin adhered to the muscles, turned dry grayish-white, and rolled inward. Although the sores did not fester, they also showed no sign of healing. They were like hungry mouths, emitting tiny amounts of heat into the air, which attracted rats, which anxiously jumped down from the ceiling, the top of the window curtains and the fireplace, and ran around the king's body. Alberoni did not say whether he drove away the rats, but later generations believe that he must have done so, and perhaps asked his servants to search and prevent the rats from running into the king's bedroom again. These were natural thoughts, even for a lowly prisoner. A good man could not watch him being bitten by rats. Bishop Alberoni shifted his focus after writing about the rats. He wrote that the king woke up from his sweet dream, groaned, opened his eyes wide, and looked around. He called his servants, the ministers, the Archbishop of Toledo, the Queen Mother, and even the Duke Don Juan, who had a bad relationship with him. Of course, these people either had important things to do, or were dead, or had other impeccable reasons. Anyway, Alberoni told him seriously. The king suddenly became angry. Bishop Alberoni wrote this, with a bit of unbelievable carelessness in his words. He speculated that the king must have become so angry because he was sad about his powerlessness. At this time, he could only lie in bed and do nothing. It is also possible that he was in excessive grief. The Queen Mother died, but the Queen left Spain. When Carlos II woke up, she had already arrived in Rome and obtained the asylum of Pope Innocent XI. She asked the Pope to declare her marriage to Carlos II invalid on the grounds that she was still a virgin and the engagement had not been completed. Of course, this appeal also meant that Carlos II's only son was a bastard, and like the Duke Don Juan he despised, he had no right to inherit the Spanish throne. So Carlos II was about to die, but the person who would inherit his throne might be Charles Bourbon, the second son of Louis XIV, whom he hated the most. Although it is not good to tell such things to a dying patient, Bishop Alberoni is a saint revered by countless people. He was canonized after his death. The person who compiled this note can only be said to be a little too straightforward. In Alberoni's description, he used the word despair without any concealment. Carlos II lamented, "This is the empire that God gave me and took away." He also said, "I am worthless." If someone wants to say that Bishop Alberoni's account here has a sense of gloating, it is a pure illusion. Alberoni, a saint, has been spreading mercy throughout Spain for decades, especially to those poor people. How could he treat his king like this? Alberoni said that after hearing that his country would be handed over to Louis XIV's son, Carlos II had almost no peace. He kept asking to see this and that, but when those people really came, he fainted due to high fever. Sometimes he might be awake, but because of the torture of illness, he could not maintain his proper demeanor and reason at all, and could not say any useful will. The king was in great pain, he said. His back was like a person in shackles, Bishop Alberoni explained here. The shackles were a kind of torture device relative to the limb rack. The limb rack was to stretch a person until the limbs were dislocated. The shackles were to force people to curl up together, from a few hours to a few days, and the first thing to feel pain was the back. Then there was suffocation, that is, difficulty breathing. Carlos II complained that his chest was like being pressed by a huge stone. His limbs began to turn black from the tips of his nails after a few days. At this time, his wounds finally began to rot and emit a foul smell. He needed to open his mouth to the limit, otherwise he could not breathe enough air. He intermittently uttered weak whimpers and cries. Unfortunately, Alberoni wrote that no one could help him. Even so, the king still insisted on living. The filthy smell in the room had long overwhelmed the fragrance of holy oil and myrrh. Alberoni held a candle and carefully observed the body that seemed to breathe, which was still buried for many days. He added. Finally, the king began to spit out black blood, and then fragments of internal organs. The largest wound on his chest exposed the white bones, and the heart underneath was vaguely visible. After the king endured more than 10 days of torture, the heart was dug out, placed in a glass bottle, soaked in strong liquor, and stored in the sacristy of Toledo Cathedral. Alberoni wrote the last sentence on the parchment, drew a small dot to end it, and then put the quill back into the ink bottle. "There's indeed a heart in the reliquary," Jose asked delicately, "but are you sure it's Carlos II's?" "Of course not," Alberoni said, "it's not a human heart. In order to avoid any accidents, they entrusted me to dispose of it." "Dispose? Whatever you think," Alberoni said. "Whose heart is that?" "It belongs to a person who is pure and flawless and fully worthy of being respected by people." Alberoni said, "Another reason is that Her Majesty the Queen entrusted me to try to take care of it." "Your Majesty." Jose sighed, "If the Pope rules that her engagement with Carlos II is invalid, she will not be our queen. She really shouldn't do this. I'm not saying that she shouldn't escape from Carlos II. I'm saying that her father must be very angry, because her behavior undoubtedly supports the legitimacy of the French Bourbon claim to the Spanish throne." Alberoni remained silent. Antonia's behavior could be said to be a desperate gamble, and it had great sequelae. She was eager to get rid of the shadow brought to her by this marriage, but she forgot that even if the engagement was invalid, her guardianship would return from the Spanish royal family to Leopold I. Leopold I was not the kind of person who would be kind to his children, so how could he not do something more terrible? Chapter 437 The War of the Spanish Succession. Innocent XI has not had a good time recently. When he was still a priest, he longed to become the second Urban II, the Pope who had his name forever engraved in history by launching the Crusades, but reality has proved that this idea has no chance of success. After all, the eldest daughter of God has been flirting with the Ottoman Turks for a long time, even though Louis XIV responded to the call of the Church and defeated his former allies in the Great Battle not long ago. But we all know that victory will not affect the close relationship between countries, but failure will. So, when he chose a holy name, The person he couldn't help but think of was Innocent III, an Italian pope like him. His most brilliant achievement was forcing Britain, Denmark, Switzerland, Portugal and many other countries to pay tribute, and he had the title of Emperor of all Emperors. Innocent XI did not expect to have this prestigious title, but he also had ambitions. Unfortunately, this ambition faded after he became the center of the church. When the 17th century came, the Roman Church had already fallen and declined to an almost irreversible point. The Reformation was hated by the clergy, but for Innocent XI, if there was no reform or the reform did not continue, it would be hard to say whether there would be a church at that time. When he took over the white vestments, he already knew that he was taking over a church with many holes. Perhaps some people could not believe that the church still collected tithes from the whole world, at least in the world of God, and made a lot of money from the sale of clerics, inheritance, clergy, lawsuits, bribes, and had considerable land output, and even a group of investors, bankers and members of business guilds worked diligently for it, but it still could not make ends meet and was on the verge of bankruptcy. No one could tell where all the money went. Perhaps it was the magnificent churches, the bishops' robes and carriages, the crosses, the servants who served them like a swarm of bees, or some conspiracies and transactions? Anyway, you can't trace the money back or stop it. Otherwise, even if it's the Pope, there have been 7-day popes, 3-day popes, and even 1-day popes in history, but in many cases, the church did not record these short-lived unfortunate guys, as if they had never appeared, confusing people in later generations. But Innocent XI knew it very well. He couldn't remove the dirt in the church, so he could only paint it with gold to maintain the splendor and purity of this paradise on earth, which was why, before he became Pope, he began to have exchanges with the arrogant young King of France, a king who is wise, calm, powerful and most importantly, rich. I'm not joking. After Innocent XI took office, he discovered that someone had embezzled the funds of the Inquisition. Although the priests of the Roman Church despised those members of the Inquisition who were equivalent to hounds and horses in their hearts, except for some greedy and short-sighted people, most members of the Inquisition knew that their final retreat was in the other world. If the church cut off their funds, it would be equivalent to cutting them off from the church and making this group of religious mercenaries tend to secular power, just like the Inquisition in Paris. Innocent XI did not want to recall how stupid the two popes were. Although, they did so for a reason and almost succeeded, but, if they knew that a monster like Louis XIV would emerge, they would definitely hope that Louis XIV would live a long life. Fortunately, he ascended the throne before things got out of control and could not be reversed. He immediately supplemented the funds of the Inquisition in various places. Paris was no exception. That was really a bit difficult. After all, if there were no other ways to make money, the priests would not ask the Inquisition for money. If there was no guarantee from Louis XIV, maybe Innocent XI would really refer to the king's practice and boldly pawn St. Peter's Basilica to alleviate this urgent need. In any case, with this loan guaranteed by the King of France, the Inquisition and the Church would not tear off the last thin fig leaf. Of course, Louis XIV of France was not a saint. He made a guarantee and inserted a person into the Church, the former Grand Inquisitor of the Paris Inquisition, who succeeded Barras, Erasius. Barras sold Louis XIV, Paris, and his future in exchange for the position of Archbishop, which Ilario got as soon as he came to Rome. He also had 2 dioceses with considerable income, which was no different from those favored bishops. This greatly inspired the hearts of the priests and monks in the other world. Innocent XI did not comment on this. Even though there were people in the church who had always accused and criticized this matter, they really should have looked at those kings. They were only short of using the 2nd, 3rd or 4th Merlin. It was also the wizards who foolishly closed themselves in the other world and had no merit in the political arena. Otherwise, the mortals in the Roman Church would start to panic now. The Roman Church today must have the power equal to those wizards. No, it should be said that it is the power to fight against those kings who used wizards. When he thought of this, Innocent XI couldn't help but curse Louis XIV. They were only one step away from completely separating the secular power from the extraordinary power of the other world, but Louis XIV rudely broke in and destroyed everything like a wild boar. The king should take at least half or even more responsibility for their current difficulties. Unfortunately, he could only curse in his heart. Looking around Europe, no one could keep pace with him now. Innocent XI was holding his forehead in distress on the large desk used by many popes. He should support Leopold I, if for nothing else. The church without an army could operate to this day, relying on the ability to maneuver in many countries and seize power and money. But Leopold I, let alone anything else, couldn't even have children as good as Louis XIV. Louis XIV already had 2 sons, but he still had no children. Not to mention the princess. Even if Spain allowed women to succeed to the throne, it had to be after there were no male heirs. Leopold I's eldest daughter was still a fool. Not only did she not stand on Austria from beginning to end like other Austrian princesses, at most on the side of the Habsburgs, she also defected to the French. This scandal shocked everyone. The Queen of Spain fled from Toledo on a rainy night. With the help of the French, she first fled to Portugal, then entered France from Portugal, and then took a boat from Marseilles to Pisa at lightning speed, and then traveled from Pisa to Rome day and night. Innocent I received a report from the spy, yes, almost all the church priests were the Pope's spies, that Queen Antonia might ask him to declare her engagement with Carlos II invalid on the grounds that the marriage had not been consummated. Can this be declared easily? Exclamation mark. Merciful God, it is said that Carlos II will not live long. Although he has many lovers, the king has only one illegitimate child so far. The secret envoys of Spain are still negotiating with them in Rome, hoping to judge this child as a legitimate child. If the engagement between Antonia and Carlos II is not established, how can a tree without flowers bear fruit? Even if the church covets the bribes of the Spanish, it cannot do such a slap in the face. From the standpoint of Innocent I, whether it was to fight against France, the thought of France and Spain joining together made Innocent I, a semi-lie, tremble all over, or for the benefits that the church might get in Austria and Spain, he could not agree to the request of the Austrian princess and the Spanish queen. The problem was that the French envoy, Prince Conti, came to Rome with this lady. The French would certainly do everything they could to destroy this marriage and ensure that Carlos II could not give birth to a legitimate child. This was probably something Louis XIV had planned for. He rejected the Spanish proposal twice, and at the same time, when he was most embarrassed, he did not pursue the 500,000 livres dowry that the queen should bring, just to leave Spain to his son, a Bourbon. Then, just a few hours ago, he received another bad news: Carlos II died. The king is dead. The next thing is long live the king. Antonia. Lady, do you know about this? He asked the priest who came to report the news. The priest also knew that the Pope would definitely ask about the Queen of Spain's reaction, she said. He paused, not knowing what expression to make. She said thank God. Forget it, Innocent I said, I'd better go see her. Although she was not loyal or respectful enough to her husband, Antonia still showed enough obedience to the Pope. As soon as she saw Innocent I, she knelt down and kissed his ring. Innocent I withdrew his hand. Sit down, child, I want to have a good talk with you. Please speak, Antonia said. Her tone and demeanor made Innocent I feel that he might return empty-handed. She looked like she had been freed from her shackles and released from a cage. You are younger than my youngest child, Innocent I said frankly. Your Majesty, if my granddaughter has a child, he or she may be much older than you. From my heart, not the heart of an old man who is in charge of the church, I would like to see you get what you want. This marriage, Antonia said, you must admit that it was a mistake. My father, my aunt, and the archbishops of Toledo and Vienna deliberately promoted this mistake. I admit this, but you should also know that since my bishop presided over this marriage between you and Carlos II, and you swore at the altar, this marriage is considered to be established. It has been blessed by God and the saints. Like many people's marriages, it may not be perfect, and there are flaws and blemishes, but your Majesty, since it has been promised, it should be continued. It was not my unhappy marriage, Antonia said, but it was not my marriage that was annulled either. But what happens after it is annulled? Pope Innocent I persuaded gently, your guardianship will return to your father. I don't want to lie to you. Your father told me clearly that if you insist on annulling the engagement and succeed as the devil cursed, he will send you to a convent on an island, far away from the world. From the most basic food and clothing, everything must be obtained by the nuns' hands. They will also practice strict asceticism. You know, the nuns' asceticism is not as simple as you recite a rosary in the chapel. They have to pray from 3 or 4 in the morning until dawn, and then work in the fields, or weave or mend in the room. The daily meals are only black bread and water, and even then there is not enough supply, but it doesn't matter, because they often fast. They have to remain silent and not talk unless necessary. They will also whip themselves to drive out the devil in their bodies. No nun there has lived past the age of 30. Innocent Zai looked at her with affection. Now things have changed. I think, Your Majesty, you don't need to take that holy but necessarily difficult path. Carlos II, your husband, and your mother-in-law are all dead. May God forgive their sins. And you, if you want, you and he already have a legitimate child. You can return to Toledo and become the regent queen mother of the new king. He lowered his voice. Your Majesty, Spain is yours. Antonia listened quietly. Innocent Zai almost thought he was going to convince her. Antonia is an Austrian princess and the Queen of Spain. She had also seen how Maria Anna, the Queen Mother of Spain, who was also an Austrian princess, enjoyed the benefits of power wantonly. Spain now was no longer a hell for Antonia, but was almost like heaven. On the contrary, if she insisted on breaking off the engagement and returning to Austria, she would definitely not be greeted with flowers and warmth. Regardless of Leopold, her behavior was like handing Spain over to the enemy of the Habsburgs, the French King Louis XIV. Even the humblest peasant, as long as he was Austrian, would not have any good feelings or sympathy for the princess. This is human nature. When there is no harm to oneself, people usually behave very generously, but if there is, they will be petty. I know I should believe you. Antonia's answer made Innocent Zai frown. This was not a good answer. I also believed in my father, my ministers, my friends, my mother. But at that time, it was not even God who responded to my prayers, Antonia said calmly, almost blasphemous words. At that time, I said to myself that if someone is willing to save me, even if it is the devil, I will resolutely complete the contract with him. So, Your Highness, although I am very grateful for your consolation, I also know that once I return to Austria, my fate will be very miserable. If I give up the appeal and return to Spain, I may really become the second Maria Anna. She smiled, but do you know what this means? It means that the last person who would not lie to Maria Antonia is also dead. Chapter 438 The War of the Spanish Succession. 2. Antonia's determination left Innocent Zai with no choice but to sigh. His threats were not empty, because the Spanish and Austrian envoys came together and reiterated the intentions of the Archbishop of Toledo and Leopold I, that is, if Antonia was willing to withdraw her appeal, return to Spain, and claim the illegitimate son of Carlos II as her own, she could at least get 50 years of honor and glory. If Antonia had just been married to Spain and still had a glimmer of hope for marriage, they might have been able to do so. Unfortunately, when the queen was tortured and threatened with death, none of them showed up. Now their words were useless. As Antonia said to Innocent Zai, if she returned to Spain and pretended that nothing had happened, it would be a betrayal of herself. The Austrian princess had an extraordinary rebellious heart. As soon as it got dark, she ran directly from the residence arranged by the Pope to the residence of Prince Conti and begged for the protection of King Louis XIV of France. There is nothing wrong with this practice. There are many cases in history where people who begged for asylum were betrayed. Not to mention princesses, kings have also been betrayed in this way. And from the perspective of kinship, it is not unthinkable that Antonia begged for the asylum of the King of France. Don't forget that the mother of the King of France is also Anna of Austria. From a closer perspective, Queen Teresa, the wife of Louis XIV, is her aunt. But such an act? Leopold I, who was far away in Austria, was furious. He gritted his teeth and swore that if things went in the direction he didn't expect, he would not send this rebellious daughter to a monastery, of course not out of pity and mercy. He would judge and execute her as a traitor. Treat her like a witch and burn her alive. Or, like the Hungarians did to the Countess, they locked her up in a small room without sunlight, sealed the door, and left only a small opening for food and water, to see when she would go crazy. He walked around the signing room with a hunched back. He and the Spanish princess had no son or heir. If Innocent Zai could not withstand the pressure of the French and declared the marriage between Antonia and Carlos II invalid, then Louis XII's son would really replace the Habsburgs and become the master of Spain. To say that he was excited and sincerely married his princess to Carlos II was simply nonsense. Although Austria and Spain were from the same Habsburg family and had been intermarrying for hundreds of years, Austria was Austria and Spain was Spain. After all, they were two countries. Every king was eager for more territory, and Leopold I was no exception. He hoped that Antonia could buy him time. If he and the queen had a male heir, she could fight for the Spanish throne for Austria and her brother as the queen or widow. Of course, if Antonia could give birth to a boy, It would be better than a Bourbon. Bourbon, Louis XIV, he murmured in his mouth. This name, was like a red-hot pen riding on his heart. Leopold I walked to the window and stared at the scenery outside the window. Unconsciously, it was dark. The streets outside the Hofburg Palace had been lit up with lights. The black gas lamps were like the most vigilant and tireless guards, quietly guarding the safety of the people. His police chief also said that since these lights, the crimes hidden in the dark have been reduced by a lot. The shop owners delayed the closing time, and there were more people on the street. However, the sanitation problem came with it. But as long as the funds are in place, the construction of public health facilities will be put on the agenda. This is just a little bit of what Leopold I learned from Louis XIV. Leopold I was only 2 years younger than Louis XIV. They had many wonderful similarities. When they ascended the throne, they faced a chaotic, weak and fragmented country, with powerful ministers holding them back and the people having no confidence in the royal family. They also had strong ambitions and exquisite skills. Don't think that Leopold I was a mediocre person because he was frustrated everywhere by Louis XIV. Leopold I was not destined to ascend the throne from the beginning. He was the second son of Ferdinand III, and his elder brother was the real heir. In the 30 Years' War, Austria lost millions of people, the economy was depressed, and everything needed to be rebuilt. His father exhausted his efforts to rebuild this huge empire, but like a mockery of fate, his father's eldest son, who had high hopes for him, died of smallpox at the age of 21. It can't even be said that he died young. At that time, the young man already had the title of King of Rome, and Ferdinand II had already transferred some of his power to his eldest son, waiting for a smooth transition 100 years later. Who would have thought that he would hold a funeral for his son? But by then, Ferdinand II was nearly 50 years old and in poor health. He had no time for regret and sadness. He immediately promoted his second son to the position of his elder brother and taught him carefully. Unfortunately, God only gave him 3 years. 3 years later, he followed in the footsteps of his eldest son and left behind the 17-year-old Leopold I. Leopold I was in fact a man of extraordinary talent. As the second son, like Philip, the former brother of the French king, he was not suitable to show his extraordinary talent in pursuit of power. The close relatives of the Habsburgs also brought him some unfortunate characteristics, breathing difficulties caused by a big chin, short stature, and deformed skeleton. Before his brother died in 54, he had been trained as a future priest. People thought that he would be a Red Prince in the future, not a general or minister. After all, there were very few brothers as tolerant as Louis XIV. He only received 1/5 of the education that the heir to the throne should receive, or even less. As soon as he ascended the throne, he faced the rebellious Hungary, the threat of the Ottoman Turkey, the precarious domestic economy, the lords and ministers with their own thoughts, and the electors with ill intentions. He also had to compete with Louis XIV of France for the title of Holy Roman Emperor. Although the title of the emperor was almost equivalent to an empty crown after the 30 Years' War, at that time, the Habsburgs had controlled this position for nearly 300 years. If it was lost in the hands of Leopold I, Austria's weakness and incompetence would inevitably be exposed to the eyes of the wolves. Fortunately, after all kinds of mediation, Leopold I shrewdly started from the antipathy of the German princes to the French, and with the help of a little bit of weak emotional tendency, he curbed the offensive launched by Cardinal Mazarin at the time, and the throne of the Holy Roman Empire finally returned to the hands of the Habsburgs. What Leopold I was most unwilling to do was that this war belonged to him and Bishop Mazarin, and King Louis XIV of France was not very enthusiastic. At that time, Leopold I naively thought that this king was a puppet of Bishop Mazarin, as people said. But soon, Louis XIV took power, and after taking power, he was like a rising sun, and both the moon and the stars became extremely dim under his light. It is impossible for people not to compare Leopold I with Louis XIV. Before Louis XIV took power, Leopold I was obviously superior to the young king. Although the situation in France had improved greatly at that time, all these achievements were attributed to Bishop Mazarin. When people in Hofburg mentioned Louis XIV, they all laughed at him for choosing an Italian woman as his royal wife and dressing her up like a barber. There was certainly some exaggeration in this, but it also showed that people at that time did not think highly of this king, who was too soft-hearted and too gentle. Especially when they heard that this king took in many refugees when he was in exile and brought them to Versailles, they were even more amused and contemptuous. Unlike the royal family that people in later generations expected to see, people at that time admired rulers who were decisive, brave and ruthless. Saints. That was left to the priests. But in just a few years, these stupid voices disappeared. Because Louis XIV conquered Flanders and the Netherlands successively, and defeated the Ottoman Turks in a major battle. Leopold I was once again compared with Louis XIV, but their positions were completely reversed. Even though Leopold I had recovered the whole of Hungary at that time, put down several rebellions, and exchanged the support of the king and emperor from the hands of lords and priests by oppressing peasants and craftsmen, forcing them to serve the nobles, he still could not be compared with a glorious Sun King. In addition to these, there is another point that Leopold I never said. That is, Louis XIV, who also has Habsburg blood, did not show any deformed features. He was healthy, strong, tall, and had thick hair. It was a rare king whose portrait was not much different from the real person. If he was just a body or a king who just defended the status quo, Leopold I would feel better, but after the Middle Ages, there were few kings who could expand the territory for their country and family. Even a once powerful country like Spain could only expand its power in the New World. The King of Poland, who had a powerful winged cavalry, also had to seize cities and plunder land from the pagans. Although every monarch in Europe had the fantasy of reliving the reputation of Augustus, once someone really did that and it was possible to achieve it, the enemy he faced would never be the only one in front of him. Louis XIV did it, even if he paid the price of almost overturning the country. No king would not be jealous of him, and Leopold I was even more so. In particular, when Louis XIV planned to seize the Flanders region from Spain, Leopold I was still a pusher and helper, but he was not willing to do that. This was all Louis XIV's fault. Who could have thought that a king, a man who should have been noble and pure, would actually use such a despicable and shameless method, and against an emperor? A monarch who sat side by side with him. How could he do this? Leopold I would never admit that he fell into the trap because he was too greedy and heartless. He could only put all the blame on Louis XIV. He also did not admit that among the many reasons he wanted to get the Spanish throne, there was also the secret agreement in the hands of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, the document he signed. If his child could become the co-lord of Spain and Austria, this secret would be equivalent to nothing, but if not. Thinking of this, he began to curse the useless queen again. At that time, people did not know that inbreeding could easily cause miscarriage and deformity, but since Leopold I already had a child, it was all the queen's fault that he could not give birth to a boy. If the queen was not the Habsburg princess who brought the Spanish throne, Leopold I would definitely choose to follow the example of Henry VIII of England. Your Majesty. Leopold I turned around with a sinister look. I said no one should disturb me. It's Her Majesty the Queen. She hopes Your Majesty can go to see her. The servants of the Hofburg watched as His Majesty the King was swept into the Queen's suite like a condensed storm. They were not surprised at all that the Queen would be humiliated and perhaps even beaten. But after His Majesty entered, he only had a few short conversations with the Queen and then walked out with a smile on his face and a relaxed demeanor. He shouted that he was going to Mass and ordered the servants to prepare a set of jewelry as a gift for the Queen. Smart people guessed it in a short while. The Queen was pregnant. Although it was not known whether the child was a boy or a girl, at such a critical moment. If it was a boy, not to mention the Queen, even the willful Princess Antonia would be able to escape the wrath of Leopold. The Queen's maids were all smiling, but Margaret just shook her head. It can only be said that this child came too timely. She touched her belly. It had bred 4 children. Unfortunately, one of the 2 sons only lived for 90 days, and the other died just after birth. Only 2 daughters were lucky enough to be born, but the eldest daughter Antonia could be said to be dead. The youngest daughter had the same name as her, but her physical condition was also not worthy of praise. If this child miscarried or died again, Margaret thought, I'm afraid she would also go to see God. The doctor said that her weak body could not withstand another birth, but what could she do? Not having a child was impossible. Leopold I was good to her at first, but as time passed, he had been looking forward to it for 66 years until today, but he still couldn't get an heir. It's no wonder that he became more and more irritable, not to mention that this child was now related to who would be the throne of Spain. Go get me a pen and paper. I want to write a letter to my sister, said the Queen. Leopold I was jealous of Louis XIV and almost went crazy. Queen Margaret was the same, but she was jealous of her sister, Queen Teresa of France. Everyone had to admit that Teresa had a husband who seemed to come out of a legend. He was noble, handsome, strong and kind. No one could compare to his respect and love for the queen. And they had 2 sons. But now, she had to beg her sister to protect her daughter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439, The War of the Spanish Succession. 3. Queen Teresa received a letter from her sister in German-en-Laye. The grand tour came to an end in German-en-Laye. Although Louis XIV encountered some obstacles and threats during the trip, at least he still completed his initial idea, that is, to use the grand tour to inspect whether his country has developed as he expected. It must be said here that this is very necessary. In addition to areas such as Brittany, which are rebellious and independent by nature, in other places, the king's laws are ineffective because of the short-sightedness or greed of local lords and officials. The most straightforward example is that Louis XIV stipulated that all French people did not need to pay any extra taxes except for the poll tax, except for business and finance. This undoubtedly made many nobles' previous methods of making money ineffective. Farmers and workers may be ignorant, but when it comes to money, they will become particularly shrewd, so all kinds of scams or intimidation have occurred. Although these people can no longer blame the king, it has also caused some difficulties for Louis XIV's policies. Louis XIV gave up his power, especially the right to increase taxes that the French kings seized from the parliament during the long 100 Years' War, just to make France's finances enter a virtuous cycle. To put it simply, it is to make the people rich first. Only when they can see hope and believe in this hope, will people work, study and have children with peace of mind, instead of being in a panic all day long, full of worries and anxiety and uneasiness, like a gunpowder barrel soaked in grease, which will explode at the touch. The frequent riots in France before Louis XIV and in Spain after Carlos II were mostly due to this reason. When the future was bleak, with just a little provocation, the people would fall into a frenzy of fighting without scruples. They had nothing in their hands anyway, and they would not lose anything even if they failed, but if someone was really willing to fulfill their promise, they could immediately jump out of their current life and be freed from the endless suffering. On the other hand, if the people always had coins jingling in their pockets, bread, butter and jam on the table, and a goose or a chicken in the pot, and someone knocked on the door and said, "Come out, men, let's raise pitchforks or flails to oppose the king and hang his officials," what do you think they would respond? So, Louis XIV might not be a merciful person, but he would not allow anyone to secretly do evil and let his people continue to fall into poverty and despair. In addition, the trust and love of the people for the king could also bring him quite rich rewards. The second purpose of the Grand Tour was to prepare for future wars. Even though the only male heir was Louis XIV's second son, only war could eliminate all opposition. Louis XIV knew this very well. However, in order to welcome the crown and eliminate the consumption, war and negotiation, for France in the next few hundred years, it was still worth it. The issuance of war bonds followed the king's footsteps and spread throughout France. Whenever the king went to a place, the nobles would subscribe enthusiastically. Merchants even had to bribe people around the king to get in. But what surprised Colbert was that more than half of the subscriptions came from ordinary people. Since Louis XIV took power, he had not levied any additional taxes for 20 years. At the same time, he strictly supervised the nobles and officials, even in war. And those civilians, as praised by a powerful leader in later generations, were like grass and trees in the wilderness. As long as they were given a little time to grow and rest, they would suddenly burst out with shocking vitality. The increase in population has allowed the king to equal the total tax revenue in the past with just the head tax. When the war bonds are issued, the money accumulated by the people in the past 20 years will flow into the king's inner treasury like a trickle of water gathering into a big river. Of course, this is also the reason why the king issued bonds during the Franco-Dutch War, allowing nobles, officials, and merchants to make a lot of money. At that time, out of caution, it was not fully open to the public. Now that there is such an opportunity, it is no wonder that these people will desperately exchange real money for beautiful securities documents. They firmly believe that the king will definitely win. If Louis XIV can indeed win a big victory, cashing the bonds will not be a problem. A large amount of expenditure can be saved on military expenses alone, not to mention the rich and vast colonies owned by Spain. The Spanish governors are not good at ruling. They only know rough and simple plunder and massacre. Louis XIV feels that if his officials are allowed to govern those places, the current colonial income can be at least doubled. Louis XIV's education system was now able to provide him with a number of capable government staff. These officials were the king's claws and eyes, his arms and legs. They managed the country for him and would be sent to the Netherlands, Spain, America, and perhaps even further and more places in the future. However, the premise was that they had to sharpen their fangs in France first. Those lords and princes who dared to disobey the king's policies or ignore them were the prey that these regents were most willing to offer to the king. The third purpose of the Grand Tour, to quell all the unrest in France. In this regard, the king's officials also cooperated with the king's clergy. We all know that from an earlier time, the French kings held the power of appointment and dismissal of the clergy in their own hands. At first, it might just be for money, but later, the kings found that if the priests and bishops were their own people, they would be more convenient when they acted without worrying about the constraints of the church, which was also the reason why the Roman Church had always been worried. But for example, now, Louis XIV does not need to pay too much attention to the Huguenots, the Jews, or even a small number of people who share the same faith with the Ottoman Turks. He has two religious princes, one is the familiar Cardinal Riviere, and the other is Ilario, who has become an archbishop in Rome and is more likely to be promoted to cardinal soon. One of them is in France and the other is in Rome. Although one is mediocre and the other is sharp, they work together perfectly and stabilize the various problems in France and the religious interface for the son King Louis XIV. Almost all the priests in France have become the king's spies. With them, there is no place that the king's tentacles cannot touch. Under their leadership, those villains who lost power and glory because of the king's new policy have no possibility of resistance at all. One after another, they are either thrown into prison or hanged on the gallows. Even Queen Teresa, who has always sincerely not expressed any opinions on politics, has to say that after the Grand Tour, France seems to have a lot cleaner air. She even has the mood to recall her sister's appearance and voice. When they were both Spanish princesses, as the daughter of Philip IV and a Bourbon princess, she was undoubtedly not as popular as Margaret, the daughter of Philip IV and an Austrian Habsburg princess. Her father also preferred her sister to her. People in the court took the will of the king and queen as their own will, making her life more difficult. The fact that she was able to reach an engagement with Louis XIV was probably a blessing that could only be fulfilled after the accumulation of her past misfortunes. Even so, Philip IV still coldly asked her to swear to give up her right to inherit the Spanish throne before marriage, and completely ignored her embarrassment after marrying into the French royal family and refused to pay the 500,000 livres dowry promised during the negotiations. He probably didn't expect that Queen Teresa was not the kind of Austrian princess who was submissive and naive to the point of being a little stupid. Once she found that her family was unreliable, she turned to her husband's family without hesitation. To be more precise, she turned to her husband and master Louis XIV. Even now, they have 2 sons and a daughter, and have been together for 20 years. After reading her sister's letter, Queen Teresa immediately handed it to the king. If there is anything surprising, it may be the last bit of tenderness that the Austrian queen has for her eldest daughter. She entrusted her eldest daughter to her sister and made it clear that she did not want her to return to Austria, of course for the future of Princess Antonia. Not to mention whether she is pregnant with a boy, even if it is, Leopold I's happiness is only temporary. To be harsh, this happiness may not benefit Princess Antonia, who can be said to have betrayed Austria and Leopold I. Do you think it will be a little prince? Queen Teresa asked. Louis slowly folded the letter paper. Nowadays, people rarely use parchment to write letters. The letter paper made a small rustling sound in his hands. Maybe. Do we need to do something? Queen Teresa whispered. No, Louis said, no, don't do anything unnecessary. He knew that the Queen was asking whether it was necessary to spread the fact that the Spaniards deliberately confused illegitimate children with legitimate children. Although the Spaniards recognized that the child was born by the Queen, even if they used their toes to think, they knew that an 8-year-old child could not give birth, so their envoys had been negotiating with the church, or in other words, they were trading. Therefore, not many people knew about this matter, or in other words, there was no real evidence, but if they managed to let Princess Antonia speak, It would make people question the legitimacy of Leopold I's baby who was born too timely. We can't do that, Louis said. It's a double-edged sword. If it does work, then all future royal heirs will be questioned, including your children and my children, and our children's children. You are a kind person, said Queen Teresa. So, do we need to bring Antonia to France? She is a princess of Austria and the Queen of Spain. It would be more appropriate for her to stay in Rome. I will let Innocent Xi shelter her, and then let Ilario be responsible for her safety. Louis said carefully, and then he saw that his wife seemed to relax a little. What's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Some people say that you may be able to facilitate a marriage between Charles and Antonia. Queen Teresa said uncomfortably. Louis was obviously stunned. How is it possible? Their blood is too close. He shook the Queen's hand comfortingly. We can't choose our marriage, but the children's. You can see, I tried to choose a spouse with a distant blood relationship for them. The doctor has told us that close relatives can easily cause miscarriage and deformity. We are lucky, Teresa, but we can't guarantee that our children will be the same. Teresa didn't mind close relatives as much as Louis did, but she was used to not arguing with Louis. Anyway, Louis also said that he would not let Charles and Antonia get married, so she was relieved. Antonia was too much older than Charles, especially she had a previous marriage. The fact that she became the Queen of Spain twice in a row reminded her of Henry VI's first queen. And it was said that she was sick and injured, and it was hard to say whether her weak body could fulfill the obligations of a wife and queen. Instead of worrying about Charles, who is still in his infancy, Louis said, we might as well worry about the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess? Oh, yes, Queen Teresa sighed. She is still engaged to the Crown Prince of Prussia. Although I shouldn't ask, now that things have turned out this way, I wonder if there will be any changes in Prussia. That depends on whether His Majesty the King can convince his allies and ministers. Louis said softly, but he still has at least several months. King William I of Prussia does have several months left. It is not an easy task to start a war against France, especially for Leopold I now. When he is not sure whether the baby in the Queen's belly is a boy or a girl, he can only do his best to delay time. This falls on the master of the Roman Church. Although Innocent Xi had formed an alliance with Louis XIV, countries only care about interests. Although Louis XIV was generous, he never gave in on the right to appoint and dismiss priests, which made the Red Princes in the church complain. In addition, even if Innocent Xi was a moderate, he did not want to see Spain and France united. That was terrible. Similarly, Louis XIV was waiting for the poisonous wine he brewed in Spain to ferment, and he also needed time. So with the tacit consent of all the people concerned, Princess Antonia's appeal was successfully delayed for several months until the Queen of Austria was 7 months pregnant and finally gave birth to a little prince. Although the child was premature, thin and weak, Leopold I couldn't wait to name him Philip. Chapter 440, The War of the Spanish Succession, Joy and Happiness Before the War, Part 1. If people of our time were lucky enough to travel back in time to 1679, they would find something amazing. The Spanish Succession War, which involved more than a dozen countries, that is, the whole of Europe, plus Britain, Ottoman Turkey, and Russia, and had been fought intermittently for nearly 10 years, was actually full of harmony and happiness before the start of the war in 1680. First, we have to look at the Holy Roman Emperor and Archduke Leopold I of Austria. Undoubtedly, although this emperor has always been the spokesperson for depression and anxiety, he was rarely satisfied this year. The Queen, who was weak and almost diagnosed by wizards and doctors at the same time as difficult to give birth to children, gave him a boy. This boy was an absolute gift to Leopold I, who had been pushed to the edge of the cliff, even though his ranking was a bit awkward. Although he was the eldest son, he had to become the ruler of Spain instead of Austria. This kind of thing is not without precedent in history, especially when Europe is still divided and ruled by many principalities. In the future, this child, Philip, will inherit 2 countries at the same time, Spain and Austria, and then perhaps his descendants will take over these 2 glorious crowns, or divide the power in his hands among his brothers and children, just like the former Frankish king and Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire. Not to mention that this is not Leopold I's wishful thinking. If it weren't for Louis XIV, a strong France would be enough to make other countries sad. Louis XIV also married Sweden, Portugal, Prussia and other countries in succession, that is, to make reliable allies in disguise. Once this alliance is formed and consolidated, other countries can be regarded as lucky to be able to hold on to their original territories. As for other enclaves and colonies, they will inevitably be swallowed up by this behemoth. With such an understanding, they were certainly willing to stand with France's enemies. When Leopold I proposed the right to inherit the Spanish throne, he did not encounter much resistance, and some people even secretly pushed for it. Looking at the map, you can see that France can be connected with Spain, but Austria cannot. The former is much more threatening than the latter. In such an atmosphere, even if Leopold I still had to worry about domestic and foreign debts, he still managed to borrow a large sum of money. Don't get me wrong, this money is not used to pay military expenses, but to hold a grand naming ceremony for his first son Philip, the future King of Spain and Archduke of Austria. The naming ceremony refers to the baptism ceremony and formal naming ceremony after the baby is born. Only after these two steps can the child truly become a person with rights and obligations that is recognized in law and morality. The illegitimate son of Carlos II was unable to carry out this step, and finally stopped at the turning point of fate. If the child's parents were just ordinary people, then only a few of their closest friends and relatives would attend the ceremony and the banquet that followed. But since his father was the Holy Roman Emperor, Archduke Leopold I of Austria, and his mother was the daughter of King Philip IV of Spain, his naming and baptism ceremony must be the most grand. Although Austria did not directly participate in any major wars after the 30 Years' War, except for the major battle against the Ottoman Turks, and of course there would be no failures or losses, just like Leopold I, the Austrians also felt the pressure from France. From the deep palace to the streets, more and more old people began to miss the former Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. In contrast, more young people began to pursue the latest fashions from Paris or Versailles. Humans all admire the strong. When a country or a civilization has the power to suppress its own kind, you will find that it will also become the object of people's admiration and pursuit. This is true for young people and the same for the elderly. It's just that the latter have seen the glory of the past, and it is inevitable that there will be a bit of jealousy and bitterness in the admiration. When Leopold I followed Louis XIV's example of setting up street lights at night and rebuilding roads and blocks, he encountered a lot of opposition. He was not so willing. What could be more annoying than carrying the debt of the enemy? Perhaps you have to follow his footsteps and imitate his practices to make changes. However, the benefits of this kind of change are also immediate. The funny thing is that because Austria's reform came after France, it also avoided many twists and turns and obstacles encountered by France in the reform. Today's Vienna has also become a political, economic and cultural center of the future. The streets are connected in all directions, the houses are lined up, the glass windows are shining in the sun, the green trees stand on both sides of the sidewalk like guards, and the square is full of sculptures and drinking fountains. Even if the ground is not spotless, at least there is no feces and garbage. Like the Louvre in Paris, the Hofburg Palace in the center of Vienna was originally just a castle used for military purposes. Later, the Habsburg emperors continued to repair and expand it. However, in the generation of Leopold I, given that the treasury and the inner treasury were not so abundant, he only built a Leopold wing similar to the Louvre's Grand Gallery, connecting the original old castle with a small palace at the back, so that the Hofburg Palace does not look too shabby. Of course, it is definitely not comparable to Louis XIV's Versailles. By the way, this is one of the reasons why Leopold I has always been worried. However, the decline of the palace can be compensated by the prominence of the guests. Although Leopold I has always been at a disadvantage in front of Louis XIV, he is still a king worthy of awe for others, not to mention that this naming ceremony is also a trumpet blown by the emperor before the war. Whether the people standing here are enemies or friends, all have to be decided today. King Louis XIV of France, King Charles I of Sweden, King Pedro I of Portugal, and the former King of Poland, the Great Conde, would certainly not stand with Leopold I. Only envoys came to attend the banquet and present gifts. Members of the anti-French faction in Spain, King Christian V of Denmark, and principalities or small princes such as Switzerland, Milan, Turin and Genoa all came in person to congratulate Leopold I. Among the latter, the most important one seemed to be King Christian V of Denmark. Even though he was just a mediocre monarch, with Denmark and Norway around, it would be difficult for King Charles I of Sweden to devote himself to the subsequent war of succession to the throne, but this situation was soon broken, because although Charles I of England did not come, he sent his brother, the Duke of York. The Duke of York was nicknamed the Master of the Tower of London. This nickname was of course meant to mock him and Charles II. Because he had such a narrow-minded brother, he was also ambitious, so the Duke lived in the Tower of London for 6 months a year. He would only be released when something happened that had to be done by someone of sufficient weight. Everyone could see that there were many pairs of surveillance eyes and dangerous arms around him, mainly to prevent him from escaping, but not many people really dared to laugh at the Duke. After all, Charles II's son had not grown up yet, and after the incident with Carlos II, the kings began to be cautious about how to use wizards in their offspring. The last person who was imprisoned in the Tower of London for a long time, and was also in danger of his death, was the Virgin Queen Elizabeth. She also spent her entire girlhood in insults and intimidation, but this did not prevent her from taking over her sister's throne. Who knows if the Duke of York will be the next Mr. Elizabeth? The appearance of the Duke of York was just right, and it did not make people feel that the British were too servile, and it also showed that Charles II attached great importance to the upcoming treaty. The Duke of York was still the second heir to the Stuart dynasty. People who saw the Duke of York could not help but exchange glances under the brim of their hats. It seemed that Britain and France had indeed become enemies. The hatred between Britain and France was far deeper than that between France and Spain and Austria. The friendship between Charles II and Louis XIV could only be said to be a coincidence. As their boyhood passed quickly, the Duke of Cornwall became Charles II, and the line of the protector of the Kingdom of Britain was hung on the wall. Their feelings also came to an end. Even if Britain and France did not go to war, there were constant frictions, especially after Louis XIV had ironclad ships. The British fleet suffered a great blow after the Battle of Dunkirk. In addition to the sunken ships, there was also the confidence they had built up in Spain and the Dutch. According to some unverified statements, the British were also planning to build an ironclad fleet, but compared to the French, they were stretched thin in terms of technology and funds, so it was no wonder that they immediately decided to stand with Leopold I. In addition to these people, there were 6 guests who were the most important to Leopold I. 6 electors. In the Golden Bull, Charles IV first confirmed the legitimacy of the great feudal princes becoming emperors through elections, and determined the 7 electors of the empire, 3 church electors and 4 secular electors. Among them, the archbishops of Mainz and Cologne stood on the side of France in the war against Flanders and the Netherlands for their own interests, and they did get benefits. Now, they also stand on the side of Austria for their own interests, because if France and Spain unite, they will be the first to be threatened. Among the secular electors, the electors of Rhine-Pfalz, Saxony, and Bavaria had already confirmed their support for Leopold I. The only one who had been promoted from Elector of Brandenburg to King of Prussia was William I. His son had already been engaged to Grand Duchess Marie, the daughter of the Duke of Orleans of France. What was even more subtle was that part of the Grand Duchess's rich dowry also belonged to Leopold I. William I did not embarrass Leopold I too much. Although he had chosen Louis XIV, he stood with the electors at the banquet, but halfway through the banquet, he met with the emperor in private and tactfully stated his intentions. That is to say, Leopold I said with a gloomy look, "You have decided to hold the wedding for the 2 children on the Feast of Pentecost." "That's a good day," William I said calmly. "You think so too." This time was of course chosen. The Feast of Pentecost is also known as Pentecost, after Easter, at the end of May. War cannot be separated from food reserves, and during the busy farming and harvesting seasons, except for the standing army, full-time soldiers, like Louis XIV, the soldiers converted from farmers will definitely think of escaping from the battlefield to the farmland, so the war is generally arranged in the months from late autumn to severe winter. Once the marriage contract between the eldest princess and the Prussian crown prince is reached, they will usher in the war. "What can Louis XIV give you?" Leopold I asked, sitting on his favorite throne. The top of the throne is a double-headed eagle looking to both sides. It is hard to imagine how ugly it would be without one head. What can he give that I can't? "Sir, after all, you are still my chancellor. The electors have official positions in the empire, and you are also one of the electors. You should be equal to Louis XIV, instead of being willing to be his vassal." "I am not his vassal, your majesty." William I was no longer at the age of being easily angered, and he just smiled slightly at Leopold I's provocation and stimulation. "But our alliance was before you decided to go to war, and I should first fulfill that contract. We all know it, and if I cancel this engagement, your army will find it difficult to hold on until we see the dawn of victory. If the goddess of victory really stands on your side, it seems that you are not willing to obey my kindness, then I will say it directly," Leopold I said coldly. Sir, Prussia is far away from France, but very close to Austria. Your Majesty, I thought this was a threat you faced, not mine. You are not facing just Austria. There are 7 electors of the Holy Roman Empire, as long as you surrender to the enemy. Have they all been convinced by you? They are more far-sighted and insightful than you. Leopold I said sarcastically. Well, if you insist. William I said calmly, I can go out now and tell Prince Conti of France that I am ready to annul the engagement between my son and their eldest princess. Are you really willing to do this? Just as you described the situation to me, Your Majesty, if you ask me to do so, I will do it. William I stared at Leopold I and said, only to see that the Emperor, who was 2 years younger than Louis XIV but looked almost the same age as William I, suddenly clapped his hands. Okay, sir, he said, I want to say now that I have seen your loyalty, how precious. I must say that you have withstood my test, although it is a bit harsh, but sir, believe me, I don't want to let you fall into such a predicament. He stood up, stretched out his hand, and held William I's arm. If it weren't for his lack of height, he might have hugged the other's shoulder. William I suppressed his disgust and asked patiently, can I know what you think? The marriage will continue, Leopold I whispered, but the covenant may not be. Chapter 441, The War of the Spanish Succession, Joy and Happiness Before the War, Part 2. Does it mean that the prerequisite for becoming an emperor or a king is not bloodline or law, but whether one is shameless enough? The Duke of Orleans said with deep emotion after reading the letter given to him by the king. Louis smiled. This was because he had insisted on the loyalty of the Duke of Orleans to him for more than 20 years. He had never hurt his brother and ministers under any circumstances. That was why he spoke so impudently. I am also a king, he said. You have scolded me too. The Duke of Orleans made a face. As a man who was almost 40 years old and whose daughter was about to get married, this face was cute beyond his age. But you are right, Louis said, whether he is an emperor, a king, or even just a governor or a mayor, as long as he is willing to be responsible for his people, he cannot be too bound by morality. The Duke of Orleans smiled and looked at the little Prince Louis beside him. Are you a little confused, Your Highness? Of course he understood. A few years ago, he was the governor of Lorraine and Alsace. Prince Louis thought for a while. I can probably understand what you mean, but there's always something that you can't get over, right? The Duke of Orleans took out his gloves and patted his palms a few times casually. Talk to him, Louis. The prince immediately looked at his father, and Louis was of course willing to give him an answer. It was not without reason that the Duke of Orleans said that before. In this secret letter written by King William I of Prussia to King Louis XIV of France, he could be said to be a scoundrel. He accused Louis XIV of how mean and disgusting Leopold I was. He asked William I to continue the engagement with the daughter of the Duke of Orleans. In addition to the agreement that a large part of the Grand Princess's dowry would be used to repay the debts owed by the Duchy of Austria in the Great War, everyone knew how much the Duke of Orleans loved his daughter, and Louis XIV also had a fondness for this niece. It can be said that for the sake of the Grand Princess, they would not do anything to the Duchy of Prussia. In short, Leopold I wanted both money and people. He shamelessly asked King William I of Prussia to stand with him and be an enemy of France after the engagement was concluded. For this reason, he even promised that if his son Philip inherited the throne of Spain in the future, the daughter of the King of Prussia would be the latest marriage partner he was considering. William I could not say that he was dismissive of this, but he did not dare to believe it, mainly because of Leopold I's character. Louis XIV's attention and doting on his daughter and niece have always been the target of ridicule by the Habsburg faction. The father in ancient Rome was the master, and he even had the power to buy and sell his children. The father in the Middle Ages was the lord, and he could also control the lives of his children. Fathers in this era still regarded tenderness as a shame, but it is undeniable that Louis XIV's tenderness for his children is like fur covering steel, making him look less cold and aggressive. Leopold I, especially the eldest Princess Antonia, the little Queen of Spain, was so bold that she took advantage of the riots in Toledo. The king was seriously ill and dying, and the Queen Mother had gone to see God one step earlier to run to Rome overnight, asking the Pope to cancel her engagement with Carlos II on the grounds that the marriage had not been consummated, and denied that the boy came from her belly, catching everyone off guard. Although the Spaniards had red and swollen cheeks, did Leopold I look good? There were fathers who were mean and vicious to their daughters. Many princesses lived in the monastery for their whole lives because the king was unwilling to give them dowries. But it was known to the world that the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire actually married his 8-year-old daughter to a monster like that. This was a bit. Anyway, William I would never think that he could arouse Leopold's sympathy more than the eldest Princess Antonia. Generally speaking, the conclusion of a marriage contract represented the covenant between the two countries. Although this did not mean that the two countries could live in peace from then on, the bride's dowry had not been counted yet, and the last fig leaf was torn off there directly. In the next few decades or even hundreds of years, the marriage between the prince and princess of the Kingdom of Prussia would not be trusted much at the political level. But was this any hindrance to Leopold I, or to the Habsburgs of Austria? Of course not. Not only that, there were many benefits. Without the help brought by the marriage, the future development of the Kingdom of Prussia would inevitably be difficult. As one of the 7 electors, Leopold I did not have to worry about it posing a threat to his descendants. William I explained the situation very straightforwardly. He did not want to be an enemy of France, nor did he want to be an enemy of Austria and its allies. Just look at the map and you will know that he did have his reasons. Prussia is located in the upper right corner of the Holy Roman Empire, separated from France by Austria and other electors. If he insists on joining the French camp, it is hard to say whether the army can leave the empire. He put this issue in front of us, said the little Prince Louis, just to make us forgive his inability. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is betting on both sides. The Duke of Orleans said, "We can make a bet. If the balance of victory and defeat tilts towards Party B without limit, he will definitely wake up in time and make the right decision." For William I and the Kingdom of Prussia, this approach is right, but it's a bit shameless. Louis looked at the prince. "Now, this is what I want to say to you." The prince stood up. The Duke of Orleans once said, "Do all emperors and kings have to be so shameless?" Yes, child, when you are just one person, you can stick to your beliefs, morals, preferences and even quirks, but once you are no longer a person, a husband is responsible for his wife, a father is responsible for his children, a son is responsible for his parents, and a king is responsible for the tens of millions of people behind him. For this responsibility, you have to abandon many things that are commonplace to ordinary people: your love, family affection, yuan, beliefs, and then the morality and thinking as a person. He took a deep breath. I have tried to stick to my bottom line, but there are always people who keep trying to break it. The Duke of Orleans walked over and put his hand on his brother's shoulder. Louis held his hand. "So, I am also constantly retreating. I am not a perfect man, child," he said. "Now there is not much I can hold on to. Apart from you, my blood relatives, and Bourbons, all I have is France and my people. Father. Child, I'm talking to you here, not to ask you to become a ruthless and cruel person like Leopold I." Louis stretched out his hand to the Crown Prince, who immediately understood and walked over. Louis held his brother with one hand and his son with the other. "I will only tell you that in fact, my bottom line is that my relatives are above France." He felt the hand he was holding tremble slightly. He looked at the Crown Prince and smiled comfortingly. "You should have noticed, my son, there is a saying that there are 3 kinds of people in the world: men, women and kings. Yes, sometimes a ruler is almost like a monster, but this is not taken for granted. I have always believed that even a king should first be a person, completely abandoning emotions. What remains will only be intimidating and disgusting. Like Carlos II and Leopold I." Little Louis asked in a low voice. "All tyrants are like this," said Louis. "Some of them failed, some succeeded. I don't want you to become that kind of person, but I want you to understand that some people in the world are like this. When you deal with them, you have to stand in their shoes and use their brains to think so as not to fall into a passive situation." To put it bluntly, the Duke of Orleans added, "A knight must know how to fight a knight, and also how to fight a despicable thief." "But what if I ever find myself in a situation where I have to make a choice?" asked the Dauphin. "You can make decisions according to your own wishes," Louis said, "but as I said, before you make any decision, you must take into account the responsibilities you bear. You must remember that you are speaking for 20 million French people, just like Leopold I and King William I of Prussia spoke for the tens of millions of people behind them." "I think I understand what you mean," little Louis said. "Their behavior is indeed shameless, but if it is for their people, this shamelessness is a noble behavior. If he becomes king in the future, he will inevitably need to make such a choice. In addition, when he faces enemies and allies, he must also take these into consideration when they love their people. They must be cruel enough to the people of other countries in order to maintain the balance. That's why his father said that a king who is not hated and hated by the people of other countries will not be a good king. The room was silent for a while. The prince was still chewing and understanding the teachings of his father and uncle. Pontom came forward gently and said, "Excuse me, I don't want to disturb you, but gentlemen, the people in the Victory Hall have been waiting for a long time. As described before, the Palace of Versailles is a large cross-shaped building. On the first floor, the center is the Hall of the Goddess of Victory, in front is the Grand Gallery, on the left and right are the Bacchus Hall, Neptune Hall, Venus Hall and Mars Hall, and in the back are the Jupiter Hall and Juno Hall used by the king for office." They just talked in the smaller Juno Hall. The reason why Leopold I held a grand banquet was his son's naming day, but Louis XIV held this banquet as a prelude to having children, not for him, but for the young generals who were about to go to war. Unlike wars in later generations, in this era, officers and commanders had to lead the troops, especially during the charge. Even a noble like the Duke of Orleans had to do so. King Louis XIV also had to be at the forefront of the battle line. Therefore, in the army, the loss rate of nobles was no lower than that of ordinary soldiers, and many families became extinct. Therefore, before an urgent war was about to come, the most important thing for young generals had nothing to do with the military. Those who were not married had to get married quickly, and those who were married had to give birth to children quickly. In areas and countries where Salic law was implemented, the child had to be a boy. In this war for the succession to the Spanish throne, all the newcomers who were valued by the king and had been tempered and tested were on the list of candidates. No matter what their background was, being chosen by the king personally meant that they were destined to rise to prominence as long as they were not unlucky. So, in addition to prominent people like Joseph, the grandson of the Duke of Vendôme, and Eugene of Savoy, even people of ordinary backgrounds such as Jean Bart, Villars, and Signolet could not help but make the eyes of those nobles who had a daughter shine. In addition to the above 5 people, there are hundreds of colonels and lieutenants. Needless to say, the officers who can stand in this hall can be remembered by the king. They have a promising future. Even if they die in battle or become disabled, the insurance system and generous pensions implemented by the king in the army can ensure that his wife and children have no worries about food and clothing. There are also various privileges for military families, such as brewing, leasing and salt and iron trade licenses, exemption from examinations for military academy preparatory students, or qualifications to serve as staff or managers in post stations, post offices and other departments set up by the king, and so on. People call it the king's protection, and the soldiers will proudly declare that the king is their father. Their loyalty to Louis XIV is probably no less than that of the Knights of the Edict who once followed St. Louis to the Holy Land for pilgrimage and battle. Louis XIV often calls them his children without hesitation. These were enough to attract many nobles from outside Paris and Versailles, or those financial upstarts who were even more despised than the robed nobles. They could not break into the class of sword-bearing nobles and robed nobles, so they could only start from the army. Moreover, these officers often made people misunderstand that the conscription officials also included appearance as one of the conditions, but people of this era did agree with the nonsense that people with ugly looks were cursed by the devil, and people with handsome looks were blessed by angels. Anyway, these young men, even if they could not be said to be handsome, were extremely decent or majestic, wearing military uniforms specially ordered by the king to be tailored for them by the most exquisite tailors with exquisite craftsmanship and vision. When they walked into the hall with calm manners and firm expressions, the ladies on the side could not help but raise their feather fans, hiding their slightly red cheeks and shining eyes behind them, and looking at these officers through the gaps. It is very likely that their husbands were among them. For the girls who still had beautiful fantasies, the young and strong officers were certainly better than the fat and old officials. For the officers, these ladies either had a glorious surname or a considerable dowry, which was far more suitable than the women they could choose. They straightened their chests, looked bright, and tried to make a perfect posture. This subtle change could not escape the eyes of the ladies. They whispered and were overjoyed until the double doors of the Victory Hall leading to the Juno Hall opened suddenly, and the ceremonial officer came out and shouted, "The king is here." This was a scene that the Duke of Orleans would never get tired of watching no matter how many times he saw it. The originally bustling hall suddenly became silent. The men shook their hats and bent down quickly like straw blown by the wind, and the ladies hung their heads like delicate fallen flowers and opened their skirts on the floor. The only sound in the room was the sound of the king's cane hitting the floor. The king walked 3 or 5 feet away before people began to stand up one after another. When they raised their heads, their eyes were focused behind the king. Whoever could walk behind the king at this time showed that he was one of the king's most beloved people. Chapter 442, The War of the Spanish Succession, Joy and Happiness Before the War, Part 2. As always, the people behind the king are Prince Conti on the left and Duke of Orleans on the right. In addition to having a brother who is the King of Poland, Prince Conti also has a cousin who is the King of France. With such an identity, Louis XIV would send him out when there was a need for an envoy of prominent status. As an envoy of this era, it was not so safe for both the envoy himself and the people visiting the country. The envoy was likely to be assassinated or expelled, and the envoy was also likely to become a spy and murderer. Prince Conti has not encountered dangers or done dangerous things, but he has 2 good brothers and incredible luck, which allows him to complete the tasks assigned by the king time and time again. Now, even if he does not have the Bourbon surname, he can look down on others in the Palace of Versailles with the trust of the king, and it is natural for him to walk in front of the ministers and nobles. As for the Duke of Orleans, we don't need to say more. Behind these 2 were the king's ministers and generals, the so-called robed nobles and sword-bearing nobles. Of course, the more than 20 people here were the best of these 2 categories. Ever since the great Condé went to Poland to be king, the leader of the sword-bearing nobles was Viscount Turenne, followed by the Duke of Luxembourg. Although Viscount Turenne maintained a humble attitude and was willing to walk behind the Duke of Luxembourg, the Duke of Luxembourg thought to himself that if the King of France at this time was the great Condé, as his adopted brother and close friend, he would be the most qualified person to take the lead. But the current king is Louis XIV. Although Viscount Turenne initially stood on the side of the Fronde, no one could deny that he switched to the king's camp earlier than any of the generals here. In fact, there was one person who was not present, otherwise this position should have belonged to him. That person was the Duke of Vendôme. It was not because of his great achievements, but because he was also a Bourbon. Although he was an illegitimate child that was recognized in law, not recognized in politics and religious positions, Bourbon was a Bourbon. Louis XIV was not the kind of ruler who would hate blood relatives. He was even willing to let the Grand Condé be the King of Poland, which showed that. However, the Duke of Vendôme could not come today. Doctors and wizards said that he was like a candle that had burned to the end, relying only on the last bit of candle wick and wax to barely maintain a weak light. For a banquet like this that must last all night, everyone stayed from the beginning to the end, including the king and the pregnant woman. He did not have such a privilege, so after asking the king for permission, he comfortably drank wine, ate cheese, and listened to the music coming from the gaps in the window in his room in the Palace of Versailles to pass the time. The person he was waiting for was not his son who could only enter the hall, but his grandson. The future Duke of Vendôme, Joseph, Jean Bart, Villars and others were at the end of the team, but they were not on the hall, but those following the king. As soon as they entered the Victory Hall, they were immediately stared at by countless eyes. Compared with the previous adults who were powerful but married and had children, these young and promising generals were more favored by noble ladies. Yes, noble ladies, not the daughters of merchants and low-ranking officials. If it was just Joseph, people in later generations would not be surprised, because unless the Duke of Vendôme made a mistake like the Duke of Sedan, he was destined to be a general and lord with real power. But what about Jean Bart and Villars? Here we have to look at Vauban. Mr. Vauban was originally just an army captain under Prince Condé, but during the Fronde riot in Paris, he stood on the king's side without hesitation and became a royalist. This identity made it difficult for him to move forward for a period of time. After all, Prince Condé was still interested in the French throne at that time, but since the king transferred him to his guards, he was like a fish in water, and won a lot of glory and merit for himself in the wars against Flanders and the Netherlands. After the triumph, the king did not disappoint his expectations. In addition to repeatedly promoting him, he also gave him a Viscount title, just the same as his brother. Don't say that a Viscount title is nothing. In 2020, there are only about 3,500 noble families in France, and even fewer in this era. The reason why Vauban was able to get a Viscount title is because his father was a Viscount, but this title was left to his brother, and his surname is traceable. But this can be said to be a signal that France is about to face an unprecedented war. Everyone knows it, but the benefits of this war are too rich, so rich that no one from the common people to the dignitaries raised any objections. In the whispers and whispers, the conclusions made in the king's small reception room have spread throughout Paris and Versailles. However, even if there were no rumors deliberately spread by Louis XIV, just looking at Flanders and the Netherlands, people knew that Louis XIV was not a king like Alexander the Great who only loved conquest and plunder but had no interest in ruling. Once he got Spain, it meant that this land closely connected with France would be filled with a king's officials, troops and spies. It would be a big piece of fat meat, just waiting for the meritorious officials to divide it. Unlike the United Kingdom and other countries, the nobility in France can be inherited and must be landed nobles, which has also caused the French king to be very stingy with titles. However, in Madame de Montespan's salon, in order to build momentum for her son, the Duke of Montreal, she even offered the price of the Order of the Flying Eagle. In France, people who are awarded titles for merit are generally promoted to nobility by obtaining the Order of St. Louis or other knighthoods. The Order of the Flying Eagle only represents the lowest baron or even knight, but, as long as you can get a title, it means a leap in class, even if you have to pay the price of migrating from the rich and warm France to the desolate New World, there are still many followers. The royal wife has always been the king's weathercock. When the nobles saw that the king actually raised his hand to give Mrs. Montespan such power, they knew that the king might. This might be the only chance in hundreds of years. You know, their sons, the second son and the third son, and if they are lucky, there will be a fourth and a fifth son. In short, as long as they are not the eldest son, they are destined to have no title and territory to inherit. Although the Salic law is strictly enforced, who wants to watch their children fall into a lower class? They stared at the Knight of St. Louis on General Vauban's chest. Some people have already inquired that the king's most trusted attendant Bontang is summoning Lebrun and others to design a medal dedicated to the army, and is also purchasing the necessary gems and diamonds. Does this mean that in the future, after the War of the Spanish Succession, there will be more lords in this palace? Some people can't wait to invest in advance. In addition to the young officers, there was another person who is the target of many people. That was Colbert's son, Sinlet. Colbert was born a businessman. After being favored by the king, he became the Minister of Finance and the Minister of State for the Navy. Almost all of the king's finances were handed over to him. He was indeed a very talented person in finance. While taking care of France and the king at the same time, he was also able to make a large fortune for himself. This money was enough for him to buy a duke's son-in-law for his 3 daughters and add glory to his son. Sinlet's title was a gift from the king, but it was also fueled by the 3 duke's sons-in-law. They couldn't stand people always saying that they had a merchant relative. Marquis de Signolet was nearly 30 years old, but men of this era often married late. Except for a few political marriages, men other than the king and his children often chose to pursue careers before marriage. This was also because they worked in palaces or courts or the army, or the church. Wait, stop here. In short, it was not too late for a gentleman to get married even at the age of 45, but ladies only had a few short years to find their ideal husband, otherwise they would have to enter a monastery. Although Marquis de Signolet's background was ordinary, even not very good, his title was real, and he would also go to war this time. Colbert's 3 daughters also said that they hoped that their brother could get married and have children as soon as possible. Most people here had such a wish, especially some only children. They had to go to the battlefield for merit, but they also had to ensure that their family's direct bloodline could be passed on, rather than handed over to a distant relative who never interacted with them. So, the king and queen, Madame Montespan, and the eldest princess finished dancing and returned to their seats. They found that the Hall of Victory seemed to have become the Hall of Venus, filled with ardent eyes and tender warmth. 20 years ago, the fashions popular in the French court came from either Spain or Italy, with Spain occupying a major position. However, even though Spain was in decline at that time, it was still a powerful country, so it was not surprising that other countries would follow suit. Yes, not only France, but even other countries at that time were usually extremely dark and depressing. Huge collars and headscarves were also common. Now, France is the emperor of art and fashion. Since Louis XIV, France has maintained a tolerant attitude towards religion, and people's pursuit of beauty has been free of shackles and barriers. In some remote places, women still wear headscarves and put on makeup, which will be denounced as prostitutes. At that time, women in Versailles have already begun to curl or loosen their moist and beautiful hair. Barbers curl black, golden or chestnut long hair into small curls, comb them into various exquisite styles, and wear jewelry decorated with diamonds and feathers. This is for married ladies, and unmarried women wear flower crowns tacitly. Joseph was dancing with a lady wearing a flower crown. This lady was richly dressed, had a decent appearance, and a good surname. The conditions were very good, but perhaps this ruined things. She was always arrogant, and she even took the initiative to talk to Joseph. For an unmarried girl, this was really a bit reckless. Joseph dealt with her lazily and tried not to look at her, because as soon as he looked at her, she immediately showed a smile that was more suitable for her father. Joseph knew that he might be the best target she wanted to hunt. He was young, promising, favored by the king, and had a title and territory. Not to mention that he was a Bourbon. It was a shame to have an illegitimate child, but the king's illegitimate child was of noble blood. But he would never choose such a woman as his wife. Apart from other things, her IQ was so touching that she didn't even notice his boredom. No, maybe she did, so she tried hard to rouse his interest. Joseph turned his head, because he heard a name that was not common in the court. Eva. The ladies in the court would not have a name like Eva. This name mostly belonged to a servant, but Joseph also knew that there was a lady in the court named Eva. She was the maid of the Grand Princess and the daughter of a privateer ship owner. She was married. Unfortunately, her husband was a British spy who was hung on the wall of Dunkirk by Jean Bart and his grandfather earlier. The informer was this lady. The girls who danced with Joseph were full of jealousy and hatred towards Eva. After all, she was from Paris, while Eva was from Dunkirk. Her father was a baron, while Eva's father was a pirate. If it was a duke's daughter who became the maid of the Grand Princess and the lover of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, they could still be calmer. But such a woman, who even their grooms would not even glance at, became the person who could accompany one of the most noble people in France at all times. No wonder their hearts were sour and painful as if a vine had grown on them. Joseph's companion's accusations against Eva sounded like clichés to Joseph. He had heard too many of them in Versailles. After all, this lady was out of place in the palace of Versailles. He had also felt disgusted. He was also the heir of a duke, and a commoner was not qualified to accompany the princess. But later, he heard that Eva took the initiative to promise the princess that if the princess wanted to marry to Spain, she would definitely go to Spain and marry a Spaniard to consolidate the princess's position. At that time, Carlos II's madness had already begun. Although he was cured, no one knew whether he could have children or how long he could live. Spain had a tense relationship with France, so the queen might still be spared, but her maids were hard to say, especially Eva, who was of humble origins, and they would not show mercy. At that time, whether it was the king, the Duke of Orleans, the prince or anyone who loved the princess, they were all very moved by this. The king also decided to give Eva a title when the princess married to Prussia, which was a reward and also for her to have a say in the unfamiliar court. Thinking of this, the music stopped, and Joseph nodded politely to his female companion. "There is something you may not know," he said, "Ms. Eva will soon be canonized as the Countess of Vern." The other party opened her eyes wide, but at this time Joseph had already walked towards the princess. Happy New Year to the readers. All the best, good luck. Tomorrow is the 5th day of the first lunar month to welcome the god of wealth. Please pay attention to the new chapter to receive red envelopes. Chapter 443 Love and War, Part 1. Those who are well informed have already changed their attitude towards Lady Eva. In France, where Salic law is strictly enforced, the status of women is completely derived from men. When unmarried, people look at her father or brother, and after marriage, people look at her husband. Although Louis XIV did a lot to improve the status of women after he ascended the throne, it was never a one-time thing. Here, being called a certain duchess or a certain countess is different from being a baroness. Simply put, the title of a baroness is bestowed upon her by the king, and she also has a small fiefdom, which can be taken into her husband's family as a dowry and then left to her son. For example, the original Baroness Eleanor and Baroness Anna of Brittany. However, although Eva's title is Baroness of Vern, Vern is the town where her father is located. Her territory is in a wasteland by the sea in Groningen, which is named New Vern. You probably haven't forgotten that the eldest Princess Elizabeth brought to Sweden a territory belonging to Groningen, where there is now a joint Swedish and French garrison to strangle Denmark's throat. Although New Vern is desolate and small, it echoes Princess Elizabeth's territory. Once something bad happens to the eldest princess or the eldest princess, they at least have a place to retreat. After being nourished by the cream of Paris and Versailles, The skin of the Countess of Verne presents a beautiful honey color. She is not like other provincial women who use purple jalapa seed powder and wheat flour to whiten themselves. To be honest, it doesn't look good, but it means that you are willing to succumb to the rules of the court game, rather than turning a blind eye or turning a deaf ear. This is also the reason why the people of Versailles are increasingly disliking Lady Eva, but now with the king's decree, she will soon become very popular. "I'm not interested in this," said Eva. It felt fresh at first, but after all, it seems that they only have this much trick, not as good as Jack or Jean. "You are talking about your late husband, and Jean Bart," said the eldest princess. "I thought you would hate your husband. When he was hung on the city wall, I was calm." Eva clapped her hands and said, "What else can I do? I don't think sticking a wooden pole in his ass will make me feel more comforted. Although he doesn't love me, I have loved him. In this case, let him be decent." As for Bart, she glanced at the naval officer who was still spinning in the hall. "I am too familiar with him, just like you and the crown prince. Even if we are not related by blood, we are like brother and sister. I am willing to die for him, and he is willing to die for me, but if you want us to get married, it means that we should die together." The eldest princess laughed when she heard this, but Ferdinand, the son of the Archduke beside Eva, showed a strange look, not knowing whether to laugh or roll his eyes. Joseph walked up to him and whispered, "Is she still unwilling to stay?" Ferdinand shook his head. "She said that the price of a lover is far from enough for the sacrifice she made," he said with some disappointment. "When I saw her, it was too late. If it were today's Eva, she would not even marry Jack, and she has been awarded the title of Baroness. She said that even if I am willing to give her the position of wife, she will not marry me with the French territory, which will cause a series of troubles. Of course, I can also use the territory of Tuscany as an exchange, but your father certainly doesn't want to," Joseph said. They were silent for a moment. Although Louis XIV and Grand Duke Cosimo III of Tuscany had extremely close contacts and were half-in-laws, when it comes to national interests, no one can guarantee what the future will be like. And looking at the power of the Sun King, I am afraid he will not stop at Naples. Like all heroes, since his eldest son has an Italian name instead of the French name he originally chose, it means that Bourbon may also become the surname of the King of Italy. Thus, as the heir of Cosimo III, Ferdinand was embarrassed, and it was no wonder that Cosimo III was so angry when he heard that Ferdinand had secretly come to France. Versailles was indeed a political university with substance but no reputation. Ferdinand had been here for only a few years and had understood many things, but he knew that he was not the kind of ambitious person. Not to mention their ancestor, Cosimo I, the tyrant of Florence, even his father Cosimo III. He did not think he could do what an ordinary person could do. Cosimo III was still holding the evidence of Leopold I's betrayal of Spain. If it were Ferdinand, perhaps he would return it or destroy it in fear after only a few words from the envoy. Cosimo II seemed to have noticed this. "You should also go back to Florence," Eva said. "Your brother is 8 or 9 years old, your father is teaching him personally, and some ministers seem to be always with him." She didn't finish, but Ferdinand understood what she meant. Although Italians also implemented the law of primogeniture, if the lord or prince insisted on changing the heir, it was still easy to deal with an unpleasant son. Even if Cosimo III couldn't bear to kill his own children, he would be forced to become a priest and spend the rest of his lonely life in a monastery. "This is probably the reason why you don't want to accept my arrangement," Ferdinand said. "I'm just a timid and incompetent person. I can't control my own destiny, let alone give you protection and honor. You have reason to look down on me." "I don't know how to comfort you," Eva said, "but you are indeed a good person." Ferdinand smiled bitterly and looked around. He had no shortage of friends in Versailles, but even Eva, who was closest to him, was more like a political animal than him. She was right, they met too late. If she was still the fishing village girl who would be confused by the title of nobility, they might still have a result, but now, she was like a dry sponge, soaked in her own blood and the blood of others. She had such a painful lesson and was fortunately favored by the king and the princess. She must have been prepared when she fell in love with him. It was just a game before she entered the battlefield. He couldn't even blame Eva, because he had no bargaining chips. Could he publicly announce that he would marry a commoner without a title, dowry, or surname? His father and even the King of France would intervene. He also didn't have the courage to give up his position as heir. He knew too well that he was just an ordinary person. Once he lost his inheritance, he would quickly fall into the dirtiest quagmire. The eldest princess sighed, and the atmosphere became dull. Fortunately, her fiancé Frederick was coming back to her from the hall. Speaking of which, if Ferdinand had Frederick's face, it would be great. The crown prince couldn't have been unaware of what his father had shamelessly asked in the letter, but it didn't prevent him from staying firmly with the eldest princess. He might not return to Prussia until the marriage contract was concluded, because he had to welcome his new bride in Berlin. "Who were you dancing the minuet with just now?" the eldest princess asked casually. She had danced with Frederick before, and she wasn't too keen on dancing, so she let Frederick do whatever he wanted. Contrary to popular belief, starting with the Grand Princess, the noble ladies of Versailles seemed gentle, charming, innocent and tolerant, but they were fundamentally different from the women outside. It was hard to say what it was, but the men around them could feel it for themselves. Frederick and Ferdinand exchanged glances quickly. It seemed that Ferdinand had just suffered a blow, whether it was from the Grand Princess or from Miss Eva. With Mrs. Montespan, Frederick said. The people present naturally looked towards the center of the hall. Madame Montespan was more willing and good at enjoying wealth and splendor than the two royal wives before the king. In such occasions, she completely let herself go, like a flower in full bloom, or a bird trying to spread its wings and sing. After Louis XIV founded the dance school, the dance system in the French court, which already had a rough model, was further strengthened. Now the main dances are minuet, gavotte and duet, as well as polonaise from Poland and leander from the Alps. However, the waltz is now playing in the hall. Of course, what they are dancing now is also the waltz, which is the prototype of the waltz in later generations. It comes from Austria like leander. Waltz originally means sliding, rolling, and spinning. However, most people who are willing to dance this intimate and brisk dance are young people or masters of flirting and love. Because this dance was only popular in the northern rural areas of Austria 100 years ago and has only been a court dance in Austria for 30 years. It is really too frivolous. People in the court were only used to dancing at a distance, facing each other, with a relaxed but somewhat restrained posture, or the more ancient gavotte, where the couple would at most touch their arms. This kind of dance, where men and women were alone and close enough to kiss each other with just a slight touch, was considered by some people to be unsightly. It was said that the Protestant Church in England had already listed this kind of dance as a taboo, and conservative believers also regarded it as a scourge. But for Mrs. Montespan, this dance that could fully reveal her graceful figure completely surpassed other antiques. Her waist, which had swelled during childbirth, had long since returned to its original size. The king, who was never stingy with material things, allowed her to buy appropriate jewelry and clothes as she pleased, and she did, and she was the most dazzling one at every ball. She is now dancing with the Duke of Luxembourg, but seeing the Duke's stiff shoulders and stern face, it is a task she has to do. People who are close to the king cannot help but flatter this lady in order to avoid giving people the misunderstanding that Madame Montespan has lost the king's favor. It's not that the king really has any true feelings for her. Madame Montespan did play a role that some ministers and generals could not. You should invite Mrs. Montespan to dance later, Ms. Eva said to Ferdinand. You are the son of Cosimo III. If you don't ask her to dance tonight, people will say tomorrow that the relationship between the Grand Duke of Tuscany and the king is deteriorating. Ferdinand nodded. He was no longer as willful as he was a few years ago. He stood up and went to Mrs. Montespan's seat. The princess stared at her for a while and said, Maybe it's my illusion. Mrs. Montespan is unusually well behaved today. Joseph laughed when he heard this. Maybe it's because she was frightened. Do you want some more cakes? Frederick said suddenly. Obviously, the two Bourbons might talk about something that he had to pretend not to know even if he knew it now. The princess glanced at the cake stand beside the couch and didn't care about Frederick's excuse for not being careful enough. Go and get me a piece of lemon cake. Frederick kissed her lightly and walked away immediately. Joseph clicked his tongue. He had done this on purpose before. Leopold I was despicable, and King William I of Prussia was not upright either. The eldest princess patted his hands with a fan. Are you talking about what happened in Brittany? This incident was as dangerous as an undercurrent under the ice, which killed people silently and left no trace. If they had not chosen the wrong person, His Majesty the King would have been judged to have died in his sleep. Mrs. Montespan is scared. The eldest princess nodded slightly. Not surprising, she sighed. She did not dislike the previous Duchess of Colonna, that is, Marie Mancini, And the Duke of Colonna also loved her very much? They were blood relatives and family. If this thing is done, Mrs. Montespan will undoubtedly be the beneficiary. She has become a royal lady, has children with the king, and has been canonized. My cousin, little Louis, has a gentle nature, and Queen Teresa is not the kind of narrow-minded person who will deprive the royal lady of her jewels and title and expel her from the court once the king dies. In addition, she often complained about her son being named Duke of Montreal, Joseph said, not to mention that she has always regarded Mrs. Marie Mancini as a thorn in her side. By the way, she had plotted against Mancini before. But she was really not implicated in this matter, said the eldest princess. She is a smart person. Not so smart, Joseph said. My mother, you know, Marie's my aunt. She is very concerned about this matter. I heard that although Mrs. Montespan has finally gotten rid of the suspicion, my mother said that she will also suffer the pain my aunt has suffered. Alice, the eldest princess, opened the fan. I have been busy with the dowry recently. Is there anything I don't know? It's nothing new, Joseph said. She fell in love with the king. The eldest princess paused. It's really nothing new, she said coldly. Your Majesty will just feel bored. Chapter 444 Love and War, Part 2. But after a pause, the princess denied herself again. No, wait, words cannot represent the soul, and love does not necessarily only bring benefits to people. Even Mary Mancini was said to have wanted the king to give up the throne and live in seclusion with her and Gala. My mother is a Mancini. Joseph said that the history of the Mancini family is not so bright and upright. Before Mary became the master of Gala, the wizards always mentioned Mancini in a somewhat ambiguous way. The king's royal doctor Varro had to escape from the underworld because his wife was from the Mancini family. Because of this, the people of the Mancini family are always particularly sensitive to love affairs. How did she let you know? The princess asked again. During the interrogation, Joseph said, when she heard people say that this conspiracy was against His Majesty, she immediately swore that she would never do this to the person she loved. Wizard to wizard, the oath is effective. The eldest princess smiled. It may be true, it may also be false, maybe she herself doesn't know whether it is true or not. Why do you doubt your Majesty's charm so much? Joseph said jokingly. People in the court first envied Mrs. Marie Mancini, then Mrs. Lavalier, then Mrs. Montespan, and even Her Majesty the Queen. It's because even without the crown and scepter, Our Majesty is still an impeccable and perfect person like the sun god. He turned around and looked at the king's position. Time is especially tolerant to him. My father said that he is like a gem that has been polished and tempered to become more dazzling, while others are like glass that has become smooth and dull due to constant damage and contamination. The eldest princess also looked over with him. I don't deny what you said, she said. I'm talking about Madame Montespan. She is not the kind of person who can be trusted, and no matter how true her feelings are, they will change with a change of circumstances. If she is really subjected to severe scrutiny, she will put her love on the table as a favorable bargaining chip and pray for the king's forgiveness, but she can still appear here now. It seems that the matter has nothing to do with her. I hope the Duke of Orleans will not mind what I said to you. Joseph said, but this is my mother's wish. Does she hate Madame Montespan? This is true for both a woman and a Mancini, said Joseph. Of the 5 Mancini sisters, the eldest died early, and the other 4 sisters had their own experiences, but the one who had the best relationship with Mary Mancini was Laura Mancini. She was not as beautiful as Olympia or Mary, but she had a pure temperament and was talented in literature and music. Even though she came from an awkward background, after marrying the son of the Duke of Vendôme, the couple had a very harmonious relationship. As their eldest sister, Joseph did not achieve nothing like their father, and showed outstanding qualities when she was still very young. The old Duke bluntly said that this was inherited and influenced by his mother rather than his father. What Laura Mancini has always been worried about is the emotional tragedy between Marie and the king. She has no way to criticize the king's choice. After all, she is the most wise and knowledgeable among the sisters. But this does not mean that she will have a good face to the king's other lovers, especially Madame Montespan. Marie was framed, which was entirely the work of this witch. If Marie was still the Duchess of Colonna, those people might not choose her as the initiator. In short, this lady is determined to make things difficult for Madame Montespan. The status of the eldest princess in the Palace of Versailles is obvious to all. After getting married, she will be the crown princess of Prussia and the Queen of Prussia in the future. Her attitude can indeed cause a fatal blow to Madame Montespan at some point, but Joseph found that he might have done too much, because the eldest princess had a bad impression of this lady. Because she once proudly declared that she would never fall in love with her king. The eldest princess said, she should start to regret it now. The king's love is priceless. Joseph said, and then he couldn't help but smile. No wonder Mrs. Montespan has become anxious recently. She also realized what a stupid mistake she had made, whether out of interest or out of true feelings. She really shouldn't treat His Majesty the King as those superficial and stupid mortals, and put on a contemptuous attitude, but a woman like this who can kill her husband certainly can't understand what the entanglement between the King and Mary Mancini means. At this time, Ferdinand was already dancing with Mrs. Montespan. No matter what they were thinking, their appearance and posture were quite pleasing to the eyes and ears. Ferdinand had a typical Italian face, with high eyebrows, deep eye sockets, and prominent facial contours. He looked very masculine, hiding some of the immaturity of a young man. Although Mrs. Montespan was almost in her twilight years, she was at her most beautiful. She used the strange charm from her alien blood to the fullest without concealing it, making people around her unable to take their eyes off. Did Mrs. Montespan regret it? Of course. She was used to seeing men who were fascinated by her mother when they met her since she was a child. This was true from the inner world to the outer world. From the lowest coachman to the noble duke, they were all defeated by her mother. Although she and her sister did not inherit everything from their mother, they had already surpassed most women. No, it should be said that Mrs. Montespan never thought that anyone could surpass her. She felt that since Louis XIV could be conquered by Marie Mancini, it would be easy to get him to kneel under her skirt one day, but as time went by, she became more and more uncertain. Later, she gave birth to a son for the king, but he was canonized as the Duke of Montreal. She was even more indignant in her heart. Marie Mancini's son became the Duke of Colonna, and now the king was seeking the throne of Naples for him. Madame Lavaliere's son was the Duke of Harlibou, and people said that he would manage Flanders for the king in the future. Her son was exiled to the northernmost part of the New World, a place with few people and nothing to produce except fur and wood. To be honest, if she hadn't been scared by what happened in Brittany, she might have used some tricks to make the king change his mind. But as soon as she returned to Paris, she was thrown into the Bastille. It was not a comfortable prison that Marie Mancini had been in, but a real one filled with torture instruments, and the judge and executioner were both wizards. As a witch, Madame de Montespan was incompetent. It was not that she was not smart, but that she lacked education in this area. She grew up in a convent, her biological father Varro had almost no contact with her, and Duke Mortimer was not so sensible as to hire a wizard teacher for her. She almost collapsed when she saw Paris. After learning her lesson, she did behave herself much better and finally accepted the king's arrangement. The king gave her the power to sell official positions and titles so that only in this way would some people be willing to go to the distant and cold New World to fight. Louis XIV looked at the people surrounding Madame Montespan. They were either small and medium-sized nobles who wanted to give it a try, or the second or third sons of great nobles. It was difficult for them to find a place to get involved in France or even in Europe. They could only hope to find an opportunity to display their talents in the north of America. Many of them thought that if they made achievements, they would be recalled to Paris or Versailles. However, they might soon find out that Montreal was not as barren and desolate as they imagined. It was also a good place flowing with milk and honey, but now they were all covered under thick ice and snow. Now many European countries still focus on this continent, but Louis XIV is very concerned about colonies and new lands because he has been determined not to push the burden of war onto the people since the beginning. In fact, it can be seen from Spain and Portugal that the return of colonies to the mother country far exceeds the mother country's own output, although the word return is a bit ironic and disgusting here, because except for Louis XIV's governor and army, people from other countries are not friendly to the local natives. They regard the latter as animals and tools and dispose of them at will. If the American Indians have not also bared their fangs, they may all be slaves now, just like the blacks in Africa. Louis XIV's lenient treatment of the Indians is not because of sympathy or pity for them. In the issue of colonies, France is undoubtedly one step behind other countries, which has led to the instability of France's foundation in America or other colonies, but if it can be united with the local Indians, a new France. Louis XIV thought ambitiously, it is not impossible. As for people's contempt and disgust for the indigenous people, Louis XIV was a ruler who could accept wizards and pagans. The beliefs of these Indians were still very primitive. According to the priests who went to America, they did not refuse to believe in God. In this case, it was better to treat it as France having one more race. When the war was about to come, Louis XIV had to focus part of his energy on Montreal, lest he win the European battlefield but lose control of the New World. Let's put it this way: France, Spain, the Netherlands, etc. are the past and the present, and the New World is the future. Moreover, with the support of the British and Austrians, the Dutch government in exile is always ready to revive in Quebec. He took a deep breath while sitting on the throne. The Queen looked at him and put her hand on his arm soothingly. "Nothing," Louis said gently. "I just thought of something." "You always have so many things to think about," the Queen said gently. "Why don't you go dance with Mrs. Montespan, talk, and relieve your mood? Seeing you like this, I always feel uncomfortable. It can't be said to be a bad thing, but you are right. I plan to let the Duke of Montreal go to his fiefdom in advance." The Queen was shocked, but the King had already walked to Mrs. Montespan. Mrs. Montespan had expected it. "You don't love me, so you don't love the child," she said sadly. "You just send him away, Your Majesty. He can't walk by himself. You have read books, so you should know the origin of the Prince of Wales," Louis said. "It is hard to say whether this is a rumor or not. After King Edward I of England conquered Wales, he promised the Welsh people that he would give them a prince who was born in Wales, could not speak English, and spoke Welsh as his first sentence. The Welsh people wanted a Welsh man to rule Wales, even if he was controlled and appointed by the King of England. But how could Edward I let Wales continue to be Wales for the Welsh? He took Queen Eleanor, who was about to give birth, to the newly built Carnarvon Castle in Wales, where the Queen gave birth to their fourth son, Edward the Younger. He announced in front of the Welsh people that this was their Prince of Wales. This was indeed a prince who was born in Wales, could not speak English, and spoke Welsh as his first sentence. After all, no one could tell whether the baby's loud cry was in English or Welsh. Madame de Montespan showed some hesitation, and she raised her head eagerly. "Are you saying that he will be your agent in America?" "He will rule Montreal on my behalf," Louis said. "He will grow up safely. If there were no wizards, he would not dare to let a baby go to the freezing cold Montreal, but with wizards, it would be another matter. After all, when wizards were escaping from the pursuit of the church, they prepared many spells and medicines for their offspring. The Duke of Montreal would not be required to perform his duties immediately, he was just a symbol. I will let General Schomberg accompany him to Montreal." Louis added. He felt that Madame de Montespan suddenly relaxed. It seemed that she was still worried about whether the king would expel her and her son. Madame de Montespan was relieved. Over the years, she had also gotten to know Louis XIV a little bit. Although she was very angry, she had to say that Louis XIV was still very caring for his own flesh and blood, and in terms of importance, she was really not as important as General Schomberg. Louis chose Schomberg for a reason. After some Huguenots followed the princess to Sweden, some Huguenots were willing to go to Montreal. This was one of the conditions put forward by the king. They could continue to be loyal to their beliefs there. General Schomberg was also a Protestant. Perhaps for this reason, he was more willing to serve his king in the New World thousands of miles away than to stay in Versailles or Paris, where all the Catholics were. He also promised that he would leave immediately if the war required it. Marshal Schomberg was also 65 years old. Although he was still strong, Louis thought, if it was not necessary, he should stay in Montreal. The new army in Montreal needed such an experienced, authoritative and powerful old man to lead. He said this to Madame de Montespan. After Madame de Montespan finished dancing with the king, she immediately sent her maid to tell Marshal Schomberg that she was waiting for his invitation. It seemed that she couldn't wait to finalize this matter. However, this was exactly what Louis XIV meant. He went straight back to his seat, and then glanced casually and found that the Duke of Orleans was not in his seat. This was a bit strange. Before the king left, no one could leave unless it was extremely urgent. The Queen immediately held Louis' hand. "The Duke of Orleans asked me to tell you that someone suddenly said that Henrietta's condition is not good. Henrietta, she is a princess of England, the daughter of Charles I and the sister of Charles II. Her husband is Philip, the brother of the King of France, the Duke of Orleans. They gave birth to a son and a daughter together, and they are deeply loved by the king and the Queen Mother. It stands to reason that this ill-fated woman should have nothing to complain about. But she is about to die now. Chapter 445 Love and War, Part 2. Princess Henrietta has always been the most delicate person in the Palace of Versailles. When she was still in her infancy, her father, Charles I, became the first king to be guillotined by the people. She spent her childhood and girlhood in Germanlay, France, with the King of France and his brother. Living under someone else's roof was not so easy even for a princess and a queen mother. It is hard for later generations to imagine that a princess would almost die from high fever because she could not afford a doctor. She once hoped to become the wife of Louis XIV, and her brother and mother were happy to see it happen, but Bishop Mazarin and the Queen Mother would not allow such a possibility at the time. At that time, Charles I was still in exile, the Duke of York served Philip IV in the Spanish army, and the Protector Cromwell was only one step away from the throne. It can be imagined that if Cromwell really decided to take that step, in order to ensure his legitimacy, he would follow the example of Richard III, the creator of the Princes in the Tower, and try to forge evidence to claim that Charles I's children were not legitimate. If Louis XIV married Henrietta at that time, he would not only fail to get any help from his wife, but also suffer a humiliation. Therefore, they even went so far as to bring in an Italian witch, Marie Mancini, to seduce the king, so that the young king would not really have any feelings for the British princess. Henrietta was confused at the time. Unlike her mother, she had lived with a Bourbon royal family in France since she was old enough to understand. She preferred French to English and felt more comfortable with German English and even Paris than London. Even though her mother repeatedly told her, she still felt that she was a Frenchman. Until Marie Mancini was placed in front of her, she saw that the French wanted an Italian woman of unknown origin, not a British princess. But Britain was not hers either. Later, Charles I managed to facilitate her marriage with the Duke of Orleans. During the short time she was waiting to get married in London, she was still like an unwelcome guest. Her two brothers were quite distant to her, if not indifferent. After all, they had grown up when she was still a baby, and they had not grown up together. What kind of feelings could they have? For her dowry, the court and the imperial court were arguing endlessly. Although Louis XIV agreed to use ships to offset the dowry, some British people still thought it was a stupid act, but without the 30 Gaulish race boats, would she marry into France with a box of empty dowry like Queen Teresa did? Queen Teresa's empty dowry was tolerated by the French because without the dowry, her offspring would be eligible to compete for the right to inherit the Spanish throne. As for her, Britain was also the executor of the Salic law. Even if Charles I had no offspring, there was still the Duke of York. Even if both of them died without heirs, the British would rather go to the Netherlands to find a distant relative than invite the King of France to be the King of England. The 100 Years' War had long made the two countries mortal enemies. Dear Henrietta turned her head, and a familiar figure appeared in her hazy vision. It has been more than 20 years since she and the Duke of Orleans. They were not very emotionally willing at the beginning. In Henrietta's impression, the Duke of Orleans has always been a naughty and mischievous child. When she was instigated by her mother to get close to Louis XIV, the Duke of Orleans pulled her off the chair and made her fall directly to the ground. She will never forget the pain and humiliation at that time. After marriage, if Louis XIV and Queen Teresa had not been there, Henrietta would have felt satisfied. The Duke of Orleans still respected her under the repeated reminders of his brother, but when it comes to loyalty to marriage, this is absolutely not the case. Everyone knows that the most romantic person in Paris and Versailles is not the king, but the king's younger brother Philip. The Duke of Orleans was handsome, rich, powerful, and loved by the king. No one would give up such a delicious prey, whether for beauty, money or power. At the craziest time, when the Duke of Orleans's carriage was driving on the street, there would be people trying to jump on the step, shaft or luggage rack of the carriage, so that the king had to smile and send his musketeers to his brother. Of course, the Duke of Orleans, who was more favored and indulged than Louis XIV, would not be as cautious as his brother. It cannot be said that he would accept everyone, he was still very picky, but it would not be an exaggeration to say that half of the Palace of Versailles was the guest of this duke. Louis XIV could not blame his brother for this. In this era, Philippe was normal. It would be laughable for someone like Louis XIV to have only 2 or 3 fixed royal wives. If it were not for the queen and the royal wife who had given birth, perhaps some people would doubt whether the king could be humane. But if the ladies were allowed to choose, They would definitely choose a husband like Louis XIV instead of the Duke of Orleans. Henrietta had no feelings for the Duke of Orleans, and after a few years, they were just like a guest and a host. But with Louis XIV around, he was the kind of person who valued family and liked to see harmony and happiness. On the surface, the Duke of Orleans and Henrietta still had some affection. Later, in the Franco-Dutch War, Henrietta served as a secret envoy between the two countries and achieved undoubted success. At that time, Henrietta was full of pride and joy, especially because she encouraged Charles II to use wizards to get offspring, which directly allowed France to get half of the Dutch treasury. For this, Louis XIV specially customized a crown for her to reward her. After all, such things cannot be made public, right? But whether this was for her husband, for France, or for His Majesty the King, Henrietta herself was not sure. Philip. Henrietta suspected that the Duke of Orleans might have noticed it long ago, but the Duke of Orleans would never resent his brother, not to mention that Louis XIV's character was well known to everyone, and he would not mess around with his brother's wife. Perhaps this made Henrietta even more desperate. But it was the marriage between the Grand Princess and the King of Spain that finally brought their relationship to a freezing point. For Henrietta, it was common for a princess and a princess to sacrifice for their country and family, but she should not ignore Louis and Philippe, or rather, she should not think that the tenderness they showed was just an insignificant embellishment, a whim, or a disguise. They really loved these children. She found out too late. Louis XIV did not blame her, and even advised Philippe. As the saying goes, ignorance is not a crime. Henrietta's education limited her thinking, and her idea was not wrong. But Philippe and the Grand Princess did alienate her, and the Queen Mother took her and the Duke of Orleans' youngest son to raise them. Perhaps one morning, or one late night, she suddenly realized that she had nothing to do, nothing to get. It might be a bit overweening to say this, but she did weaken rapidly after a cold. Others will say that I don't know what's good for me, she said to the calm Duke of Orleans, as a princess who was born without a father, which is equivalent to having no mother, and has an estranged relationship with her two brothers, with a meager dowry and can hardly benefit her husband. You have been tolerant enough to me. She coughed softly twice. By the way, I have two children, a son and a daughter. I should be satisfied. You just don't want to accept it. The Duke of Orleans said, you want the eldest princess to marry the King of Spain, isn't it because the eldest princess is only the Queen of Sweden? Although the Crown Prince Frederick of Prussia is young and healthy, how can you look down on the son of a Grand Duke? Of course, he is now the King's son, but for you, how can Queen Teresa's son become the King of Spain be better than letting her grandson ascend the throne? He stared at Henrietta lying on the bed, and his wife's cheeks flushed because of these three questions, not because of shame, but because she was angry. Did I do something wrong? She whispered, it would be most accurate for France to let the princess become the Queen of Spain. The Duke of Orleans showed a rare look of astonishment. Did I hear it right, Henrietta? That's your daughter. He took 2 steps forward, letting his shadow cover the dying woman. Don't you know what happened in Spain? Leopold's daughter was so desperate that she had to ask for help from her father's enemies. That's a devil. Just a. He gritted his teeth. I can't imagine if it was my daughter, my Marie. Leopold's daughter was only 8 years old, and she could insist on escaping to Rome. Henrietta insisted, if it was Marie, maybe she had given birth to a son, then France could take Spain without bloodshed. You're talking nonsense. The Duke of Orleans crossed his arms. I forgot. He forced himself to suppress his anger. You are sick, very sick. You don't know what you are talking about. I know what I'm talking about, Henrietta said. It's the Queen who is taking advantage of this. She doesn't want my daughter to be better than hers. It's ridiculous, said the Duke of Orleans. Louis and I made this decision together, Henrietta, you don't know. I know. Henrietta shouted. She doesn't look like someone who is going to see God at all. I have convinced her that as the Grand Princess of France, she should make sacrifices. Like you. The Duke of Orleans' voice was louder than hers. Do you think that it should be you instead of Teresa of Spain who should stand by my brother's side? But you are wrong. The Duke of Orleans' voice suddenly lowered again. Neither I nor my brother, King Louis XIV of France, would entrust such an important task to a poor child. He put down his arms. Henrietta, be thankful that you are speaking your true feelings now. I am not wrong, Henrietta insisted. You are wrong. Until now you dare not mention His Majesty. The Duke of Orleans sneered. Henrietta, It seems that you also understand that if he knew your thoughts, he would hate you. He should know how to weigh the pros and cons. Henrietta seemed to have lost the last of her strength in the struggle just now. She collapsed and leaned on the huge goose-down pillow. Too much tenderness will hinder him and prevent him from becoming a true ruler. I don't know who you are comparing him to, Leopold I, Charles II, or Carlos II. I would think you are humiliating my brother. He could have been Caesar, Henrietta murmured. But I don't want to be Caesar, a voice suddenly said. Henrietta trembled as if she had received an electric shock, and then subconsciously raised her arm. A seriously ill person was inevitably dirty and ugly. The Duke of Orleans looked at her actions, and childhood memories came to his mind, and he lowered the bed curtain for her. The princess is outside, Louis said. The Duke of Orleans understood and went out. When he saw the princess, he knew from her tearful face that she had heard a lot. Because Henrietta had been anointed with holy oil and could leave the world at any time, the princess hurried to see her for the last time. But it would be better not to see her for the last time. Henrietta, Louis said in a deep voice, standing in front of the bed curtain. Yes, Your Majesty. A faint voice came from the bed curtain. It seems that you know what I did. I have always known, Louis said. I don't want to blame you, nor do I hate you, and please forgive what Philip said. He was a little too impulsive. You are as considerate as always. Henrietta said, but even if you want to blame me and hate me, I don't regret it. Louis XIV was silent for a while. You did it for France. People say that I am a British princess, but I think I should be a Frenchman. Your Majesty, you saved me at that time, not an Englishman. When I returned to London and was about to marry back to France, I felt that I was returning to France, not going to France. You were very good to me, even though I didn't have much dowry. I watched how you defeated one enemy after another and brought France to the throne of hegemony again. You are the god of the French, Your Majesty. You. The person behind the bed curtain gasped twice. I want to help you. I should help you. Yes, I know, Henrietta. Did I do something wrong? Your Majesty. From my point of view, I can't say you are wrong. Your Majesty. Henrietta, do you remember when we were in Germinal? Your Majesty. At that time, I thought you were very cute, Henrietta. Perhaps in a certain world, I did marry you and made you my wife, the Queen of France. Are you comforting me? Louis gently pulled aside the bed curtain and stared into Henrietta's eyes. She could no longer focus, but perhaps she could still hear. That was God's mercy to her. To the eldest princess, Henrietta was completely unworthy of being a mother, but this was the standard used by people in later generations. After Teresa and Louis XIV were engaged, Louis XIV also taught her for a long time, but the Duke of Orleans had no such interest at all. If there was any mistake, they should also bear part of it. No. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Before the War, Rome. The death of Princess Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, was like a sharp knife, completely cutting off the short-lived tenderness between France and Britain. The friendship born from the Duke of Cornwall and Louis XIV finally ended. After Charles II's brother, the Duke of York, returned to London from Vienna, he quickly came to Versailles as the king's envoy and presented a letter to King Louis XIV of France. This letter was not as affectionate as the previous exchanges. On the contrary, it was full of disturbing and bad words. On the surface, Charles II mentioned the House of Orange again in the letter. He said that the current Prince of Utrecht, William III, was the legitimate heir of the Netherlands. At this time, he did not mention the betrayal and imprisonment of this relative and the division of his territory. In the letter, he brazenly asked Louis XIV to return the Netherlands, Groningen, and Friesland that originally belonged to William II as the protector of William III. Of course, this request was impossible to be granted. In fact, the Duke of York read the letter aloud in the Jupiter Hall. As soon as the last syllable fell, the French people around him cheered loudly. The generals and marshals even raised their scepters and waved them like sticks. In Europe at that time, there was no convention of treating envoys with courtesy, especially before the two countries were about to go to war. The envoys would most likely be tortured and beheaded, or at best be expelled after being humiliated. The Duke of York's face turned pale. Although he thought he was braver than his brother Charles II, he remembered that the French liked to pour tar on the enemy's envoys, stick feathers on them, and then push them into the streets for parades. This practice seemed non-lethal, but if the tar was not removed carefully, it would easily cause high fever and ulceration if the tar was peeled off together with the skin. He was not sure whether his king and brother would be willing to let wizards and doctors treat him. Louis XIV was not surprised at all. Charles II had almost no feelings for Henrietta. How could you expect a brother and sister who were nearly 20 years apart in age, had been together for no more than 3 years, and were full of intrigues to have any real feelings? But for the British, Henrietta's death meant that the alliance between Britain and France was naturally interrupted. Because Henrietta was young enough, conspiracy theories were rampant. Even most British people didn't even know what Henrietta looked like. And when the agreement was signed, Charles II did his best to fight for Utrecht, the heart of the Netherlands, for his nephew William II. The reason was not simple. William II trusted the wrong person and was defeated in the Franco-Dutch War. He didn't even seize the opportunity to play. Charles II played an indispensable role. But at that time, the king must have been thinking about how to swallow the Netherlands. Please note, the whole Netherlands. It is said that he is pushing for the legal recognition of his several illegitimate daughters, considering that William II of Utrecht is only 30 years old, while Charles II has 2 daughters who are in full bloom. It is not uncommon for the king to try to find a good and prominent marriage for his illegitimate children, but if William II, who is still unmarried, has to marry Charles II, then it is also not uncommon for the father-in-law to annex the territory of his son-in-law. This can be seen in the operation of Maximilian I, the Holy Roman Emperor, who tried to make his eldest son Philip the husband of Queen Juana of Spain in order to seize the throne of Spain. This letter is more of a voice for Charles II than for William II. The Duke of York waited in fear, but fortunately Louis XIV was as tolerant as ever. He requested the Duke to return to his residence in Paris, not his room in Versailles, immediately. From now on, he and his entourage will be under surveillance and cannot leave the mansion at will until they leave. Of course, it is better to leave immediately, because the king cannot guarantee how his people will treat them. The Duke of York and his entourage dared not even light candles in their own mansion, but before dawn, a large group of angry Parisians ran into the streets, staring at their carriages and throwing dead dogs, cats, mice, rotten eggs, fish intestines and feces. Several nobles drove their carriages behind them with smiles, paying fines for the common people. They had been treated like this before, and they were as embarrassed and angry as they were now. In normal times, the Duke of Orleans, the big baby, would definitely have a part in such celebrations, but he was busy dealing with Henrietta's funeral and the marriage of the eldest princess, and he couldn't get away at all. He just drank several large glasses of wine at dinner. "Drink less," Louis said, "we will only get busier and busier in the future." The Duke of Orleans glanced at his brother with a reproachful look. "Don't mention such a spoilsport at this time, Your Majesty," he said with emotion. The Duke of York didn't even ask to see Henrietta for the last time. "Being related by blood does not mean that you have to have deep feelings," said the king. "The North Holland, Groningen and Friesland line that you asked Viscount Tyrone to build will surely surprise Charles II," murmured the Duke of Orleans. "If Henrietta knew, she would be happy." "No," Louis shook his head. "Although she said she was French, in fact, a part of her still stubbornly belongs to Britain. She just couldn't choose, so she just deceived herself." He took the cup in front of the Duke of Orleans and held it in his hand. "You said, if the eldest princess really married to Spain and gave birth to a child, the child should still belong to the Habsburgs, not the Bourbons. Of course. In this way, Spain will become a battlefield between the Habsburgs and the Bourbons, just like William II was once fought over by the British and the Dutch for the right to teach. If so, who do you think will be the biggest beneficiary?" "The British." The Duke of Orleans sighed. "Since the British lost their last piece of land in Europe, they have been committed to plunging the entire continent into chaos. Otherwise, how can they fight against their enemies?" Louis looked out the window. "Whether it is the Habsburgs, the Bourbons, or anyone else, anyone who wants to become the hegemon of Europe, Britain will stop it at all costs, because, once Europe is reunited, then Britain will be nothing more than an isolated island with scarce resources. Do you want to?" The Duke of Orleans whispered. "Do you want to be Caesar? Do you want to be the Emperor of Rome?" "Caesar was stabbed 23 times. Louis said, "When people kneel at your feet, they want to do more than just beg or thank you." He smiled slightly. "I can't answer you for the time being, brother." He stood up and stretched. "There are always so many things, and time passes so quickly. Philip, no one can predict what will happen tomorrow, but we can at least be prepared. It's over, Your Highness." Ilario said, "You can come out." Leopold I's eldest daughter, Habsburg Princess Antonia, walked out of the prayer room. Her appeal will be approved by the Pope before the Nativity of the Savior. After a series of complicated and tedious procedures, they can hold a high mass during the Easter Lent to redeem the sins of the parties involved for this cursed and unbroken marriage, because this matter has been through the hands of Leopold I and Louis XIV, and the Roman Church has no power to refuse. But this is absolutely unacceptable to the Spanish royalists. They can't stand their country and people being fought over by France and Austria like meat on the chopping board. Whether it is Philip of Austria or Charles of France, they don't want to accept it. Carlos II's seemingly healthy son became their savior, and Antonia, who ran to Rome to expose the scam and was partly responsible for the death of the Spanish Queen Mother and King Carlos II, became their target of anger and delay. But Louis XIV's handing Antonia over to Elias was not a whim or a will. Ilario's loyalty to Louis XIV was unquestionable. Although they did not get along well at the beginning, because of past experiences, Ilario did not trust people in high positions, but Louis XIV, Ilario could only say that he gave too much, so much that if he still maintained his original attitude, even he himself could not forgive himself. It was only after he came to Rome that he realized that it was not impossible to understand Barras. For a priest, the Vatican was indeed a paradise on earth. The King of France had 20 million people, but the Pope had 10 times as many believers. Their money was like the branches of a river, pouring into the territory of St. Peter every day, and with it came enormous power and prestige. This was the Church after the Reformation. Even he couldn't help but wonder, if the Church could return to its heyday, as the Pope's minister and the Prince in Red, how much power would a bishop have? With the support of the king, it was not difficult for a priest, especially an Italian, to gain a foothold in Rome. Ilario put on the purple-red archbishop's robe at an astonishing speed. Perhaps in a few years, he would be able to wear red clothes. He could vaguely feel that the king's expectations of him were not limited to this. As long as Louis XIV and his supporters could continue to win, or even if it was not a complete victory, as long as they maintained their current position, Ilario would not be delusional to take a few steps further. With this idea in mind, Ilario certainly would not be willing to be a chess piece like Barras, but he would be the chess player. After several years of operation, he already had considerable power in Rome. The wonderful thing was that the priests thought he was on their side, and the Inquisition thought so too. He walked the tightrope between the two skillfully, constantly recruiting people he thought were useful to his side, but he would still personally take action for key people like Antonia. Antonia hesitated. Ilario had a beautiful face. When he was young, he looked a little feminine. As he got older, he became more gentle and amiable. In Rome, who didn't say that Bishop Ilario was a kind and tolerant man? But Antonia was not an ordinary woman. She had seen dead people and people who had been tortured. She could tell the difference between fresh blood and fermented dead blood, and could see the special color and texture left by blood coagulating or seeping into fabrics. Ilario was wearing a bishop's casual attire, that is, a purple-red belt tied over a black robe, a round hat and shoes of the same color, and the hem of his shawl. This color, especially at night illuminated by candles, made it difficult to tell whether he was stained with dangerous colors and smells, but Antonia smelled it, the kind she often smelled between Carlos II and his executioner. No, it should be said that this feeling was more similar to those of the priests of the Inquisition. No matter what terrible things they had done before, their expressions and postures were so relaxed. "Don't be afraid," Ilario said softly, "they are just some moths flying into the fire." He remembered that this prince had fled to Rome because of such a thing, begging for the asylum of Louis XIV. Although the priests of the Toledo Inquisition did not come from the same underworld as him, their training and teachings were still from the same source, from the early Roman Church. It was not surprising that they had similarities. "You should know," Ilario took a step back, "knives are not scary, it depends on who holds them. My master is Louis XIV, since you are willing to ask him for help, you should know what kind of person he is." He gently rubbed his gloved hand. "He is not a saint, but he does have many unnecessary emotions and bottom lines. You are not someone who will hurt, so please believe him and believe me who he sent. I promise that everything you see is clean." "Your Highness," Open your eyes and go forward boldly." Antonia felt a slight shame. She took a deep breath and strode out as Ilario said. The outside was indeed as Ilario said, clean and nothing was left. Almost at the same time, in the convent of St. Gall outside Rome, a nun's door was gently opened, and a figure flashed in. Sister Therese, the person looked down at the nun lying on the small bed in her clothes, and said in a hoarse voice, "Should I call you Ms. Christina, or Her Majesty the Queen?" Quotation mark. Chapter 447 Before the War, Rome, Christina. Sister Therese, the former Queen of Sweden, Lady Christina, who was almost forgotten, appeared in France again. When she left France, Versailles was not yet completed. She lived in the Louvre and later in Fontainebleau. Even so, the prosperity of Paris still made her sigh deeply, because Stockholm in Sweden was just an ordinary village with dull colors compared to it. Now, standing in Versailles, she didn't know whether to say anger, relief, or a little joy that she couldn't find the reason for. Her country and people abandoned her, but she had to admit that they did the right thing. As long as the princess could bring 1/10 of France to Sweden, she would be worthy of being the Queen of Sweden, and she would not have failed Charles I's deep affection for her. She knew that Charles I built a palace exclusively for her on the Dragon Island, for the Queen. Louis XIV was also looking at this former queen, now a nun. When he first met Christina, she had just stepped down from the throne. She was proud and arrogant. Even after his repeated reminders, she still insisted on executing the servant who betrayed her in the palace of Fontainebleau. Fontainebleau is the territory and castle of the King of France. That is to say, starting from Christina, everyone is a guest who is entertained by him. Even if Christina wants to punish the rebellion, she should do so after returning to Sweden, instead of killing one of his guests regardless of the face of the King of France. This is a provocation to the king and the guest law. From that day on, Louis XIV completely withdrew his support for Christina. Being a woman and being inclined towards Catholicism were originally the two major weaknesses of the young queen, which put her at a disadvantage in many aspects. However, this situation was also conducive to France trying to win over Sweden. Therefore, Louis XIV originally wanted to form an alliance with her, but in just a few days, everyone saw that this lady could not even control her emotions, or in other words, she could not understand the situation and thought that she did not need to control it. She was not suitable to be a ruler. Louis XIV immediately reached an agreement with Christina's cousin, the mother of King Carl I of Sweden. For the Queen Mother of Sweden, Ms. Christina has always been a big worry for her and her children. Everyone knows that her husband is the grandson of Carl IX, and Christina is the grandson of Carl IX. Not to mention that they returned to Sweden from Germany during the 30 Years' War, so it is not surprising that they were regarded as foreigners by the Swedes. After Carl X ascended the throne, he often fought outside and was not often in Stockholm. The Swedes were very unfamiliar with him. When he went to see God, Carl I was only 5 years old. At that time, someone had already called for the abdicated queen to return to Sweden, and Christina also said something like if Carl I could not be a qualified king, she would return to the throne, and put it into practice, began to travel around the world to seek support. The fact that the King of France did not add insult to injury at this time was enough for Carl I and his mother to be grateful. This is why, when the eldest princess began to discuss marriage, Sweden showed the most sincerity. But for Christina, this was an outright betrayal and deception. Not to mention, the marriage between Charles I and the eldest Princess Elizabeth was certain, and Louis XIV asked Lady Milady to send a nun's headscarf to Ms. Christina, who was under house arrest in Rome. More than 10 years of imprisonment made Christina completely lose her original color, like a rose burned by time, haggard, thin, and hollow. Only her eyes still retained a little light belonging to the queen. Oh, yes, there was also the courage and skill of the knife that pierced the unexpected visitor. Ms. Christina, who was forgotten by many people, was remembered by some people again. After all, the French king had few weaknesses. When the war was about to come, it was obviously a good idea to let Sweden fall into civil strife. The assassination of the former Spanish Queen Antonia was just a smokescreen they released. When the French king's men in Rome were busy protecting the former queen, they went to find the former Queen of Sweden. What they said sounded very nice and feasible. As a ruler in power, there will always be some people who hate and dislike him. Some people will deliberately take advantage of riots and coups to seek opportunities to rise. When Christina was in power, although there were many opponents, There were also many supporters, especially those commoners who were promoted to the aristocracy by her. They always remember you. Those people said so, trying their best to persuade Christina to go back to Sweden with them. They even said that as long as Christina was willing, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire would be her patron. Christina remembered that His Majesty the Emperor was his patron. After all, his father was the son of the Duke of Palatinate Zweibrücken. She pretended to obey, and when the other party was not on guard, she stabbed the person next to her, who was also the one who gave orders among them. She knew very well that in a group of people, the most distinguished person suddenly fell down, and his life or death was unknown. Others would definitely think of rescuing him first instead of catching the escaped person, and at least there would be confusion for a while. She guessed correctly. When she and the man sat side by side in the carriage, the knife pulled out from under the nun's robe stabbed into the leader's waist. Although Christina had never been to the battlefield, her father taught her as a son. She knew that the waist was a very fatal place. There was no bone to hinder her, and the muscles were thin. The pain caused by the stab would make people unable to scream. Then she quickly jumped off the carriage and walked into the dark streets. She was moved by what these people said, but she had thought about it during the 10 years in the monastery. Although Lady Milady's words were cruel, they were also very practical. She was over 50 years old and it was impossible for her to have children. If she had no heirs, would she still have to return the throne she had taken from Charles I to him and his descendants? And even if she could still sit on the throne for many years, how would she deal with the anger of Louis XIV? Louis XIV's plan to seize the Spanish throne might fail, but how could Sweden fight against France, which had a standing army of 150,000 or more? Sweden was also the Sweden left to her by her father. She lost it, but that didn't mean she was willing to watch it become a victim of the oppression of two major forces for her own selfishness. What surprised her was that the one who had not forgotten her was actually Lady Milady. She had been waiting outside the monastery for a long time. When the group was busy rescuing their adults and chasing Lady Christina, they were captured by Louis XIV's people in one fell swoop. Although this statement would make the Roman Church very angry, Rome is no longer the time for Mr. Craigie to serve as an ambassador, the protagonist of the chapter of Rome's excitement. There are French forces everywhere, from merchants to priests, to knights and officials. Christina was still somewhat familiar with Lady Milady. The secret lover of the French king often came to the monastery to visit or monitor her. She could tell Lady Milady anything she needed, which made her monastery life not difficult and boring. Madame Milady brought a king's order. The king said that if Christina followed the instigation of the rebels, she would receive the same punishment as those people, but if she resisted or escaped, even if she failed, Madame Milady could listen to her request and see what she wanted from the king. After a moment of silence, Christina said that she wanted to see the King of France. When Christina first met Louis XIV, she was a mature and courageous lady, and Louis XIV was still a teenager. When they met again, Louis XIV had completely lost his childishness. Now he was like a majestic lion, making it impossible to look directly at him. As for Christina, she aged rapidly due to her 10 years of confinement. Although she did not show much old age due to her thin body, and there were only fine lines at the corners of her eyes and lips, her short silver-white hair seemed to be constantly telling of her unwillingness and suffering. Her behavior has shown that she will no longer be a threat to Charles I, and Louis will not be aggressive to a former ruler. After they looked at each other for a while, Louis said, "There is something I just learned, but I think I can tell you. Madam, my grandson, your great-nephew has been born." Christina showed a trance. For a moment, she didn't even understand what Louis was saying, but the next moment she remembered that Louis XIV's daughter, Princess Elizabeth, is now the Queen of Sweden. Louis XIV's grandson, her great-nephew, is the Crown Prince of Sweden, right? Maybe I should say congratulations, she said. "We can feel the same joy," Louis XIV said, "since we have become undoubted relatives, Madam Christina. Now I am willing to give you a grace. You can tell me how you want to spend the next 30 years or more. Are you saying that I don't need to go back to the monastery?" Christina asked. "Mother Therese will still stay in the monastery until she dies, but Lady Christina doesn't have to," Louis XIV said. "Except Sweden, you can choose any place you feel satisfied to live. You will have an annual pension commensurate with that of a duchess, several houses, and some servants. Except that you cannot leave your residence as you wish. You can arrange your future life according to your own ideas." "I did complain to Lady Milady about the life in the monastery," Christina said calmly, Your arrangement is exactly what I need, Your Majesty. Please arrange a quiet and warm place for me, a place where I can ride horses and see the sea. For example, your Provence is very good. Okay, there. Louis said gently, the wine and honey there are very good. Christina lifted her skirt and knelt down. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. This is what you deserve. Louis said, live well, madam. Maybe in the future, you will have the possibility of returning to Sweden. Christina was startled, then smiled. No, Your Majesty, I will not return to Sweden. Time is so cruel. It deprives people of not only their feelings for each other, but also their heavy responsibilities and obligations. I am fine now. Although the name Christina is not so common, I said in France, it is not so rare. I will have a new life, Your Majesty, which has nothing to do with the past. Then, Louis bowed slightly. Everything is as you wish. Chapter 448 Before the War, Catalonia, Part 1. It stands to reason that Lady Christina should have taken the initiative to leave, but for some reason, she stood there, as if she was hesitating, not knowing whether she should say the next words. Anything else, Mom? Please go ahead. Louis said. It's the man who wanted to kidnap me. Christina said that she didn't pay attention when she stabbed the man in the carriage, but later the French took them together to a brightly lit room, and she saw the face of the leader. That's John Oxenstierna. It's him, the leader of the Swedish anti-French alliance. Louis nodded. You remember him? No, you should remember his father Axel Oxenstierna. Yes, Christina said, although I don't have any capital to trade with you, I still want to ask, will you hang him in France? Since he is the son of Oxenstierna, Louis said, I won't. After all, there are still many people in Sweden who remember Axel's life contribution to Sweden. Axel Oxenstierna was a seasoned politician and a tough figure in military affairs. He was also the spokesperson for the Swedish aristocracy. He was good at dealing with people and had a smooth personality. Even if he had enemies, he didn't have many. He was even a supporter of Christina in the beginning, until the Queen did not hesitate to sing a different tune from him on the most important things. Christina hated war and prayed for peace. Axel believed that war could bring benefits to Sweden. Christina promoted a large number of civilians to become officials, officers and even nobles, but Axel had been strictly limiting the number of nobles and officials, especially those who climbed up from the bottom. Christina could not accept her marriage to her cousin Karl. To be precise, she could not accept it with anyone else, and did not want to have children, but Axel believed that this was an obligation that the Queen must fulfill. Even so, when Christina made the decision to abdicate, it was said that Axel had a big quarrel with the Queen, and died of physical weakness as a result. His son and friends could not help but put the blame on the Queen and turned from her supporters to enemies. However, the ambiguous attitude of King Charles X towards France and the close attitude of King Charles I made those who were determined to make Sweden the overlord of the North feel uncomfortable. After all, France was such a behemoth, especially after it got the North Netherlands. It was too close to Sweden. The two territories that King Charles I and Louis XIV exchanged in the marriage negotiation were Livonia, which Sweden got from Poland, and a territory with a port in Groningen, Sweden, which the eldest Princess Elizabeth brought to Sweden as a dowry. This kind of thing was very common in this era. But for those stubborn Swedes, this deal was not worth a loss for Sweden, and there was also the danger of inviting wolves into the house. This kind of talk continued until the eldest princess gave birth to the heir of Charles I. The child naturally had the ownership of his father and mother's territory and title. Some people who were worried that France would go back on its word finally felt relieved, because the child had been recognized by Charles I of Sweden and Louis XIV of France in terms of law and religion. In the future, it would be difficult for France to deny the legitimacy of this marriage and let the eldest princess return to France with the territory or marry someone else. But there are always some people who are stubborn, or are tempted and bribed by Leopold I's envoys, but others don't care. Axel's offspring has a different meaning. John Oxenstierna, I will write to Charles I about this person, Louis said. Wait for his reply. Christina smiled and said, then I have no problem. Charles I could not extradite John back to Sweden without paying any price, but at the same time, he could also recover this loss from those old-school nobles. At least it would be difficult for them to continue to criticize Charles I for being too inclined to the Queen in the court in the future. Christina left easily. When the attendant let her out, she saw someone walking up the spiral staircase on the left while she was walking down the right side. The two glanced at each other at the farthest point between the two staircases. From the appearance, Christina could not determine the identity of the other person, but the other person was wearing a conspicuous red hat, which reminded Christina of a term: Catalonia. Anyone who has been a king or queen must be required to be familiar with the special costumes, characteristics, customs and taboos of various regions and ethnic groups. This is the most basic requirement for being the supreme ruler. Christina only took a glance and turned her head quickly, but a smile still floated on her lips. The Habsburgs intended to use her to contain the Bourbons' ally Sweden, and the Bourbon could also use the Catalans to deal with the Habsburgs. Catalonia and Brittany have many similarities: the same long history, the same merging into another country through marriage, the same constant uprisings and seeking independence due to oppression and extortion. But unlike Brittany, the Catalans used to be quite pro-French, and this situation lasted until the Catalan uprising in 39. Because in this uprising, France can be said to be a treacherous and despicable person. The existence of Catalonia can be traced back to the Greek city-state period. Later, it was occupied by the Carthaginians. After the Romans defeated the Carthaginians, they were torn apart by the attacks of the barbarians. The owner of Catalonia was replaced by the Visigoths. When the Moors, Muslims, invaded Catalonia, the Catalans, as a Catholic diocese, asked France for help. After that, although it still maintained independence, it was submissive and closed to France. In the 11th century, Catalonia and Aragon were two independent and equal kingdoms. Later, the two countries married each other. Through this method, Aragon and Catalonia were combined into one. In the beginning, Catalonia even had the upper hand, until Aragon and Castile united. The consequence of the two kings' rule was that Castile unified Spain. Catalonia not only lost its voice, but was also strongly marginalized. When the 30 Years' War came, Catalonia was used as a battlefield between France and Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is anything more tragic than a country in war, it is a third-party region opened up as a battlefield by two countries. It can be seen that the Spanish court led by Castile did not regard Catalonia as part of itself. Although in name, the Castilian army will be combined with the Catalan legion into a joint army. In fact, those Castilian troops and the Italians they hired are no different from the usual occupying forces. They occupied villages, looted civilians, and extorted property from cities and merchants. The King of Spain also repeatedly demanded to increase military service and taxes in Catalonia. But there is nothing to blame. Before Louis XIV, all kings thought that it was natural to exploit occupied territories, colonies or regions that insisted on autonomy like Catalonia. They would not be like Louis XIV, who would give corresponding preferential terms even if he asked the other party to surrender. When increasing taxes, they would also measure the weight that the people could bear and give a time limit. People are often not afraid of heavy burdens, but that such burdens will never end. They and their descendants will be like Sisyphus who rolled the stone up the mountain, and there is no hope. Note 1. But kings and queens rarely condescend to look down at the hard-working people, not to mention the Catalans who have always been unruly. Of course, the so-called unruly is just their saying. In fact, the Catalans endured for a full 6 years before the uprising broke out. During these 6 years, the once prosperous Catalans were like a green wheat field bitten by locusts, a devastated land with constant cries of grief. From nobles to peasants, everyone was full of hatred for the Castilians and Italian mercenaries. What was rare was that the initiators and organizers of the uprising were actually Catalan priests. It can be seen that for the Castilians, there was no place in Catalonia that did not belong to their enemies. When the Catalans revolted, they chose the French as their vassal, and there was a reason for that. The first reason was that France had sheltered them from the Moors and was willing to give them autonomy. The second reason was that the Catalan merchants. Although the Queen of Castile obtained new routes, the New World and maritime hegemony because of her sponsorship of Columbus, Catalonia was blocked from this golden mountain. They were not allowed to participate in trade. For a long time, Catalonia's business relied entirely on France's Selanglo and Provence to sell goods in exchange for food. They did not want to go to war with France. What Louis XIV deeply regretted was that at that time, King Louis XIV of France and Bishop Richelieu were almost entirely focused on the 30 Years' War. Even though the Catalans were willing to honor Louis XIV as the Count of Barcelona, it was equivalent to giving Roussillon to the Grand Condé, which also defeated the Flemish army, which the Spanish were proud of, in the later wars. Louis XIV and Bishop Richelieu still failed to seize this opportunity, Perhaps because they did not think that they could swallow up Spain, which was still a powerful country. Although they gave support, they did not care about the life and death of the Catalans at all, and did not control the French troops stationed in Catalonia very well, so that the Catalans found that there was no difference between the French and the Spanish. They felt deeply disappointed. However, for Bishop Richelieu and his successor, Bishop Mazarin, the Catalans' expectations were worthless. Bishop Mazarin even almost signed the Treaty of the Pyrenees in 58 BC to return the ownership of Catalonia to Spain completely, because Spain promised to divide Roussillon forever to Spain. After that, Spain repeatedly mentioned this matter, even in the marriage negotiations between Louis XIV and Queen Teresa. Louis XIV would certainly not make such an obvious mistake, just like the dowry of Queen Teresa of 500,000 livres. He always avoided talking about it or changed the subject, and never gave up the title of Count of Barcelona inherited from his father. Later, Philip IV of Spain died, and the foolish Carlos II ascended the throne. The Spaniards were busy with civil strife and fighting. Also, because Catalonia was still occupied by the Spanish army, it seemed like a fait accompli. Catalonia belonged to Spain, there was no doubt about it. What was there to question? The Catalans and the King of France did not think so. In the court of Louis XIV, cattle and red hats were not uncommon, because there were some Catalans who migrated from Spain to France near the Pyrenees Mountains in France. Their lives were much better after Louis XIV took power, so even with the betrayal of Louis XIV and Richelieu, after the persuasion of the French Catalans, the Spanish Catalans were willing to trust the King of France again. This is also because after the uprising in 1939, the Catalans were almost completely wiped out, not to mention that in recent years, although Spain has been expelled from the ranks of powerful countries, its supervision of Catalonia has become even stricter. After all, Spain has almost lost all its colonies and there are not many places to suck blood. Moreover, to be fair, Louis XIV and the current France are also in their heyday and are invincible. With the protection of such a king and country, Catalonia may be able to get rid of the shackles of Spain. Carlos II died without an heir, which makes people feel that this may be God's will. Catalonia, and even the whole of Spain, will eventually belong to the Bourbons. Chapter 449 Before the War, Catalonia, Part 2. Although the visitor was dressed in typical Versailles style, details such as the red hat Christina saw, the shiny golden tassels hanging from the cloak, the turned-up boots and black vest, and the shirt with too much lace and frills still showed that he was different from other nobles. But as mentioned before, there were countless people who came to see the king in the Palace of Versailles. Even though Catalans accounted for a small proportion of France, they were still favored by the king, so it was normal for them to come to see him and express gratitude. But the real name of this gentleman today did not match the identity he used. In fact, it was more than that. The original owner of this identity was an officer, who was originally a cattle and herdsman. Many Catalans living in the Pyrenees were farmers and herdsmen, or merchants engaged in the sale of cattle, sheep, cheese, butter and other dairy products. The strong sunlight in the Pyrenees made their skin rough and dark, and the long-term outdoor life made them behave in a wild manner and speak loudly. This gentleman looked more like a pampered person. His skin was almost as white as the gentleman in the Palace of Versailles. He was gentle and polite when he moved around. The only difference was that he had a pair of sharp eyes like a falcon. In contrast, his face was easily reminiscent of the saints' attendants in the icons, gentle and mediocre. Unfortunately, there was a thin black beard across his lips, like a harsh stroke on white paper, which gave his face a lot of dangerous aura. "Let us hear your last name again," Louis XIV said. "Tamarit, Francisco de Tamarit." This respectable gentleman once led the Catalan uprising. He fought bravely and even the Prince of Condé praised him. "Yes, that's my father," the visitor said proudly, "but it's a pity that he had to face two enemies at that time, Spain and France." "This is a bit arrogant," Louis said, "so now you Catalans still plan to continue to face two enemies?" "We can't, Your Majesty," the visitor bowed. "My father died in '66, and Your Majesty, we don't have outstanding military generals here. We are short of food and clothing, no weapons, horses and money, and we have nothing in our hands." "Then what do you have?" "Although I have everything, I never show mercy blindly. Everything I have given has been rewarded enough." Louis stroked the ring on his finger. "I have often heard that Catalans are excellent businessmen. In this case, you should know that empty slogans and promises cannot impress me. We have courage and determination. Mr. Tamarit said calmly, and we have loyalty. We are willing to make your second son the Count of Barcelona and the Master of Spain. Louis smiled. These are not enough. The title and territory of the Count of Barcelona are inherited from my father Louis XIV, and Charles should naturally inherit it. It is not up to you to say who Spain belongs to. If I fail, it doesn't matter how much. If I win, he lowered his head slightly and looked at Tamarit. France also has Brittany, Lorraine and Alsace, and now Flanders and North Holland. Do you think Catalonia can be an exception? Your acceptance of my audience means that there must be a place for us on your chessboard. Tamarit was not discouraged, and as long as you are willing to treat us like the Bretons or our compatriots in the Pyrenees, we are willing to accept the rule of France. I do have such a plan, but I am not sure if you still have the strength and courage for 39 years, Louis said, but there is no point in saying this. You said that your people are starving, there is no credible leader, and there is a lack of arms and food. I can give you all these, but before that. I want Roussillon, Louis said. I can give you a reward first, or you can think of it as an interest-free loan. You take it to my merchants and they will provide you with what you need, but in return, you must first drive out the Spanish garrison in Roussillon and open the door to Spain for me. When my feet step on the red soil of Roussillon, you will be able to feel the generosity of a king. You are very generous. Tamarit breathed a sigh of relief. The Catalans had fallen to the lowest level of hell. What they asked for was very little. He paused and swallowed some of the questions that followed. After all, they had too few chips. Just like the King of France said, they had no right to bargain. After Tamarit left, the Duke of Orleans came out. Brother. Louis turned his head and looked at the Duke, his younger brother, with a complicated expression. Do you remember? What? The first time? Ah, Your Majesty, I will never forget it. The Duke of Orleans said that he had been tempted countless times in his 40 years of life, and the most numerous and strongest one was the attraction of the throne. The instigation of others and his own ambition tortured him every late night, but no matter which time, he held on firmly. He remembered his promise, and his brother also remembered. His brother was able to endure the suspicion that a king must have, and put him in the position of general or even marshal, letting him lead the army and gallop on the battlefield. He also allowed him to express his opinions and interfere in state affairs in the court. Couldn't he respond to his brother's trust? Therefore, when Louis mentioned the first time, he immediately thought of it. Louis was talking about the first time he allowed the Duke of Orleans to stay in his meeting room. He clearly remembered that the ministers and generals present were first surprised, and then most of them showed disapproval. England had Richard III, France also had the Duke of Gaston. In order to prevent the brothers from fighting again, the Queen Mother and Bishop Mazarin raised the Duke of Orleans as a girl. It was his brother who saved him from growing into a monster like a twisted sapling. Then I have to say again, I need you, brother. I'm at your service at any time. Go to Roussillon. Louis had considered for a long time about letting the Duke of Orleans go to Roussillon as the pioneer and envoy of the King of France. He had many generals under his command, but not many could intimidate the Catalans. After all, Catalonia could be said to be part of the Spanish royal family. The Catalan Republic was established during the Great Uprising in 1939. Just look at Mr. Tamarit. They are still wary of France. Louis must also admit that compared to his people, the Catalans are not within the scope of his mercy. When he chooses a victim, it will undoubtedly be the latter. In this case, the Catalans need a leader in name, but in reality they need a hostage. If Charles had come of age, Louis would have really considered letting him take on this important task. The crown is dazzling, but its weight should not be underestimated. Since Charles will become the King of Spain, it would be a good thing if he could become a ruler recognized by the Catalans. The problem is that Charles is still just a toddler. If the Grand Condé was still alive, as the god of war of the Bourbon family, he would certainly be the most suitable, but he is already Ludwig I of Poland. Prince Conti is also a Bourbon, but being an envoy is acceptable, but if he is asked to go to the battlefield, Louis does not want to be accused of poisoning his blood relatives for the time being. The Duke of Orleans thus became the best candidate, but it must be said that this matter might be more dangerous than the previous trip to Lorraine, and more unpredictable than the Franco-Dutch War. It was a strange land, strange soldiers, and strange people. You could only see eager eyes, lowered heads, and humble knees. But just like Caesar who died under the statue of Pompey, When a person kneels down and grabs your clothes, it might not be for begging, but with sinister malice. Not to mention, Louis had intended to use Roussillon as a breakthrough point from the beginning. Roussillon connects France and Spain and faces the Mediterranean. When the French army launched an attack, it could have taken a two-pronged approach. But what he could see, Leopold I and the Spanish anti-French alliance could not fail to see. They were becoming more and more urgent towards Catalonia, perhaps for this reason. But if the Catalans could meet Louis XIV's demands, it would greatly reduce Louis XIV's pressure. After all, at the beginning of the war, France would never face only Spain as an enemy. What are you worried about? The Duke of Orleans turned around, knelt in front of his brother, and looked up at him. Under your light, your army and I will surely be invincible, and God will bless you and me, just like every time before. Wait until Marie, the Grand Princess, arrives in Prussia, then you can set off. Because France and Prussia do not border each other, the French can always send the Grand Princess to the Prussian border. Louis once personally sent his daughter to marry, and he did not want to deprive the Duke of Orleans of his power. That's exactly what I was thinking, said the Duke of Orleans. As soon as I leave Versailles, I will quietly set out for Languedoc and then go to Roussillon. Wait, I didn't think so. This is a rare opportunity, said the Duke of Orleans. The Austrians and Spaniards often laugh at us for doting on our children. You once personally sent them off to get married, so they must think that I am the same, and they will definitely keep a close eye on each of your generals and marshals, so that we can catch them off guard. But my lady, I'm not you. The Duke of Orleans spoke to his brother in a rare gloating tone. I'm just the prince's brother, Duke. It's very easy for me to leave France. Chapter 450 Before the War, Transylvania. Louis moved. No, he regretted it immediately after he opened his mouth. No, I'll think about it again, brother, let me think about it again. Don't think about it, the Duke of Orleans interrupted him. Your Majesty, there is no one more suitable than me. He smiled and raised his hand. I swear to you, when I come back, I will accompany you in Versailles for a while, maybe 5 years, or 10 years. This war may take 5 or 10 years. Louis felt tired when he thought about it, but the wars of this era, like the situation when he conquered Flanders and the Netherlands, were abnormal. Whether it was Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, or the Dutch, they were accustomed to intermittent, long, non-professional wars. To put it simply, before Louis XIV, although there was already the concept of a standing army, no one could really put it into practice, because the cost was too high. And cheap soldiers, or soldiers recruited and conscripted from farmers and craftsmen, have no morality, sense of honor, or competitive spirit. Mercenaries, who were used and valued as weapons, were expensive, so they could not be hired for a long time. In addition, except for Swiss mercenaries, mercenaries from other places seemed to be no better than thieves and rogues. It is difficult for modern people to imagine that in the wars before Louis XIV, whether they had seen the dawn of victory or were fighting for life and death, there would be soldiers in the army who needed to go home to sow or harvest, or mercenaries who would abandon officers and generals and walk away because of commissions, staying in one place for too long, and too many casualties. This loose and annoying situation continued until people with lofty ideals began to pay attention to the orthodoxy of the army. The problem is that the cost of changing the army is not only huge but also long-lasting. Louis had caught all the other countries by surprise. He boldly borrowed money from merchants, and then conquered Flanders and the Netherlands in only 1/3 or even less time than others. Then he could wait for the two new lands to feed back. Regardless of the Netherlands, Flanders is now enough to support the king's military expenditures. Only a few people know the specific figures for the time being, but when facing a multinational coalition and fighting in multiple places, the old and strong Mr. Colbert and the Marquis of Louvois did not look as anxious as they did during the Dutch War. There were no blisters on their mouths, their heads were not shiny, and their eyes were not shaky. It can be seen that if the French economic wheel is still turning steadily, it will probably not be a problem to maintain the expenses of this war. And if Spain and its colonies can be swallowed up, this is a business with extremely rich profits, worthy of France. No, all the merchants in the world are willing to dance on the gallows. That's just right, said the Duke of Orleans. I will come back to you when I am tired of the war. Louis pursed his lips. He didn't want to say anything unlucky, but bullets and arrows on the battlefield would not avoid you just because you are a noble person. The Duke of Orleans liked to lead the charge, and he always dressed himself carefully before the battle. The consequence of wearing bright clothes was that he was easily regarded as a target or prey. But he couldn't stop the Duke. This was not love, but humiliation. "Okay." He finally said this. "I'll wait for you in Versailles." Of course, this sentence was just a symbol, a metaphor, because in the subsequent war, Louis XIV was not sure whether he would lead the army again when fighting on multiple fronts. In this way, he couldn't blame the Duke of Orleans too much. After all, the life and death of a king was much more important than that of the Duke. The Duke of Orleans originally wanted to have dinner with his brother, but at this time a special guest suddenly came. When he heard his name, the Duke could only express his regret and leave as soon as possible. He always knew when he should stay and when he should leave. The man who ruined the war moment had a strange name, Imre, with the surname first and the given name last, which was different from other Europeans, but it was the tradition of Hungarians. We had mentioned this name before. At that time, the Duke of Orleans also joked that the Grand Duke of Transylvania had a daughter, and maybe he would have the delusion of marrying a Bourbon. Jokes aside, unless France and Bourbon returned to the 100 Years' War, which was the most unfavorable period for France, when the British conquered most of France, Louis XIV would consider marrying a Hungarian nobleman. The Grand Duke of Transylvania was a title given to the opponent by the Sultan of Ottoman Turkey. Leopold I, as the King of Hungary and Bohemia, resolutely refused to recognize it. Other countries, including France, maintained an ambiguous attitude towards it, neither recognizing nor denying it. The key is that the Grand Duke of Transylvania did have some means on the battlefield and a keen sense of smell. During the Great Battle, his army was the first to leave the side of the Grand Vizier and avoided the subsequent defeat. His envoys later visited Louis XIV as a courtesy. Don't get me wrong, it's not about marriage. The Grand Duke knew very well that he didn't have the qualifications. What he wanted to do with the French was arms trade. Although in the Great Battle, Transylvania stood on the side of the Ottoman Turkey and France stood on the side of the Holy Roman Empire, it did not prevent them from becoming good trading partners later. The Ottoman Turkey controlled the Golden Channel for trade between the East and the West. Although the gold faded a little after the discovery of the New Route and the New World, Hungary could still become rich with the afterglow of this huge empire. Moreover, the Grand Duke was not the kind of person who would be blinded by hatred. While he continued to fight against the Habsburgs, he pretended to be with the Ottoman Turkey and was also wholeheartedly governing his own Transylvania region. Transylvania is rich in minerals, timber and agricultural resources, and is connected to the Holy Roman Empire, Czech Republic, Poland, Russia and Ottoman Turkey. Commerce is also very developed. As long as the rulers are not too greedy and wars are not too frequent, they can quickly become strong and powerful. However, its misfortune is precisely because it is located between these two countries, especially the ambitious Austria and Ottoman Turkey. Although the Ottoman Turkey is dying, it is still a giant beast, and Leopold I has always regarded Hungary as his own possession. In addition, there is a conflict between new and old Christians. As a Protestant, Teki's father was executed as a traitor after a riot against Leopold I because the two envoys, Tamerlane of Catalonia and Teki of Transylvania, came one after the other, and the audience did not last more than an afternoon. Louis XIV naturally compared them. There were many similarities between the two. They were both young people with noble births. Their fathers died because they opposed the tyranny of the Habsburgs. They inherited their father's territories, titles and wills, and led their people to fight for freedom. Their ages were even very similar, no more than 30 years old. Teki was even younger than Tamerlane. He was born in 1957 and was only 25 years old. But he looked older than Louis. He had a dark complexion, and there were obvious fine lines at the corners of his eyes and lips. His brows were always tightly knitted. It can be seen that he tried hard to relax them, but perhaps he had not smiled since his father was hanged, so he was very embarrassed. His shoulders were exceptionally broad, and his back was like a strong bull. Even with gloves on, you could still see that his hands had rough joints and sandpaper-like skin. Tamerlane looked much more polished than him, but if Louis had a choice, he would rather Tamerlane and Teki swapped places. Although he didn't often lead troops in person, he had seen many soldiers and knew what they were like. Teki was also carefully observing Louis XIV. He had met with Mdiv more than once, as well as his Grand Vizier, the unlucky guy who was ruthlessly defeated by the king in a major battle. He was lucky to die on the battlefield, otherwise the Sultan would have sent eunuchs with longbows to strangle him with bowstrings. The Grand Vizier was a slave in front of the Sultan, but a master in front of Teki. When he looked at Teki, he didn't even regard him as a person, but just looked at a tool to see if he was still handy and whether he had grown disgusting barbs. It can be said that every audience with Teki was like a dangerous journey, and no one knew when he would be dragged down and executed. This time, Teki insisted on coming to see the King of France, and the people around him repeatedly stopped him, because France has always claimed to be God's eldest daughter and the defender of the Church. Although everyone knows what this is, Teki is a Protestant and a dog of the Ottoman Turks. If he was sent to the beheading or the stake, no one would say a word, and the Church would even praise the King of France. And although the King of France cannot be said to be a religious fanatic, he is indeed a Catholic. And because the Huguenots had launched several rebellions, his attitude of not paying attention to and not caring about Protestantism was enough for people to say tolerance. Who knows what will happen if a pagan walks in front of him? But Teki still insisted on his own ideas. This time it was not about arms or food trade, but a more important matter. If it wasn't for him, it would be difficult for others to trust Louis XIV. His eyes stayed on Louis XIV, the radiant Sun King, for only a moment. Perhaps because of his pampered life or because he didn't grow a beard, Louis XIV was much younger than he imagined. Those portraits didn't pass through too many monks. But it was said that his children, even his brother's children, were very beautiful. The eldest princess was quickly accepted and recognized by the Swedes. This advantage contributed greatly to it. The Crown Prince Louis was also described as a bright moon. There was no need to elaborate on the eldest princess. King Carlos I of Spain went crazy for her, and the Crown Prince of Prussia was almost half French. But these people definitely had never seen Louis XIV in person. In this era, people believed that beautiful people must be of noble character and noble status. This was not nonsense, because only those with noble birth, full pockets and a lot of free time could keep themselves clean, change clothes frequently, use perfume and fat, keep their teeth white and their skin fair. People who had to work or train frequently could not meet this requirement, like Teki. As for the Grand Vizier and the Sultan he had met, they were also handsome men, but they still could not compare to Louis XIV in front of him. People always say that beauty brings power, and power brings beauty, and Louis XIV completely blends beauty and power together. He is the embodiment of power and beauty. His power and authority are like the sun, shining brightly but making it impossible to look directly at him. Everyone will involuntarily bow their heads in front of him. Teki did the same. Louis XIV did not know what Teki was thinking, but Teki always remained humble enough. He knew very well that the so-called Grand Duke of Transylvania or even the prince had never been recognized by the European monarchs, and the etiquette officer only called him Mr. So-and-so when reporting, not Duke, Grand Duke or Your Highness. He was just a low-ranking noble of the knight class in Versailles. If he was not Teki, and the war was imminent, he would not be qualified to meet the king. But now that he was in front of the king, Louis XIV was as gentle and amiable as he would be to any friend. People who were qualified to be close to the king said so. It was not a hypocritical disguise, but when he was in Louis' position, he did not need to rely on bluffing to consolidate others' impression of him. "Please forgive me," Teki said calmly after being allowed to sit down. "Your Majesty, I am not good at talking, so I can only tell you simply and straightforwardly. Leopold I and Mohammed IV have reached a secret covenant. More updates are complete." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.